Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 The Person at the Helm. Shenyu returned to the venue. Facing the daimyo's earnest question, he shook his head and said with regret. Ah, that guy has many tricks. I fought him for 300 rounds, but he still escaped. The daimyo's face turned dark on the spot. Shenyu rested his hands on the back of his head and said calmly, but after all, I am now a member of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as I am here, our Chamber of Commerce will be here. As long as our Chamber of Commerce is here, that guy will not dare to attack the Iron Country. Do you understand? Daimyo nodded immediately. How could he not see what Shenyu meant? He was taking the opportunity to put pressure on Daimyo Prefecture. The matter of Hojiki Huanyu is actually very troublesome to deal with. He has just said that these are all his own actions and have nothing to do with the Water Kingdom. This means that getting to the bottom of it will not bring any good results. No matter whether what Huanyu said is true or false, even if it is really a conspiracy of the Hidden Mist Village, the worst that can happen is that they will make a heroic move and insist that Hojiki Huanyu is a traitor. What can the Iron Kingdom do? If it really came to light, they would be completely at odds with the Water Kingdom. They were just a neutral country and would be bullied from time to time, but if they angered the other party, they would be dragged into the category of hostile countries if they were not careful. Although the ninja world has the ninja god who maintains peace, who knows how many years he can live. The approach proposed by Shenyu not only saved the forged swordsman, but also maintained the last bit of dignity of the Iron Kingdom and deterred powerful enemies from invading. It was already quite good. Moreover, he could be related to this killer. The daimyo wiped the sweat from the tip of his nose, and prepared to return and restrain the dignitaries, forbidding them to have any ideas about attacking Dandaisai again. Samurai were also mobilized from the shogunate to guard the headquarters and major branches at all times to protect the safety of all members of the Chamber of Commerce and provide strong support for the vigorous development of forged swords. There is no other way. After all, a part of it has been snatched away by the Water Country. If he doesn't support it, I'm afraid people all over the world will call him a fool. That's it. Shenyu solved the crisis of change of ownership of the Chamber of Commerce, preserved the inheritance of the last line of the 3 iron transmissions, and successfully acquired shares in the Chamber of Commerce. Considering his outstanding contributions, Niwameo wanted to retire on the spot. After Shenyu's repeated refusals, they created a new position tailor-made for Shenyu. There is no need to participate in the management, just enjoy the dividends at the end of the year, and only take action in times of crisis to save the collapsing building. Respectful title. The Helmsman. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce, regardless of their position, gender, age, or seniority, must respectfully address Shenyu as young master when they see him. With just a piece of pure gold, the helmsman's order can mobilize all the resources of the branches of the Iron Kingdom. In the early morning, a light snow fell on Takeo Castle. Shenyu stretched lazily after finishing his training, pushed open the door, and saw a beautiful figure coming into his sight. Niwa Yukino was wearing a plain white dress and standing in the stands admiring the plum blossoms. Falling snow, plum blossoms, and beautiful women are all stunning sights in the painter's paintings. Now put together, they are even more beautiful. Shenyu resisted the urge to disturb them and was about to retreat back into the house when Xueno called him. Shenyu-jun, are you leaving today? The gentle voice can make people feel like spring breeze even if this is a cold country. Shenyu exhaled, adjusted his expression slightly, smiled and turned around. Yes, I still have my mission that I have to complete. If there was one person in the entire Iron Kingdom that he least wanted to face, it would be the woman in front of him. He has killed so many people and his hands are already covered in blood, but he is open and honest and has a clear conscience. He still doesn't feel like he has done anything wrong or owed anyone anything. But once he thought of this lonely figure and those broken eyes, he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. The reason was simple, she had killed someone's childhood sweetheart with her own hands. Don't leave, just stay here. She looked at Shenyu, her eyes gentle and vague, and said softly, just stay here. Shenyu turned his head away and didn't look into her eyes. Those eyes were like a ball of flame, burning away all the indifference in his heart, leaving only compassion and guilt. For the first time in his life, he, a pure-blooded Uchiha, didn't dare to look anyone in the eye. Seeing that he didn't answer, Suino gently took off her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, her eyes as warm as water, and her red lips as tender as water. She said softly, Shen Yujun is like a gust of wind, coming and going in a hurry, but if you stay here, even the Chamber of Commerce will be yours sooner or later. Shenyu thought to himself that if I don't stay here, the Chamber of Commerce will also be mine. Oh, yes, I seem to have won the championship of the martial arts competition, and even you are mine. Miss Yukino, you are joking. Don't you know that the wind is free and unrestrained? Besides, he looked at the grey sky and watched the snowflakes drifting down leisurely. I have something in mind far away. Yukino pursed her lips and remained silent, but her bright eyes stared stubbornly at his handsome and gentle profile. Shenyu took a deep breath and turned to look at her. Do you hate me for what happened to Tetsuya Kizuna? No more hatred. Haha, it seems I hated it. Yukino pouted. She had always been dignified and quiet, but now she showed a little girl's attitude. No matter what, he is the one who grew up with me. Yes, he is also the one who wants to kill your father. Shenyu nodded and finished off the opponent without mercy. White cuts black, Uchiha is always like this. What's the point of hating me? I've already said it, I'm just a knife, a sharp knife. Your father used my knife to kill Jia in order to protect the Chamber of Commerce from falling into the hands of the enemy. It's that simple. If father could care less about the Chamber of Commerce, if the Chamber of Commerce wasn't that important. Be careful what you say and do. Shenyu said immediately, do you think your father didn't feel sad when I killed Jia? Love between men and women is not worth mentioning in the face of major issues. If the Gui Lantern clan really gets rid of the Chamber of Commerce, the Iron Country will not be far from being destroyed. What's the big deal? It's nothing but the interests of more people. Yukino whispered. You're right. Shenyu stretched out his hand and watched the snowflakes melt bit by bit in his palm. In this fucked up world, only strength is the most important thing. With strength, your interests are the interests of the world, and the people you want to protect are the people the world wants to protect. No one dares not care when you say something. So, in order to protect the people you want to protect, you must fight and snatch. If I hadn't fought and struggled, I would have been killed when I first went to the battlefield at the age of 4. Shenyu's voice seemed to have no warmth. If I were to choose again, I would still kill Hojumi Tetsuya, because he blocked my way. If you want to seek revenge on me, you are welcome at any time. I will give you a chance. Having said this, he turned and left. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Shenyu also used his spiritualism to keep the ninja cat Zisuk in the Teijin's and gave him repeated instructions. Once the Chamber of Commerce encounters a crisis, you can ask Zisuk to communicate with me and agree to any conditions. Just as Shenyu was about to set off back to the Land of Fire, Zisuk brought him good news. Poki is back. I told him about you and he said he has prepared the reverse summoning technique and can use it at any time, meow. Oh, Zisuk, you really are my favorite ninja cat. And remember to prepare the reverse summoning technique. Shenyu immediately formed a seal and completely disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The surrounding scenery changed drastically, and when he came to his senses, he was already in the cat house. Chapter 52 The Real Reason for Being Directionally Idiot. Fire Country, Cat House. Shenyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air in the room. A mixture of mint and a faint fishy smell floated into his nostrils. He then opened his eyes full of excitement. I'm finally back. A large tongue covered with barbs suddenly licked the side of his face. Shenyu shuddered on the spot. Although his body responded to the stress and activated the water molecule barrier immediately, the feeling was still very disgusting. He quickly turned his head and looked into Poka's blue cat face. You seem different. Poka spoke first. Shenyu looked disgusted, and the goosebumps on his body had not yet subsided. It's indeed different, but I don't really like the way you confirm it. Poka pretended not to hear anything and sniffed around Shenyu. He stretched out his paw to touch the frost heart hanging on his waist, and the cat's face was full of interest. Where have you been? Shouldn't I be the one asking this question? Shenyu thought of something. A few days ago, Zisuk said that you didn't go back to the cat house. As I remember, you were fighting with Sarutobi Suzuki. Poka yawned lazily. This ape demon king is very interesting. I was amazed. I fought with him for a while before the spiritualism was over. Come to think of it, you're pretty peculiar, too. Shenyu held his chin up and said thoughtfully, it can change its own shape at will. When it gathers, it takes shape, and when it disperses, it becomes gas. It can also evolve a barrier with itself and draw a line on the ground to make a prison. Are you finally interested? Poka's head floated over, his bronze eyes lit up. This is all a clever use of natural energy. For 10 billion taels, I will pass on the magic I practiced to you. How about it? If you don't want to teach, just say it. Do you know what 1 billion means? Shenyu slapped over, and Poka's cat head immediately dissipated into mist and reunited on the other side. Besides, if you learn the magic from Myaboku Mountain, you will turn into a toad. If you learn the magic from Ryokai Cave, you will turn into a snake, and if you learn yours, you will not grow cat hair. Shenyu waved his hand. I always feel that the human body is the innate immortal body. There must be a magic that is more suitable for humans, and you are all considered monsters. Meow, where did these words come from? They're quite new. What is this? The bright blue mist passed by Shenyu's pocket, wrapped in a glittering golden object, and floated in front of Poki. The blue mist condensed into a cat's paw, holding the helmsman's order on the pad. Poki opened his mouth and took a bite, his eyes immediately filled with surprise. It's gold, pure gold. Give it back to me. Shenyu stretched out his hand. This thing is of no use to you. No, this will be the cost of this trip. Shenyu had anticipated its temper, so he took out a bag from his waist bag and threw it over. There was a thick stack of banknotes in the bag. Here is 1 million taels. Poka took the purse with a smile, and no longer attached to the helmsman's order, allowing Shenyu to take it back. It licked its paw and said, speaking of which, after seeing the ape demon king, I suddenly had an idea. Could I also turn into a weapon and always be by his side? Shenyu was slightly startled. For example, Poka transformed his body into a blue mist of light that swirled around the divine feather. The dreamy colors made it seem as if he was in a sea of stars. As the light gathered, it eventually turned into a long, dark blue sword, hanging next to the heart of frost. Shenyu marveled at the sound, gripped the knife handle, and flicked the blade lightly with his fingers. This was a normal operation, and the sharpness could be judged by the metal echo. Clear and loud, like a dragon's roar. It can be big or small. A lazy voice came from the handle of the knife. Got it. Shenyu suddenly looked bored and threw aside the gorgeous long sword that was full of brilliance. It must be too expensive. I can't afford it. The daily rent is 3 million taels. Consider it. I can even conjure up a cage to lock up the enemy and injure them. Shenyu ignored it and pushed the door open. The dazzling sunlight came into view, and the air with a faint scent of flowers and plants was refreshing. His eyes adjusted to the light in an instant. The distant mountains were towering, and endless green was in sight. Maybe it was because he had been accustomed to the ice and snow in the past few days, and now bathed in the warm sunshine, he had the illusion that he was in another world. The cat house is still the same cat house. It sounds like a house, but it is actually built on ruins. It is a city belonging to cats alone. Among these cats there are ordinary cats as well as talking ninja cats. They are good at making ninja tools, and with their shrewd minds, they have already established their own economic chain. The specific situation can be described in 4 words. Between abundance. Here, you can see countless cats of all sizes jumping up and down in the streets, and only the Uchiha clan has the ability to enter the cat house. Well, it's time to go back to find Madara-sama. Guang has taken me back to the base a few times before, I remember it was, Shenyu lowered his head in thought, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Am I so, directionally challenged? He finally realized something was wrong. Although he could not tell the directions originally, his memory of the roads he had traveled was not vague. The dynamic vision from Uchiha and the memory brought by the super high soul strength allowed him to remember every road he had traveled. It's okay in the Iron Kingdom. After all, it's the first time and it's normal to not know the way. But now, he has walked this road from the cat house to the Konoha bridge many times, there is no reason why he couldn't remember it. Humans' sense of direction is innate. Unlike animals, humans do not have organs specifically designed to sense the Earth's magnetic field. In other words, humans' magnetic sense is too weak, because the 5 senses and vision that humans possess are sufficient to ensure survival, and the magnetic sense is redundant. Over a long period of time, humans' redundant magnetic sense will degenerate or even disappear. For this reason, people rely more on visual memory to locate themselves in space. If you want to go somewhere, your brain will often imagine the general appearance of the destination first, and then the surrounding environment. Then, according to your previous memory and your current location, you will follow the map and conceive a general route step by step. But now Shenyu's memory of the route has split. His intuition told him that the south was the straight line to his destination, but suddenly he felt that east, west, and north were the correct directions. Each fragmented memory fits the location in my mind. This feeling of being close yet distant makes it seem as if no matter which direction I go, it's wrong. Mangekyō. When he was in doubt, he decisively opened his Mangekyō Sharingan, and Maki slowly started to rotate in a red light. With the blessing of infinite adaptability, he looked inside his body inch by inch, while constantly recalling the route in his memory. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with my body. Under the interference of some force, the root memory that once existed in my mind has become confused. Could this be magnetic induction? Could it be that through some adaptation, my brain has evolved the ability to sense magnetic fields? He looked up suddenly and grasped the key point of the problem. Yes, Flying Thunder God technique. He clenched his fists silently. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique, after all, is to use chakra marks to jump through space, which is an undisputed space-time ninjutsu. In space, there exists a uniformly distributed physical field, which is a vector field composed of countless tiny particles in motion and transmits magnetic forces between objects. This is the magnetic field. It refers to the existence in the universe and is an important environmental factor in space. It can be the magnetic field generated in space by the electric current inside the universe and celestial bodies, or it can be the magnetic field generated by the electric current system in space. The disturbance and change of the magnetic field in space affect the distribution and change of charged particles in space. That is to say, if there are fluctuations in space, the magnetic field will change. Shenyu frowned. The reason why he was in such a terrible state in the previous battle with Tobirama was because he had put all the power of Magic Hollow into adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique, but the power of space was so vast that he was unable to adapt until he was transferred to the deep sea by Tobirama. After that, he even wanted to use Mako Luo to adapt to his own Tianji Chongli, but unfortunately, activating the power of origin at the same time was tantamount to a contradiction. Moreover, the essence of the constant standing of the sky is to change the spatial state from the temporal state, which will not cause spatial fluctuations. Therefore, the adaptation to space has been in a stagnant state. This also made him understand that it would be difficult for the current magic Luo to adapt to the nature of all things in the world through ninjutsu. Even if he could do it, it would take an immeasurable amount of time. However, the solution given by Mako Luo to deal with the Flying Thunder God technique is to evolve the ability to sense magnetic fields and promptly detect subtle changes in space. This way, it can react at the moment of space fluctuations and directly predict the target's spatial landing point. But, due to incomplete evolution, he did not successfully adapt to Flying Thunder God. Therefore, the incompletely evolved magnetic sense could not be synchronized with the original visual memory, so they interfered with each other. If I can't fully adapt to Flying Thunder God, my original sense of direction and my new magnetic induction will always interfere with each other, causing me to become a directionally challenged person. No wonder, why am I wandering around in circles in the Iron Kingdom? If the adaptation of Mako Luo is not complete, it may cause me to have some strange problems. I have to pay attention to it in the future. He took a long breath and looked towards the horizon. Senju Tobirama. I will come to find you. Chapter 53, Why did you provoke him? The door behind him opened, and Poki, now the size of an ordinary cat, floated onto his shoulder. 30,000 taels, be my navigation. Shenyu said leisurely. After figuring out the reason, he quickly accepted the fact that just because he is a directionally challenged person now, it doesn't mean he will always be one. If he really completes the evolution of magnetic field sensing, all space-related ninjutsu will be unable to escape from him. On the premise that his mental strength is strong enough, the entire ninja world, no, even outside the planet, but any area within it will become a living map in his mind. To a certain extent, there is a certain magnetic field between people. He can even use magnetism to influence the human body, assimilate and change his emotions, and then combine it with illusion to control their minds. But this is a double-edged sword. If your mental power is not strong enough and you try to sense it rashly, you may be misunderstood by others and become confused. Lead the way. Poki narrowed his eyes. 30,000 taels is not enough, at least 50,000. Haha, it's up to you. The man and the cat quickly walked out of the cat house and went to the city gate. Isn't Shenyu worried about being exposed? It's not like you to walk on the street so brazenly. Poki licked his paw. Shenyu spread his hands indifferently. Calculate the time. Senju Hashirama is busy with the 5-cage summit right now. It's impossible for him to come all the way to see me. As for Senju Tobirama, I wish he would come to see me. He had already learned about the information about the Fire Nation through Zisuke, and it cost him several thousand taels. Although it was expensive, it was true and reliable. A cow-colored ninja cat passed by Shenyu's feet and stretched lazily as if no one was around. Then, the ninja cat stood up, formed seals with its 2 front paws, and slapped the ground. Psychic meow. Oh! A large amount of white smoke dissipated in front. Shenyu turned his head slightly and stared at a group of new Uchiha. Hey, long time no see. He found a familiar figure, his eyes were light and his mouth was smiling. Good brother. Uchiha Jing was stunned. The boy standing across the street looked familiar. His facial features are handsome, as gentle as jade, and his ink-dyed hair is naturally loose. Although his attire has changed, that extraordinary temperament, isn't it exactly the figure he has been thinking about day and night? This is Uchiha Shenyu. Beside Jing, Uchiha Setsuna immediately bent his body, drew out his sword, as if facing a powerful enemy. Instantly, the two of them activated their Sharingan in response. The Chunins who were traveling with them drew their swords and cast hostile glances, and the situation suddenly became tense. What's funny is that these people all wore furry cat ear props on their heads, and together with the children behind them, they tried hard to make ferocious expressions. This thing is called a cat tool. When you wear it, you can understand cat language. But it is not necessary for Shenyu because he has already adapted to the cat's language through pupil techniques. This skill made Uchiha Guang envious. Meow. The cow cat jumped, its fur stood up instantly, and it hid aside, baring its teeth and panting. Uchiha Setsuna was unmoved. He was also a ninja who survived the Warring States period. In the final decisive battle, he was surrounded by the Thousand Hands and was defeated and surrendered, and he only survived by chance. But Uchiha Kamiya was different. He was a ruthless man who fought with the Senju until the last moment and was forced to stop only after Lord Madara was defeated by Hashirama. 5 years ago, Madara left Konoha and called on the entire clan before leaving, but Setsuna did not leave with him. On the one hand, he was really tired of war. Peace was hard won, and he didn't want to go back to that troubled life. Secondly, Madara did not explain clearly what the true path to peace he mentioned was, which made most of the tribe members confused and completely unable to understand the tribe leader's behavior. Finally, Shan Shan looked around and saw that all the tribesmen were looking at each other, sitting there without moving. He did not have the courage to stand up. But the man in front of him not only followed Lord Madara away, but also ostentatiously displayed his Mangekyō Sharingan, and attacked with great force, blowing up the gate of Konoha village. Even Senju Tobirama was unable to stop him. Especially a few days ago, at the end of that shocking battle, Tobirama exhausted all means and tried his best to kill him. Although the result was not announced to the public, it was speculated that this famous speedy ghost was most likely dead. But now, he is still dressed brightly and stands in front of everyone with high spirits. Therefore, he had to be nervous now. Jing, I'll go first, you cover the tribe members' evacuation. Shan Na stared at the figure opposite him. Tisk, even though I look down on you, but now there's no one else I can count on except you. In fact, Setsuna's mood was complicated, because he always looked down on Tobirama. Although he could not find any fault with him, every time he faced those eyes full of scrutiny and vigilance, he felt uncomfortable all over. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama's sake, he would have been unable to bear it long ago. Now looking at the high-spirited Shenyu, he actually felt an indescribable envy. Damn it! Why wasn't I the one who followed Madara-sama? No. You can't stop him. Uchiha Jing said in a solemn voice with a tragic look on his face, at this moment, it is me who should stay behind to cover the retreat. Are you kidding? Do you think I don't know that he is your biological brother? Setsuna whispered, it's really hard to watch brothers killing each other. This is not a choice I have. Jing said in a low voice, because he knew that Shenyu's eyes were always on him. Really? Setsuna said angrily, you left when I told you to, so that's why I hate you. Shenyu saw all of their little movements, but he just sneered and slowly withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Go straight south for 3,000 meters, meow. The man and the cat simply ignored everyone and walked away. Jing and Setsuna were both stunned. He didn't do anything. I let out a long sigh, and my tense nerves gradually relaxed. It had been a long time since I felt on the verge of life and death. A gust of wind blew past, and he felt a chill on his back. Only then did he realize that before they even started fighting, just a look from the other party had already made him sweat profusely. Uchiha Jing stared at the back unwillingly, with mixed feelings. For some reason, even though they had avoided a conflict, the more nonchalant Shenyu's attitude towards him became, the angrier he became. Shhhhhhh. Suddenly, 3 shurikens flew out from the team and went straight to the back of Shenyu's head. Poka didn't even look at it, he moved his tail, and a blue mist rolled up, easily blocking the shuriken. Under the horrified gazes of Jing and Shan, Shenyu paused, slowly turned around, and frowned slightly. His grandma's. Who threw it? Setsuna turned around suddenly. It was a chunin in the clan, about 16 or 17 years old. He had just opened his Sharingan a while ago and was eager to prove himself. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement, and there was a bit of hope in his excitement. He looked at Shan Shan, trying to get praise from his senior. I conquered my fear. I dared to face the powerful enemy. Run! Uchiha Setsuna roared, but it was too late. Shenyu just took a step forward, and after a slight sway, he instantly appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The powerful sonic boom exploded like a bomb, and the impact force, accompanied by a strong wind, blew everyone away. The two Jonin in the team were the first to stabilize their balance. Jing tried his best to turn around in midair and pulled the three boys to his chest to prevent them from hitting the building behind them, while Setsuna stabbed the ground with his knife, leaving a long groove. When they looked up, their eyes widened in horror, reflecting a terrifying scene. Shenyu was wearing a skeleton, and a huge bony arm stretched out from the curling black air and grabbed the Chunin who had just attacked. Lord Madara will not get angry with the weak, but I am not as noble as him. Shenyu slowly drew his sword, and a cold breath spread out. You shot 3 shurikens at me, and I will return one to you. It is reasonable. Silently, Frost's heart was suddenly unsheathed, and a green light flashed by. With a puff sound, the Chunin was split into 2 pieces in front of the horrified gazes of all the Uchiha. Blood splattered from between the fingers of his bony hands, and his internal organs were flowing everywhere. Chapter 54 Hate me, foolish brother. Uchiha Shenyu. Jing's eyes were bloodshot. Is this how you treat your own kind? I really didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. Behind him, several young Uchiha hugged each other in panic, like a nest of quail chicks in the wind and rain. Those Chunins were as fragile as baby birds. They lay on the ground and looked at Shenyu in horror, not even having the courage to stand up. Jing didn't care about his companions behind him. A ray of red fire lit up the blade, and his figure shot out like a sharp arrow. Uchiha-style sword jump flame. As long as I finish you off, as long as I swing this sword, everything will be over. Shenyu looked at him calmly, or strictly speaking, he was looking into his eyes, without moving, until Jing rushed in front of him, then he grasped the hilt of the knife and swung out 3 times quickly. Ding ding ding! Jing felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the base of his palm was cracked. After only 3 sword exchanges, the sword broke into pieces before his eyes. In the slow motion effect of the Sharingan, 3 cracks penetrated the blade, and tiny fragments burst out one by one along the spread of the cracks, flying past Jing's ears, seemingly with a long cracking sound. Shenyu's movements were as fast as a phantom. Jing's Sharingan had been activated to the extreme, but he still couldn't capture his movements. Bah! The tip of the knife pierced into Jing's brow, leaving a red mark. The pain brought Jing back to his senses. It was obvious that he had been completely seen through. The knife was hanging there, feeling cold to the touch. As long as Shenyu pushed forward, he would die here. Thinking of this, Jing immediately retreated. Call! A dark shadow blocked his retreat route, a huge fist fell from the sky, the ground exploded, and Jing was hammered deeply into the soil. The bony hand moved away, and Shenyu looked down at his brother condescendingly, kaleidoscope patterns glowing, and his pupils shone like glass. You are narrow-minded. Shenyu said contemptuously, you betrayed your brothers, kowtowed to your enemies, and begged for mercy, you are qualified to say that about me. Jing was covered in dirt and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His ribs were smashed, but he still gritted his teeth and said, it's you who betrayed the Uchiha clan. Stop being funny. I am the Uchiha. Shenyu raised his frostfall heart, half of his face was as handsome as usual, and through the mirror-like blade, the other half of his face completely turned into Suzanu's mask, ferocious and majestic, full of murderous aura, none of you are. Seeing this scene, Jing's eyes were filled with fear. Shenyu did not cast any illusion on him, but he actually felt like he was facing a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. In the distance, Uchiha Setsuna stared blankly at the figure in the black air, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. This is his heartbeat, an exciting heartbeat. Beads of sweat oozed from the tip of Shauna's nose, his nostrils expanded with excitement, and his pale cheeks were slightly flushed. He had never heard such an exciting speech, it was simply the declaration of a hegemon. Uchiha Kamiya, his performance was simply perfect, calm and unrestrained, domineering and at ease. In his mind, the Uchiha clan should be like this, the same as Lord Madara. Shenyu glanced at the Uchiha people who had been paralyzed by fear, sheathed his sword, and his skeleton turned into black gas and dissipated. Do you know why you are so weak? Jing's eyes regained some of their spirit and he looked up blankly. Shenyu said calmly, because I don't hate you enough. Foolish brother, hate me. Your true power lies in these eyes. Only hatred is the key to unlock this treasure house. I hated the Senju clan at first, and you, just hate me without any burden. He took a few steps forward and said with his head tilted, go back and tell Senju Tobirama to clean his neck and wait. Maybe one day I will get excited and kill him. After saying that, he slowly bent his knees and immediately jumped up. Oh! The divine feather disappeared in an instant, and a turbulent air wave rose on the spot. A streak of flowing shadow shot straight into the blue sky, and layers of milky white sonic booms spread out like ripples. Setsuna remained where he was until he heard Jing's voice calling him. Setsuna? Setsuna! He came back to his senses, ah! Jing endured the pain and climbed out of the pit. She glanced at him with a relieved look, it's normal the first time. At the beginning, I was also frightened by his eyes and froze in place. I didn't know what I was doing. So, it's not shameful. What? It seems that our mission has completely failed. Jing said with a wry smile. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged in his eyes until it overwhelmed him completely. Hate. With the help of Poki, Kamiya successfully found the direction of Konoha Bridge. At this moment, a man and a cat were flying in the air, falling towards the landing point of the base at high speed. His current way of traveling is comparable to that of the Incredible Hulk. He can easily soar into the sky with a single leap. The distance of the journey is just a matter of how many times he jumps. With such powerful kinetic energy, aren't you afraid of destroying your base? Poki asked. After all, every time the divine feather landed, there was a mess. I have my own way. Shenyu exhaled slowly, and in an instant, a huge amount of chakra gushed out from his back, like a huge gentian blooming. The chakra changed with the wind, and finally condensed into a pair of huge ice-blue wings, which was magnificent. All the acupoints in his body had been opened up long ago, and he felt refreshed and indescribable. Every pore could release chakra, and coupled with his fine control ability, it was easy for him to do this. Cushioned by the giant wings, the divine feather also landed lightly while gliding. You can go now. Shenyu threw a purse to Poki, who took it with a smile and then disappeared. Shenyu exhaled and walked into the base. The stone door gradually opened, and he was greeted by a delicate little pink fist. Shenyu raised his hand to block the fist, and while turning sideways, he grabbed the opponent's wrist and pulled it slightly. Uchiha Guang passed by him with a gust of fragrant wind. Guang, your way of welcoming is really unique. He walked into the base. However, the wind started to blow again, but Guang did not stop and kicked Shenyu in the temple with a high whip kick. Shenyu smiled, still using only one hand to gently pat her slender ankle and swing her legs apart. Who told you to be so excessive? You took so long to come back, and made Master Madara worry. Guang was not discouraged at all, and kept attacking Shenyu, attacking his forehead, chest, and waist, taking care of all angles. Her two jade hands were as fast as the wind, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. But Shenyu is faster than her. He put one hand behind his back and used the other hand to continuously defend, as if it had turned into an impenetrable wall, blocking all the fist shadows firmly a few inches in front of him, and the muffled sounds merged into one. Suddenly, Guang's expression changed and he quickly withdrew his attack, trying to retreat and dodge, but it was too late. A white hand penetrated all the afterimages and grabbed her collar without any tricks. With a huge force, she was thrown out directly. That's enough, Hikaru. She spun a few times to release the power, then stepped lightly on the wall. Her black hair flowed like water, and she looked down at Shenyu. Why, are you scared? She snorted. Shenyu spread his hands. Use the physical skills I taught you to fight me, you can't find an excuse to lose. Humph, one day, I will defeat you. Guang landed lightly, raised her little face, and deliberately avoided looking at him. Yes, yes, yes. Shenyu raised his hand to show surrender, and then walked into the stone chamber. How is Lord Madara? Guang hugged her shoulders, a strange look flashed across her pretty face. You two really trust each other. He believes that you are okay, and you believe that he is not dead. Really? Shenyu thought for a moment and said, maybe, this is the tacit understanding between men. Believe it or not. Chapter 55 Two Tsunderes. Inside the base, Shenyu pushed the door open and entered, and a man sitting on a stone chair came into view. Uchiha Madara was still shirtless, with bloodstains running all over his body along the gaps between his muscles. From a distance, his body was covered with scars, most of which had healed and formed scars, leaving only a piece of flesh on his chest that was still bloody red. It beats like a heart, and with each beat a little blood seeps out. In contrast, Ban looked calm and composed. When he saw Shenyu returning, he looked up. It's a little later than I expected. Madara spoke in a low voice, seeming to have aged a lot. Ah, something unexpected happened. Shenyu walked towards Madara, thinking that Guang did not lie to him, and Lord Madara was really worried about him. He took the initiative to explain, thanks to Senju Tobirama, I went to the Iron Kingdom. Although it was embarrassing, it was not without gain. Oh! Looking at the blood-stain-covered Ban, Guangxia frowned slightly, picked up the towel and threw it into the water skillfully. Ban glanced at him silently, his face twitching slightly. What are you doing? Shenyu scratched his head. Hikaru explained, Madara-sama has transplanted the flesh and blood of Hashirama Senju, but it has not healed and the blood has not formed a scab, causing the wound to remain exposed. In order to avoid infection, the excess blood must be cleaned off. As she spoke, she had already arrived in front of Madara. Shenyu was speechless. Why don't you look at Madara-sama's expression first? He is obviously resisting. It's okay, she's right. Ban said with a tense expression. Shenyu pondered for a moment and said, wait, if you want to clean the blood stains, I have a better way. As he said that, he walked in front of Madara, stretched out his palm, and aimed it at Madara's chest from a distance. Master Madara, let's begin. Well, anytime. Madara said calmly. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his skin, as if he was soaking in spring water. He was a little surprised that the pain he felt when wiping his body was gone as usual. In a blink of an eye, his upper body was soaked, blood and dirt fell off, his skin became clean and tidy again, and thousands of tiny streams of water wrapped around the bright red blood and flowed into Shenyu's palm. This doesn't seem to be water jutsu. Madara narrowed his eyes, water vapor in nature. As expected of you, Madara-sama. Shenyu nodded, and in front of Madara, he couldn't help showing a bit of pride, this is one of the gains I mentioned. He flicked his hand and threw the water ball into the sink. I have adapted to the sea. Madara suddenly raised his eyes, his pupils trembling slightly, hee, it must be painful. Yet, he almost died. Shenyu glanced at Madara's chest, but compared to Madara-sama, it's still far behind. Madara leaned back in his chair with his head raised, his eyes wandering. I have been in the ninja world for many years, and I have never been so weak. The chakra in my body is extremely disordered, like thousands of balls of wool entangled with each other, which cannot be cut or sorted out. Not to mention fighting, even my mental strength is not as good as before. You still have us? Guangding said. Pain is only temporary. Once you get through it, you will be reborn. Shenyu said softly, this is what you told me, Master Madara. Madara's gaze regained its spirit and he looked into Shenyu's eyes. I am very much looking forward to Lord Madara's all-encompassing power. Shenyu smiled. A smile also crossed the corners of Madara's mouth. He exhaled slowly and said softly, tell me about your experiences these days. So, while I'm away for a few days, you're going to give this to Madara-sama. Inside the warehouse, Shenyu stared at the piles of carrots and fell into deep thought. This stuff is good. I heard that it helps wounds heal. Guang's pretty face turned red, and she clasped her two little hands together, her voice becoming increasingly weak. Radish soup, radish rice, steamed radish, stir-fried radish, carved radish. You can't keep eating that. A few black lines appeared on Shenyu's forehead. Poor Lord Madara, what has he been going through these days? These are good, but they can't maintain basic nutrition. Although I don't want to admit it, Lord Madara is weak now. Shenyu turned around and said, I'm going to go out for a while. The necessary ingredients are still needed. A few minutes later, he returned with a plump wild boar in his hands, which he had just slaughtered. Laugh. A foot-long blade of light emerged from Shenyu's fingertips, shining like a translucent jade. He quickly gutted the wild boar, took out the internal organs, and cut it into large and small pieces of meat. The whole process was smooth and there was not a speck of blood on his body. The splattered blood was all covered by the water and carried into the sewer. Soon, as the onions, ginger, and garlic were frying in the pan, a faint aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. The sizzling sound of the meat frying in the pan made people's appetites wet, and even Guang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help swallowing. Shenyu glanced at her and was shocked to find that the little girl was staring at him intently, watching his every move, the cooking steps, the heat, the oil temperature, the type of seasoning, the amount to add, etc., not willing to miss any details. If you want to learn, why don't I teach you? Shenyu started to stir the wok. I haven't learned anything. I don't need you to teach me anything except fighting. Guang snorted. Big sister, look in the mirror before you say that, your Sharingan is open. Shenyu shook his head and laughed, raising his hand to cook in the fried sugar color. Inside the stone chamber, the pale-faced Uchiha Madara suddenly twitched his nose. He raised his head and his stomach rumbled. Soon, Shenyu walked into the stone chamber carrying a plate of delicious pork belly. Master Madara, this is the pork belly I made for you. I cut the side dishes, Guang quickly added. It's fat but not greasy. Would you mind trying it? Shenyu said with a smile, it will be good for your injury. I've tasted it first. It's not poisonous. You can eat it with confidence. Guang wiped his moist thin lips. Madara, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. The pork belly in front of him was fragrant and bright in color, but he just glanced at it indifferently. Unnecessary. As expected of you, Lord Madara. It seems that ordinary food is not to your liking. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth, but this is not ordinary pork, but a wild boar from the deep forest. It also has chakra in its body, so it can be considered a ninja beast. As he said this, he looked at Uchiha Hikari and winked, come to think of it, this is also my first time cooking with a ninja beast, so I can't guarantee the taste. It seems Madara-sama doesn't dare to challenge its taste. Guang gave him a strange look, then nodded belatedly and agreed, yes, Master Madara is dying. Humph, they are just mere ninja beasts. Madara snorted, give them all to me, I'll eat them all. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Ban picked up a trembling piece of meat and slowly put it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly opened wide. It is tender and elastic, with a dense texture. It is dipped in a layer of red soup. The aroma of meat and fat interact with each other in the mouth, giving it a very satisfying feeling. Oh? You seem very motivated. I can't lose to Lord Madara. Shenyu picked up the chopsticks and joined the battle. You are cheating, wait for me. Guang pouted and came over. Chapter 56 Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. After eating and drinking, the three of them got together and began to discuss future plans. Hide your weapon and wait for the right time to act. A latent dragon in the abyss will surely soar to the sky. Madara said softly, giving a guideline. Uchiha Hikari tilted his head slightly. Hey? According to the Moon Eye plan, shouldn't we be capturing the tailed beasts by now? Now? The two of us? Attack Konoha. Shenyu glanced at her silently. Let me calculate for you. There are 7 tailed beasts in Konoha now. It is indeed a good time to solve the problem once and for all. But there are also Hashirama Senju, the cages of the 5 major countries, and the elite ninjas from the major hidden villages. Will you win? He will die. He said with certainty. Don't worry about capturing the tailed beasts. Without the outer path demon statue, it's useless to capture them. Madara said, wait until I awaken the power of God, then it's time to act. I thought so too. Shenyu raised his hand. So, until Madara-sama awakens his power, we can only stay here. Guang hugged his legs and rested his chin on his knees. During this period, keep your identity secret and keep a low profile. Shenyu noticed her gaze and spread his hands. Tisk, I'm fine. Although I can't seek revenge on Senju Tobirama, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Madara smiled softly, his eyes swept over the two of them. You two are both in the prime of life, and it is indeed inappropriate to be trapped in this small and cramped base. The time when you can go out can be changed. There was a round fan and a sickle in Guang's hands. There was an extra scroll in Shenyu's hand. Guang, when you can control these 2 weapons with ease, it's time for you to step out of the base. Shenyu, when you comprehend and learn this secret technique, it will be the beginning of your fame throughout the world. Uchiha Madara looked at the two of them separately, a relieved smile flashed across his one eye, and then he let out a long breath, as if he relaxed. Guang held the flame fan and sickle in his hands, and couldn't let go. I will keep them while Madara-sama recovers his strength. Ban said calmly, this is for you. Really, really? I don't need them anymore. What is this? Shenyu opened the scroll and saw a row of familiar names. Izanagi. Madara returned to his chair. This is my improved version. The one left in the clan is too primitive. When activated, it will produce an evil yin release chakra in the brain, which will affect the user's emotions, making them anxious, suspicious, and arrogant. My version does not have this side effect. Shenyu held the scroll as if it were a treasure. As long as you are not stupid enough to use your right eye to perform this technique. Madara added silently, and Shenyu's face turned black on the spot. Ah, calculate the time. Madara suddenly said, Hashirama, he won't live for many more years. They both looked over at the same time. Why? Creation regeneration technique. Madara said slowly, his technique of healing wounds without the need for hand seals, which is unmatched by any other ninjutsu, is not without a price. There is a limit to the number of times a cell can divide, so human life also has an end. Even the legendary sage of the 6 paths cannot avoid this. He seems to be immortal and invulnerable, but in fact he is overdrawing his lifespan. His wood release secret technique is also derived from his vitality to some extent. Madara raised his head and looked at the stone ceiling. With Hashirama's strength, it can be said that he is invincible in the world, because no one can kill him. The only one who can kill him is himself. Our battle has consumed too much of his energy. After waking up, he captured 7-tailed beasts in one go. He just wanted to use his remaining energy while he still had time. Madara smiled meaningfully. He wants to use the destructive power of the tailed beasts to replace himself, so that all countries can check and balance each other and deter each other, so that they dare not act rashly. I understand him too well. But he doesn't know that the tailed beasts are not him. The minds of the tailed beasts are destined to make them weapons forever. Once the weapons fall into the hands of ambitious people, the consequences will be disastrous. Just wait, either 10 years, or 8 years. Madara raised his head and opened his lips slightly. A war of a larger scale is coming. I do have an immature suggestion. Shenyu pondered and said, I wonder if Lord Madara has any intention to establish an organization. Establish an organization. Madara frowned slightly. The Moon Eye project is destined to be a lonely road. It will not be accepted and recognized by the world. It will be difficult to find like-minded people, right? They don't need to share the same ideals. As long as we give them the benefits they want, they will be willing to help us. Your idea is too simple. Human nature is complicated. Madara said, I don't trust anyone except you two. Shenyu explained, I think that although our individual strength is strong, it does not mean that we have to do everything ourselves. With an organization, we can hand over some complicated and trivial tasks to them, and we only need to plan and act only at the critical moment. Ban pondered for a moment and nodded, there are some truths. There will always be times when it is inconvenient to show up. How about this? I will leave this matter entirely to you. Understood. Shenyu nodded. Madara warned, remember, the Moon Eye plan is the only way to peace. The world is destined to be incomprehensible. Do not disclose it unless it is absolutely necessary. Also, only the 3 of us are the practitioners of the truth. The others are just tools. Don't worry, I will help Lord Madara supervise him. Guang looked at Shenyu with some amusement, with a charming smile on his lips. Shenyu said angrily, of course, all this will have to wait until the 2 of us can leave the base. From then on, the 3 of them spent a quiet and comfortable time. That's right. Use wind jutsu to control the direction, fire jutsu to provide fuel, and yin jutsu to control the balance. Gradually control the flame to within a millimeter. Uchiha Guang put her hands together and kept changing her hand seals. A circle of dark and burning flames circled around her like an elf, gradually growing larger and forming a black flame tornado more than 3 meters high. When you can skillfully control my flame release, that's when you can control your own Amaterasu at will. Shenyu instructed from the side. Don't talk like Madara-sama, thank you. A voice of light floated out of the tornado, and the arrogant tone suddenly weakened, well, don't remove it, I'll operate it for a while. Yes. This is their daily practice routine. Sometimes they practiced on their own, sometimes they learned from each other, and during meal times, they would rush to ask Madara for advice on questions regarding practice. Madara also answered them one by one with a smile. The Uchiha clan leader displayed the profound knowledge of a top fighter in the ninja world. He knew everything and could answer every question. Every time he gave them pointers, they suddenly understood something. Not only that, he also taught them according to their different fighting styles. For Guang, he focused on basic training, including physical skills, ninjutsu and some unconventional but practical secret methods. The set that Shenyu learned 5 years ago has completely become Guang's teaching material. As for Shenyu, Ban taught him more knowledge about pupil power, which gave him a new understanding of the operation of the Mangekyō Sharingan. If you walk into the base, you can often see a boy studying hard with a scroll in his hand, and you can often see a girl sweating alone in the training room. Of course, if you occasionally enter the kitchen, if you are lucky, you may come across an adult man wearing an apron, studying braised pork and its ingredients. In this small, dark base, the three of them lived together, taking care of their daily needs, bickering and joking around, and it was a rare and peaceful time. There are no armors in the mountains, and there are no years of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Chapter 57 Coming Out of Seclusion. Konoha Bridge. Yes, I see. Here are your 300 taels. Meow, if you need anything, just tell me. Inside the stone chamber of the base, a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old waved his hand, and the orange cat in front of him immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared. He has an upright figure, slender limbs, skin as delicate as fine porcelain, long black jade-like hair that gleams with a faint luster, a well-defined face, clear phoenix eyes, and is extremely handsome. Shenyu, is there any news outside? A young girl walked out of the training room. She was as tall as jade, with curvy figure. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail like a waterfall. She had a cold face, and her every move had an elegant temperament. Her pupils were as clear as water and as dark as ink. There was a slight heat coming out of her body and she was sweating profusely. It was obvious that she had just finished an intense training and was walking towards me with a towel on her head. Ah, it's not very important information, it's just news. The boy turned his head, his eyes were calm. Time flies, Senju Hashirama already has a granddaughter. Granddaughter? Not only is Senju Hashirama alive, he also has a granddaughter. Hush! Shenyu immediately raised his index finger, his face serious. This matter is not that important, it's enough for the two of us to know about it. Uchiha Hikari tilted his head, so, Madara-sama is also old enough to be a grandfather. Shenyu instantly appeared in front of Guang and raised his hand to cover her mouth. Don't let him know, otherwise. Is it possible that I already knew it? A low voice floated from the kitchen. Then, a middle-aged man with red and white eyes walked out. He wore a dark blue shirt and an apron. His figure was still tall, and time had left faint marks on his face, but his sharp eyes became even deeper. Shenyu let go of his hand with a wry smile. Guang also realized that something was wrong and pretended nothing had happened, looking aside. Humph, come in and eat. The three of them entered the stone chamber one after another and ate together as usual. Speaking of which, over the years, Madara's cooking skills have improved rapidly, even Shenyu gave him a thumbs up. During the 6 years, the three of them did not stay in the base and turn a blind eye. The ninja cat Tachibana Romero would regularly bring in information about the world situation, map changes, etc., but the most important thing was the information about Konoha. Including the movements of Hashirama and Tobirama, some landmark events that happened in Konoha village, no matter how big or small, he was told everything. Of course, the price is not cheap, it was all paid by Shenyu. That year, after the 5-Cage summit ended, the ninja world indeed entered an unprecedented period of development. The economies of the 5 major countries developed rapidly, and ninjas officially became household names. Ninja villages sprang up everywhere, and no matter how big or small the country was, the number of ninjas and their overall strength were used as criteria for judging a country's strength. Because of the information gathered by the ninja cats, the few of them knew the distribution of the tailed beasts very well. One tail remained in the sand village intact. The aquatic tailed beasts such as the 3-tail and 6-tail belonged to Kirigakure. The hidden cloud village got the 2 tails and the 8 tails. The Iwagakure village was assigned the 4 tails and the 5 tails. Unlike the original time and space, Takikuni, which is not among the 5 major countries, did not receive any tailed beasts. The 7 tails is left behind in Konoha village. In the following year, Konoha searched for the 9 tails many times. The Senju brothers even went out themselves, but they returned empty-handed. The mission of capturing the 9 tails gradually came to an end. Konoha would not know that the 9 tails, which they had been thinking about so much, had been sealed into someone's body, completely coexisting with the Jinkraki. And this person was someone they could never have imagined in their dreams. The wheel of history moves forward slowly, without stopping for a moment. In the 8th year of Konoha, Hashirama's wife Uzumaki Mito became the first Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. 1 year later, the Senju of the forest and the Uzumaki of the Uzumaki officially established diplomatic relations, and the Uzushio village became an ally of the Konoha village. From then on, the Uzumaki clan's logo was added to the uniforms of the Konoha ninjas, which was a symbol of the two countries' generations of friendly relations. In the 10th year of Konoha, Konoha Hokage Hashirama Senju was assassinated by an unknown ninja. Unfortunately, the assassination failed and the assassin escaped at the cost of half his life. In the same year, all the top leaders of Takigakure village in Takikuni died tragically overnight. Their hearts were taken out alive, and their deaths were extremely tragic. In the 11th year of Konoha, in order to ensure the stability of education and the efficiency of talent training, Senju Tobirama founded a school, Konoha Academy, where all students, regardless of family or status, would be taught ninja knowledge. There were 36 graduates in the first class, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato-en, Yuditen Koharu, and Uchiha Kagami. As for the autumn breeze, it's already cold. In the 12th year of Konoha, Tobirama created the Konoha Anbu, whose full name is Konoha Village Assassination Tactics Special Forces, which directly obeys the Hokage. This is the first spy organization among the 5 major countries, and its political skills are emulated by ninja villages in various countries. The members of the Anbu are all outstanding ninjas selected from the village. Every family has one. Their main task is to protect the Hokage and prevent foreign enemies from invading the Konoha ninja village. Sometimes they are also responsible for tasks such as scouting the enemy and assassinating. Until the 13th year of Konoha, when Tsunade was born. You too, it's been 6 years, and you still haven't completed your training. Madara suddenly spoke, his tone a little cold. Guang silently glanced at Shenyu opposite him without saying anything, but kicked Shenyu's knee under the table. Alas, my disciple is dull and this secret technique is too difficult to practice. Shenyu hesitated and glared at Guang. That look seemed to be saying, see, it's all your fault, you made him unhappy. Ah, me too. The sickle is fine, but how do I use this flame fan? It's too difficult. Guang also looked aggrieved. Madara snorted coldly and glanced at the two men in turn. The latter looked at each other knowingly and buried their heads in their food. I know why you guys don't leave. Madara's tone softened as he raised his hands to unbutton his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. The two of them looked over immediately and saw that the original wound on Madara's chest had long since healed. The piece of flesh and blood that had been unable to heal had also completely merged into Madara's wound, forming a pale scar without the slightest blood color. Over the years, my strength has gradually recovered. Although it is far from what it was before, it has almost returned to the level of a cage. Madara's voice was calm, his expression indifferent, revealing his usual domineering attitude. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger even without you. Haha, Lord Madara is so powerful, I'm not so bored as to worry about your safety. Shenyu picked up a piece of meat and put it in the bowl, glancing at the last piece of braised pork. Yeah, I can't even take care of myself. Guang muttered softly. Actually, I'm not angry about Hashirama. Madara shook his head and laughed. For a moment, his eyes were deep and his tone was filled with warmth of trust. I also have a successor, and my successor, Uchiha Madara, is no worse than anyone else. Shenyu and Guang were stunned for a moment. The former took a deep breath as if trying to calm himself down, while the latter's wrist trembled slightly, and his almond-shaped eyes became misty. Seeing the reactions of the two, Madara smiled nonchalantly, I'll say this one last time. Either you come out and gain experience immediately, or you never come out again. Shenyu quickly picked up the braised pork and threw it into his mouth, mumbling, I suddenly realized, it's really strange, is Izanaga so simple? Guang didn't say anything, but she stood up quickly and put her fan and sickle behind her. The two of them walked out of the stone chamber tacitly, and the stone door of the base opened wide. The moment they stepped out, Guang seemed to want to look back, but was pulled by Shenyu, so he held back and stepped out of the door at the same time as the two of them. Madara quietly stared at the backs of the two men. The sunlight blurred their outlines and also illuminated Madara's face, the deep, undisguised relief that had been on his face for the past 6 years. Chapter 58 Tsunade and Number 039, Day Banquet. The Country of Fire, Konoha Village. The grand banquet is approaching. Tomorrow is Princess Tsunade's 100-day banquet. The top leaders of the 5 major ninja villages will gather in Konoha again. The streets are full of flowers and bustling with people. Countless shops have sprung up and colorful welcome banners are fluttering in the wind, creating a grand scene. On a tall building somewhere, a solitary figure stood on the roof in a daze, silently looking down at the bustling village. The lights dotted the streets with colorful lights, and the evening breeze brought faint laughter. He just watched quietly, as if he was from another world. After an unknown amount of time, another figure suddenly appeared beside him, breaking the peace. "Jing, let's have dinner together after this is over," the man said with a smile. As soon as he appeared, a faint smell of alcohol wafted from his body. "Chief, you have been drinking." Uchiha Jing's tone sounded a little surprised. "Hey, I've told you so many times, call me Captain, Captain. Calling me Chief is too formal." Uchiha Hikari waved his hand and put his hand on Kagami's shoulder, his cheeks flushed. "Besides, you are now one of Tobira Misama's direct disciples. In terms of status, you are much higher than me, a small clan leader. Hiccups when you become a high-ranking official and become a Hokage in the future, maybe I will have to call you Kagami-sama? Ha 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 ha." Jing frowned slightly. "Captain Huohi, tonight is a critical moment, and security work is of utmost importance. The banquet hasn't ended yet, how can you drink?" "Oh, yes, yes, Lord Jing scolded me." Huohi patted his face and said with a smile, "I left my post without permission, I should be punished. I should be punished. I will toast you 3 cups later." Jing gently moved his shoulders forward, keeping a little distance from the fire core. "Captain, I appreciate your kindness, but I want to be alone for a while after this is over." Huohi was slightly startled, realizing that Jing was in a bad mood, and quickly said, "Jing, are you angry?" "Hey, today is such a festive day, I was just joking with you under the influence of alcohol. Don't take it seriously." "I'm not angry, I just want to be alone for a while." Jing shook his head and forced a smile. "I will meet up with you all again when I have time." Well, don't take it personally." Huohi patted Jing's shoulder, turned around and left, muttering, "What happened today? Not only did Setsuna not come to the party, but even Jing didn't come." After the fire core left, Jing swung his sleeves towards his previous position, and a gust of wind chakra blew out, blowing away all the alcohol smell. His eyes regained their calmness, with a hint of loneliness in the calmness, and he looked at the street below again. Suddenly, his expression changed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving only a leaf slowly falling. In a corner of the street, the Kirigakure delegation had an argument with the villagers. "Hey kid, try saying mustache again." Gui Deng Huanyu clenched his fists and glared fiercely at a child across the street, with veins bulging out on his forehead. Behind him, several Kirigakure guards sensed his anger and sprang into action, tacitly setting up a cordon to isolate the growing number of villagers. Beside Huanyu, a man with long black hair sighed helplessly and put his hand on Huanyu's shoulder. "Hey, you are our second Mizukage now, after all, so give me some tolerance." "Mizuno Sora. Are you also speaking in favor of this brat? But do you know what I hate the most in my life?" Huanyu was still furious. I told you not to mention this name in front of me, but this brat still called it. He is deliberately provoking me. Across the street, a child was hiding behind two Konoha ninjas, making naughty faces. The black-haired man glanced around and noticed the increasingly tense atmosphere, so he reminded, "This is Konoha, we are here as guests, why do you care about a little kid?" Okay, you are the only one who has a broad view of the situation and knows how to handle current affairs. Huanyu also realized that something was wrong, so she had to shake her sleeves and vent her anger on her companions. "Humph, you are so outstanding, why did the old man choose me to be the Mizukage before he died?" At this time, Uchiha Jing landed lightly in the field, his hand on his sword, and said in a cold tone, "No trouble is allowed in Konoha village." Huanyu glanced at him casually, and just with this one glance, his sight suddenly froze. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and he instantly jumped dozens of meters away, as if facing a great enemy. You, how come you are here?" he shouted from a distance. Jing frowned in confusion, not understanding why the new Mizukage had such an attitude. Not to mention him, even the people in Kirigakure were confused. They didn't know what happened to Lord Mizukage today. They were so startled. Mizuno Sora covered her face with some disgust. Hojiki Gengetsu was the strongest person in the Hidden Mist village now, but now he was frightened like this by a kid whose chakra strength was not even at the cage level. "Mr. Mizukage, I think we have never met before?" Jing asked tentatively. Huanyu also reacted at this time and realized that he seemed to have recognized the wrong person. He let out a sigh of relief and almost fainted. So similar. Black eyes, black hair, clear bones, the appearance of the person in front of him is almost 70% similar to the devil boy 6 years ago. But if you look closely, there are still some differences in his eyebrows and eyes. Huanyu rubbed her eyes and walked back slowly. There was nothing she could do. The impression she had back then was too deep, especially that playful smile. Her scalp still tingled whenever she thought about it. Even though he is now a Mizukage, the feeling of being at the mercy of others, with no control over life and death, is too suffocating and he never wants to experience it again in his life. "Sorry, I got the wrong person." At this moment, a gloomy sneer was heard from the street. Hehe, they were actually scared like this by a young boy from Konoha. Kirigakure is really becoming more and more capable. Huanyu turned around and saw a man slowly walking towards her from the end of her sight. The man had thin hands and feet, and his whole body was wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of sinister eyes exposed. "It's been a long time, Wu." Huanyu crossed his arms, with a flash of pure murderous intent in his eyes. "I heard that your Lord Ishikawa died. Congratulations, you are now the Tsuchikage." "Same here." The second Tsuchikage and Gengetsu looked at each other, and they looked at each other as if they were looking at a dead person. Uchiha Jing suddenly felt the situation was difficult. The current atmosphere was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. These two were the youngest cages in the world. Once they started fighting, this street would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Just when he was getting extremely anxious, a hand patted his back, followed by a deep voice. "There is no dual field prepared for you two in the village. If you want to fight, you can go to the neighboring Wind Country and fight to the death after the banquet." Senju Tobirama, wearing a loose blue divine robe, walked out from behind Jing. "Teacher." Jing showed a grateful look, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. "Leave this to me, you go and get busy." Tobirama said without turning his head, then put his hands in his sleeves and went to greet the Uegakure delegation that had arrived late. Jing nodded immediately and assisted other Konoha ninjas in evacuating the onlookers. They breathed a sigh of relief when the situation returned to normal. He retreated back into the alley in silence, closing his eyes slightly. At the Hokage rock, a figure appeared silently next to a kunai that was inserted into the rock wall. Uchiha Jing opened his eyes. At this moment, everything around him was silent, with only the cool evening breeze as his companion, as if he was far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. His eyes dropped, and everything below was reflected in his sight. The Konoha village was decorated with lights and was still prosperous. The Uchiha clan's territory in the distance was also brightly lit and bustling. Only he was standing on the deserted Hokage rock, silently overlooking the village. Chapter 59. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Late at night, Uchiha Kagami sat alone on the Hokage rock, overlooking the Konoha village in a daze. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed movement behind him. He tilted his head slightly, but before he could see who was coming, a faint smell of alcohol drifted into his nose. Patriarch. Jing was a little surprised, but frowned slightly. Why are you here? Jing, you are here after all. Uchiha Wohi waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Well, I tend to get carried away when I drink too much. I may have said something too much just now. Don't take it to heart. I'm not that sensitive. Jing scratched his head. Facing Huohe's sincere eyes, he suddenly felt a little helpless. I just like quietness. Huohe walked over. Jing wanted to stand up, but Huohe gently held him down. Clan leader. Don't treat me as an elder, Jing. I am actually just as young as you. Huohe smiled and blinked, then sat down next to Jing and looked down at Konoha village with him. Ah, so this is what the scenery here is like. Haha, quiet and comfortable, it's pretty good. Jing was a little surprised. Isn't the tribe holding a cocktail party? You should stay with the tribe at this time. I stayed in the tribe to accompany my people. Huohe looked out at the brightly lit tribe land, his eyes wandering. Jing is also one of my people. Jing suddenly lowered his eyes, and something in his heart twitched slightly. As for me, I actually don't think I'm qualified to be the clan leader. After all, the predecessor was too outstanding and no one could compare to him. This is obvious to all. I was able to take the position because everyone gave me a compliment. Huohe leaned back, supporting himself with his hands, looking slack. I know I have a lot of shortcomings, and often I can't pay attention to everyone's emotions, so if you have something bothering you can tell me. Jing hesitated and remained silent. You are actually quite lonely. Jing raised his head suddenly and denied it flatly. How could it be possible? I have a group of reliable companions, respected teachers, and tribesmen who are as close as brothers. How could I be lonely? Haha, are we really as close as brothers? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Huohe laughed and said, I have been the tribe leader for so many years. Don't I know that there are a few people in the tribe who are not sociable? You are one of them. Chief, I actually didn't. You're always like this, you start stuttering when you're nervous. Firecore patted his shoulder. Is it because of your brother? Because he and Madara-sama left the village, and you can't get over it. Jing corrected in a low voice, it's treason. It's not important. Just tell me if it's because of him, right? No matter what, he is my brother. Over the years, every time I think back to that night, I feel extremely painful. Jing said weakly, if it weren't for me, those companions wouldn't have died. Do you think you killed them? Well, I have always felt that I am a sinner. I am the culprit for the killing. So whether it is the village or the clan, I am ashamed to face them. I cannot truly integrate myself into them. Jing felt a little cold, and his body twitched slightly. I am the sinner. Huohe stared at him for a while, his eyes deep. After a while, he suddenly said, if I kill Uchiha Shenyu and let him die in front of you, do you think you can let it go? Chief, you, Jing was startled and said quickly, don't go and die. He is very strong and scary. He is a strong man who is not inferior to the cage level. I haven't seen him for 6 years. Who knows how strong he will be? Huo he waved his hand, I'm just giving an analogy. If he died, would you let it go? Jing took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and he looked at Huo he. Chief, no matter how many sins he has committed, he is still my brother. If one day, I bring him back to the village, and if he must be sentenced to death, I hope to exchange my life for his. I know this is too much, but I also said that if it weren't for me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Huo he looked into his eyes quietly. His eyes were as calm as a lake, and he was rarely silent. Chief, I just hope that you can support me and stand on my side when the time comes. Do you support me to die for him? Huo he looked up at the night sky, the stars were twinkling, and he let out a long sigh. Okay, I understand. I didn't expect Jing's idea to be like this. Jing lowered his head, somewhat uninterested. Patriarch, do you think my idea is naive? Do not. Unexpectedly, Huo he stood up and gave him a hug, saying softly, thank you for your hard work over the years. Jing's mind was blank. While he was still in a daze, Huo he patted his butt and stood up, laughing and said, oh, I was a little sentimental. It's getting colder and colder at night. Let's go back early. Tomorrow's dinner is the highlight. Jing watched him leave, and then looked at the still bustling Konoha village. A smile unconsciously crossed his lips. After opening my heart, the feeling of loneliness in the vast universe was actually diluted a lot. On the second day, the dinner was held as scheduled. Inside the Hokage building. The restaurant was already packed with people at this moment. It had a burgundy ceiling, walls decorated with flowers, and precious carpets. When the lights shone on it, it was filled with gorgeous colors that were between blood and roses. The long table was full of people, it was very lively, and the sumptuous dishes were neatly laid out, emitting rich aromas and steaming hot. Not only the cages of the other 4 major ninja villages, but also their guards were invited to the table. First of all, I really want to thank everyone for coming to Tsunade's 100 Days banquet. If only the 5 great nations could stay like this forever. Senju Hashirama was dressed in white and sat in the main seat. As he spoke, his true feelings were revealed and he actually shed tears. Tobirama, who was sitting in the second seat, covered his face silently and said in a low and serious voice, Brother, you are the strongest shadow, there is no need to do this. But... Hashirama looked at his brother with tears in his eyes, I am so moved. Haha, Master Hashirama is still the same as he was back then, true to his character. The Raikage said in a muffled voice while eating a chicken leg. The Kazekage continued, speaking of which, time is really unforgiving. 6 years have passed, and we have all grown old to varying degrees. Take Kirigakure and Iwagakure for example. The guards who participated in the 5-Cage summit back then have all been promoted to Cage, but the Hokage is still young. Hey, the Wind Shadow is joking. Hojiki stroked his mustache and winked, Lord Hashirama is the god of the ninja realm, how can an old stone from the Hidden Rock village compare to him? Think about yourself before you talk about others. Brainless people are like this. They scold themselves without realizing it. Directly opposite, the second-generation Tsuchikage replied with a muffled voice. Brainless person? Look at yourself, half human, half ghost, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. Huanyu spread his hands and sneered, but this can't be blamed on you. After all, you are all ugly people in the Hidden Rock village. How can anyone look like a normal person? He pointed casually, hey, that shorty over there, if you don't come to the table, I won't be able to see you anymore. Behind Wu, the 2 heavenly beings Onoki stood like a minion, staring at the Kirigakure people with unfriendly eyes, with his hands clasped together. Calm down, Dunaki, we don't need to get mad at stupid asses. Wu glanced at his apprentice. Bandage man, if you dare to curse me again, I'll bury you in the ground. Huanyu stood up suddenly with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. Hey! Tobirama knocked on the table. On this happy day, my brother and I don't want to see blood. Besides, don't forget. He dragged out the words, causing everyone to listen attentively. Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. Chapter 60 It's night, disappear quietly. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Back then, out of some selfish motives, Tobirama did not dispose of Madara's body. Instead, he took advantage of Hashirama's coma and moved it to a secret room in the mountains. But when he finished fighting with Shenyu and dragged his exhausted body to the secret room, he found that Madara's body was just a shadow clone. So, he portrayed Uchiha Madara as a destroyer who hated the world and destroyed peace everywhere, and spread the news to all corners of the world. This also caused the 5 major countries to feel like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they were all on edge, fearing that one day Uchiha Madara's scythe would be swung at their heads. But 6 years have passed, and the so-called Uchiha Madara not only did not appear, but disappeared instead. This made everyone doubt the authenticity of Tobirama's words. Crack, snap, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. At this time, Hashirama clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. A dinner party should be like a dinner party. Let's not talk about these things. He smiled and asked casually, where's Sasuke? And where's the fire core? The banquet has already started, why haven't the leaders of the 2 major clans arrived yet? However, just as he finished his words, a loud bang was heard outside the Hokage building. A blinding light flashed by, and the storm spread far away with the heat, causing the entire building's glass to shake violently. Hashirama stood up instantly, turned his head and looked out the window with a sharp gaze. That direction is exactly the territory of the Sarutobi clan. 10 minutes ago. Outside the Sarutobi clan's territory, Sarutobi Sasuke, who had just finished a day's patrol, stretched himself, gave instructions to his clansmen, then rubbed his sore shoulders and walked towards the Hokage building. You look a little tired, Chief Sasuke. Sasuke looked back and saw Uchiha Fire Core walking slowly up from behind with a friendly smile on his face. I'm old. There's nothing I can do about it. This era will eventually be handed over to young people like you. Sasuke responded with a smile. Fire Core walked alongside him. Why haven't I seen Hiruzen lately? He went to the ape demon's tribe and was preparing to conclude a spiritual contract. I heard from Jing that you are all disciples of Master Tobirama, but your relationship is never harmonious. Oh! Sasuke chuckled, is the Fire Core clan leader here to settle accounts with an old man like me? Huo he waved his hands repeatedly, how could that be? I just wanted to confirm their relationship. From what you said, it seems like it's really not possible. When did you become so concerned about Uchiha Kagami? Sasuke didn't care. When talking to Uchiha, it is best to be careful with your words. Pfft! A light blue blade pierced through his chest. Sasuke was stunned and looked at Uchiha Fire Core in disbelief. I have always cared about him. With a bang, Sarutobi Sasuke turned into a wooden stake. Huo he shook his hands calmly and tilted his head slightly, when did you find out? I noticed it from the beginning. Uchiha Fire Core usually doesn't talk to me. Oh, you are really smart. None of those idiots in the tribe noticed that their leader had been replaced. Sasuke appeared from behind the wall, formed a hand seal and immediately climbed onto the wall, obviously not intending to waste time talking to him. Psychic! Reveal yourself, Ape King! Amidst the billowing white smoke, a gigantic ape leaped out and slammed the ground with both fists. Don't you have any intention of reminiscing about the past with me? How unromantic! Huo he shook his head with pretended regret, and with a flash of his body, he easily avoided the attack of the ape demon. I have nothing to say to you. Sasuke stretched out his hand and the Monkey King swung his body and turned into a Vajra Ruyi staff and fell into his hand. He said viciously, Uchiha Shenyu. Have you been discovered? Haha, there's nothing we can do. Uchiha Fire Core, or Uchiha Shenyu, opened his bright red eyes, then I'll have to finish you off in 20 seconds. Sasuke gathered his strength and raised it high. The huge Vajra Ruyi stick shot straight into the sky, like a meteorite from outer space, smashing down on his head. However, Shenyu did not dodge or evade, and instantly completed the seal, fire style, dragon flame song technique. Flames flashed, and 4 lifelike dragon heads lit up the night, carrying rolling heat waves as they headed straight for the Sarutobi tribe's territory. You! Sasuke's eyes widened. If his stick fell, the fire core on the opposite side would die, but the clan's land would also be blown up by the fire dragon, with casualties everywhere. This style of play is really rogue to the extreme. At the critical moment, he had to put away his stick and go back to help, urging the Ruyi stick to disperse the dragon heads one by one. Chucky! 3 green sword energies came through the air. Sasuke noticed it in advance and raised his stick to block it. Countless sparks suddenly flew out of the Vajra Ruyi stick. However, a shadow flashed behind him, and a figure silently solidified. Autumn dew on leaves was like a jade-green long knife, with a blade as thin as a hair, and it chopped fiercely towards his neck. Ape Demon's hand. At the critical moment, a big hairy hand stretched out from the Vajra Ruyi stick and grabbed the light blade. Ah, it hurts! A cry of pain came from the Ruyi stick, and the ape demon quickly pulled his hand back. Shenyu missed the attack and jumped back immediately, causing a gust of wind on the ground. While in the air, he made hand gestures. Fire escape, fire is extinguished. He took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and exhaled. A huge sea of fire gathered and formed, like a meteorite falling from the sky. The air was instantly heated to thousands of degrees. Before the flames approached, Sarutobi Sasuke's clothes began to burn. Fortunately, the hand of the Monkey King just now bought Sasuke time to react. He stood with the stick, and the diamond stick spun rapidly, bringing up a strong gust of wind, and absorbed all the flames before the sea of fire spread. Sasuke's face was tense and he gritted his teeth. Even though his skin was burned by the flames, he never stopped. As the Vajra Ruyi stick spun faster and faster, a strong wind blew in front of him, and even the divine feathers in the air were bound by the suction and flew rapidly towards the Ruyi stick. King Kong Prison Wall. Sasuke threw out the Vajra Ruyi stick suddenly, and dozens of Ruyi sticks flew out in the scattered white smoke, forming a cage in the air and trapping Shenyu inside. Die! Sasuke formed a fire seal and was about to spit out fire, but the divine feather in the cage suddenly turned into half a wooden stake. What? His feet were swept by a huge force, and Shenyu appeared behind him at some point, and with an unexpected sweeping kick, Sasuke's body was uncontrollably suspended in the air. Spiral pills. A buzzing sound occurred instantly. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth, and blue light gathered in his palm into a high-density spinning chakra ball, pressing it hard on Sasuke's back. The huge spiral force penetrated his body, and under the strong feeling of being pushed back, Sasuke turned into a long straight line and flew out. It's not over yet. I can still fight to the death. He displayed the qualities of a battle-hardened ninja. The moment before being hit by the Raise Nan, he mobilized the Yang release chakra to protect his back. Although his internal organs were still damaged, it was not fatal. He gathered strength in mid-air, and the chakra in his body flowed rapidly, rushing towards a certain acupuncture point. 8 gates. A shadow flashed before his eyes, and the sound of an explosion rang in his ears. Shenyu appeared in front of Sasuke strangely, exhaled, raised his hand, and a sharp sword finger hit his Tanzong point. It's useless. Shenyu still smiled, I knew you could do this. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror, and the chakra that had just surged in his body suddenly dissipated. 6 years ago, you could cut off one of my arms, but today, you don't even have the qualifications to see my true body. Shenyu said softly, "It's night time, disappear quietly." A green light burst out, and autumn dew on leaves pierced out from the fingertips. The dazzling green light was like a sword, piercing straight through Sasuke's body, and even the building behind him was blown to pieces. "Ah, my ankle is sprained. I'm not used to using someone else's body to perform teleportation." Shenyu made a shallow seal, and hundreds of detonating tags buried in the Konoha Academy directly opposite the Sarutobi clan's territory suddenly caught fire, followed by a violent explosion. The teaching building was reduced to ruins in the explosion, thick smoke billowed, buildings collapsed in pieces, and the ground shook violently. Although no casualties were caused, Shenyu felt relieved when he saw Tobirama's hard work collapse. About half a minute later, Shenyu looked back with a smile, and countless figures appeared in his field of vision. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, the shadows of the four major ninja villages, countless Anbu wearing animal-faced masks. This scene is so similar to the one 11 years ago, except that this time, there is no Madara to save him. Chapter 61 Good luck in the next battle. Konoha Village. Atop the ruins, a figure stood proudly, the fire that had not yet burned out shone on him, making the blood-red Sharingan flicker. At his feet, Sarutobi Sasuke was lying limply on the ground, without any breath, and the Inma also turned into white smoke and dissipated due to the death of the master of the summoning contract. Fire Core. Senju Hashirama's face was stern, and his pupils were filled with rage. "Why did you do this?" Shenyu scratched his head in annoyance. "Ah, how should I answer you? You can say it was a spur-of-the-moment action, or you can say it was a long-planned action. Anyway, I just did it when I wanted to." "Brother, he is not Uchiha Fire Core." Tobirama walked closer with a serious expression. "In my impression, although he is from the Uchiha clan, he is humble and easygoing. He always sticks to his word when it comes to Konoha's guidelines and coordinates perfectly every time. This is why Konoha is willing to support him to become the clan leader." But the look in the person's eyes was too weird, too evil, completely different from the gentle and humble Fire Core. "I am Uchiha Kamiya, the blade of Uchiha Madara." Shenyu controlled Huohi's body and introduced himself. "What?" When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The shadows of the four major ninja villages looked at each other, and everyone could see the shock in each other's eyes. The second Tsuchikage looked sharp and was about to step forward, but he discovered that Hojiki Gengetsu, who was beside him just now, had retreated behind everyone in a sneaky manner without him noticing. Hashirama immediately stepped forward, his eyes sharp. "Is Madara still alive?" Shenyu gave a sly smile. "Guess. Am I a child? Still guessing?" Hashirama glared and asked anxiously, "Where is he now? Was he responsible for the Nine Tails incident? Was it Madara's idea that you attacked Konoha without any reason?" "Mr. Hashirama, you have a lot of questions, but fortunately I know them all. The answers to every question are here." Shenyu raised his hand and pointed at his head, "But I refuse to answer." Tobirama stared at Shinyu, or to be more precise, at Uchiha Hiwoku's face, with thoughts racing through his mind. Whether it's visual feedback or chakra detection feedback, the person in front of me must be Uchiha Hotaru himself, but what exactly made him become someone else's puppet? Is it the illusion of the Mangekyō Sharingan? No. No illusion can manipulate a puppet so delicately, even its expression is the same as the real one, so there is only one possibility. One of the forbidden techniques that was taken away by Shenyu 11 years ago, the spiritualization technique. Not only that, the principle of the spirit transformation technique is to separate the spirit from the body, transform it into a spirit body, and possess the enemy. If the spirit power is stronger than the enemy's body can be directly controlled. However, the body still has the soul of the original owner. Under the interference and restraint of the original soul, the caster must constantly fight for the sovereignty of the body. Even if he controls it, it will not be so agile and free. Unless, the spiritualization technique and the Uchiha spiritual power produced some strange reaction, allowing the caster's spirit to have the power to manipulate the target's soul at will. As the deduction went on, Tobirama's brows became more and more furrowed, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Since it is the art of spiritualization. He put his hands behind his back and made a few gestures silently. Around them, several Anbu ninjas from the barrier class immediately understood and quietly left under the cover of night. Okay, that's enough for the reminiscing session. Shenyu clapped his hands. I am here to declare war. I am only representing myself, declaring war on your 5 great nations and 5 shadows at the same time. Hey, how arrogant! The Raikage slowly took off his jacket, revealing his dark and strong muscles. Master Hashirama, let me kill this beast for you. Except for Gui Deng Huanyu, the other shadows are also ready to make a move. Wait. Hashirama raised his hand and pressed it lightly. Since you are declaring war, why don't you use your own body? Isn't that what Madara taught you? Mr. Hashirama, you are not worthy of preaching to me. Shenyu looked around at the heroes and said word by word in a low voice, I wish you good luck in the next battle. Now, the war begins. As soon as he let go, several smoke bombs specially made for the cat house exploded instantly, and a huge amount of white smoke engulfed everyone in an instant. Hashirama's expression condensed and he swung out with one hand. Brother! Tobirama shouted. Wind style, dancing air flow. The second Uchiha made a move, and a whirlwind swept past, blowing away all the white smoke and revealing the situation inside. A huge vine grew from the ruins, tightly binding Uchiha Huohi's body. Dozens of wooden thorns hung above his head, ready to attack, while Huohi closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Is it that easy? The Raikage moved his shoulders somewhat disinterestedly. Is Uchiha Madara's blade this powerful? Don't be careless, this kid is very troublesome. Tobirama warned in a deep voice. The solemnity on his face did not diminish in the slightest. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill voice sounded from behind everyone. Steam danger and violent power. Tobirama looked back in horror, his pupils shrank to the size of needle points. The center of the venue was instantly detonated, and the gushing hot air blew in all directions. The Konoha Academy, which had already been blown into ruins, was directly flattened. This was a steam explosion that condensed most of Huanyu's chakra. The billowing white mist rushed into the sky, and everyone present except Hashirama was blown away. Ghost. Lamp. Phantom. Moon. The second Uchiha's eyes were bloodshot. He noticed something wrong with Huanyu the moment before the steam exploded, and his body flew out subconsciously, but Noki was blown away by the explosion and fell into a coma. He tried his best to keep his body steady in midair and clasped his palms together. Mr. Uchiha! Don't be impulsive, Mr. Mizukage is being controlled. Tobirama shouted hurriedly. However, his cries were insignificant in front of Wu, whose eyes were full of murderous intent. He saw a white light light up in front of Wu, the light twisted, and a well-proportioned translucent cylinder quickly took shape in his hands. Calm down! A huge wooden dragon broke out of the ground and opened its mouth to bite Wu in mid-air. Tisk! Wu snorted coldly and had to interrupt his ninjutsu, lightly avoiding the wooden dragon. While everyone was fighting, Huanyu kept making seals, not only summoning his own big clam, but also the clown clone cooled down and appeared in a hazy mist. At this moment, everyone present lost their sight, as if they were in an abyss and all light had been drained away. Illusion, darkness walking technique. Hashirama wandered in the darkness and easily found Huanyu's true body. It turned out that the Huanyu just now was just a fake body created by a mirage. Uchiha Shenyu, this farce should end. Hashirama quickly formed a seal and pressed one hand on Huanyu's forehead, Quan Ryu Chushao. A character composed entirely of techniques appeared on his palm. This move can suppress the soul, seal chakra, and even suppress the tailed beasts. Huanyu shook his body and his vision immediately became clear again. He stared at the big hand coming towards him and let out a strange cry. His head quickly turned into water, which automatically flowed to both sides, and Hashirama slapped nothing. Huanyu took 2 steps back in shock, then sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, what happened? He looked at his hands. Why did my body suddenly consume so much chakra, water, and oil? Are you back to normal? Hashirama explained, you are controlled by a spirit. This is really tricky. I didn't expect Shenyu's mental power to be so strong. Possessed. Huanyu thought to herself. Let's get rid of your water and oil clones and summoned beasts first. Hashirama said. Huanyu nodded weakly and raised his hands to release the seal. In fact, when he regained his senses, the clown clone had already stopped moving. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dust escaped the art of original realm peeling. The cylinder that was suspended in the air, like a god judging all living things, and that made everyone present tremble with fear, appeared again. It was like a miniature barrier, with no high temperature and no fluctuations on the surface. It just floated quietly in the air, with a strange light in the center. Chapter 62 Brawl. Dust escaped the art of original realm peeling. A beam of light swooped down and illuminated Hashirama and the Hojiki Huanyu behind him in a dazzling white color. The water vapor and thick smoke seemed to be split by a sharp sword, and everything in its path was cleared away in an instant. Buzz! Hashirama's expression changed, and a towering tree quickly popped out from the right half of his body, which not only pushed his body away, but also blocked the phantom moon behind him. The beam of light flashed and pierced through the giant tree without any hindrance, like a hot knife cutting into butter. A large round hole immediately appeared on Huanyu's chest. There was no blood, only evaporated water vapor floating out. Bandaged man. Huanyu's facial features were ferocious and his veins were exposed. The hands that were originally about to release the seal changed accordingly. The clown clone rose from the ground and shot towards Wu in the air. With a swish, the clown's arm turned into a huge blade and chased after the second-generation Utsutsuki. This clone, which is made entirely of water and oil, not only has the ability to fly in the air, but also has an extremely fast movement speed. In terms of physical skills alone, it is enough to be on par with the cage level. In the mind of the second Utsutsuki, in a world of colorful ocean, Shenyu's spirit sneered slightly. The darkness walking technique did deprive him of his perception of light, but he was not seeing the world with his eyes now. Relying on his powerful soul perception, he pulled himself out of Huanyu's mind just before Hashirama arrived and instantly sank into Wu's brows. At this moment, his palms were filled with clear light as he pressed them on Wu's spiritual body. Under the hypnosis of illusion, he was like a player of a VR game. Even if he did not know how to use the unique skills of the controller, he could use illusion to command them to release them. Although the operation is very rigid, the people being manipulated are as obedient as puppets and will decisively execute all his orders. This is different from when he controlled Uchiha Fire Core. That guy's spirit body was completely knocked unconscious by Shenyu and thrown aside. Shenyu then controlled his body in a way similar to possession, temporarily taking over the body instead of his soul. Although this method can adapt to the opponent's body to the greatest extent and be flexible and calm, it cannot display their own secret skills. The two methods of possession each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Hide! He whispered. The view returns to the field, the clown's clone attacks, the second Utsutsuki lightly dodges the attack, and pulls his palms apart again, and a cylinder that is powerful enough to decompose everything appears again. Suddenly, 3 Anbu rushed out, made a circle with their hands at the same time, and aimed at Wu in mid-air. Heart-turning technique. 3 spiritual energies invaded Wu's mind at the same time. Shenyu smiled slightly and immediately locked the positions of the three people's real bodies. Without any hesitation, he immediately withdrew from Wu's mind, and his spirit body shot out like a whistle arrow. After a circle, it instantly pierced through the eyebrows of the three Anbu. The spiritual energy that had invaded Wu's brain collapsed at once, and the three men were bleeding from all 7 orifices, with no one knowing whether they were alive or dead. In terms of lethality alone, the art of mind transformation is as immature as a child in front of the art of spiritualization. If I have to describe the difference between the two, it is like ordinary Kimen magic encountering Feng Kao Kimen. Wu's consciousness returned to normal, but his mind was a little confused, so he did not notice the kunai that was shot into the air. Immediately afterwards, Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared behind Wu, and controlled him with a move of strongman lock, and the two fell from mid-air together. "Brother, please keep an eye on Mr. Mizukage," he shouted hurriedly. He didn't need to say anything more, Hashirama had already taken action to try to trap Hojiki Gengetsu. However, at this moment, a figure with lightning flashing all over his body suddenly attacked from behind Tobirama, hit him hard in the back with an elbow, and knocked him away. Raikage! Feng Yinglido was stunned. Before he could speak, the guard shaman behind him suddenly threw out a scroll. White smoke burst out. With a sound of glah glah, 10 slender puppets in white clothes floated in the air, and their swords flashed cold light. The 10 guards of Jinsong. Lidu turned around immediately. "Shrim, you don't need to take action here." He was stunned. The Chikamatsu Tenjin guards did not help the Hokage. Instead, they circled and rushed into the crowd outside, scattering poison needles and shooting thousands of swords, launching an indiscriminate massacre. "You are also possessed." Lido was horrified and was about to take action to subdue his men, but a flash of lightning appeared in front of his eyes, and a lightning shadow appeared like a thunderbolt in the clouds. The iron fist was wrapped in rolling thunder and came in front of him. On the other side, even without deliberate control, Wu and Huanyu also fought together. The two figures fought and negotiated in mid-air. Dust Dun suddenly appeared, and water cannons fired randomly. The two of them had already started fighting with real anger, and they were determined to fight to the death. Because of the attack just now, Tobirama seemed to think that the Raikage was under control, and he used Flying Thunder God to pierce his face. Hashirama used the wood release to smash the puppets, but it was not convenient for him to burst out his power to suppress everyone. It would be difficult to explain if he hurt anyone, so he was inevitably tied up. The scene quickly turned into chaos. In the rising dust, Shenyu's spirit had already broken away from the battle, and was shooting straight towards the Uzumaki shrine like a meteor in the sky. "Old man, you still hold a grudge?" He sneered and turned his attention away from Tobirama. In fact, he originally wanted to control the first Kazekage, but he sensed that this guy's mental strength was not weak, and could even be compared with Senju Tobirama. So he had to give up possession, as the situation was already chaotic enough anyway. In the perception of the soul, the interior of Konoha village, with the Hokage building as the center, is covered by a barrier for several thousand meters in radius, which is seamless. "Tobirama, Tobirama, you are indeed the smartest one." Shenyu's expression was calm, but I am not unprepared. A day ago, in order to welcome guests, Konoha opened the entrance to the village, and his spirit and the transformed cat Poka sneaked in smoothly. Uchiha Wohi went out for some fresh air after getting drunk, and was attracted by a delicate cat's cry in the bushes. He walked over and parted the grass, and found a pale blue kitten with tiny dots of light all over its body and stripes that kept changing colors, which was magnificent. He recognized Poka's identity and found that it had a small crystal bottle in its mouth. As soon as it got it, it lost consciousness. It was at this time that Shenyu completed the possession. Although Huohi is one of the strongest Uchiha nowadays, he is still weak and incompetent in front of Shenyu's enormous mental power. As for the purpose of sneaking into Konoha and causing these incidents, Shenyu suddenly accelerated, and his spirit dived into the Uzumaki shrine. He ignored the surrounding ninjas, guards, and servants. He passed through layers of ceilings and walls, and finally saw the target. A baby girl who is still in swaddling clothes and whose hair has not yet been shaved off. Tsunade. Shenyu smiled, instantly possessed a maid, moved his shoulders slightly, and then came to the cradle. Chapter 63 Kidnapping Young Tsunade. Whirlpool Shrine. Shenyu walked silently to the cradle and looked at the baby girl in the cradle. The chubby little Tsunade has a faint milky scent on her body. Her skin is soft and tender, her chubby face is as delicate as a baby's, her hair is a beautiful golden color, and her big watery eyes are clear and bright. At this moment, she is sucking her little hands and looking around curiously. The little thing is pretty cute. Shenyu carefully stretched out his arms, picked up Tsunade, supported her little butt with one hand, supported her head with the other, and gently held her in his arms. Tsunade didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, she slowly turned her head and looked at him with her innocent big eyes without blinking. "Aya!" she cried out indistinctly. Shenyu looked at her, and faced with her innocent eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty. "Listen carefully, I just want to kill your second grandfather. It has nothing to do with you. You will understand, right?" "Hey!" Tsunade blinked, a little confused. "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I won't hurt a hair on your head." Shenyu wiped the non-existent sweat off his face and said softly, "I'm going to kidnap you and lure your two grandfathers out. Will you cooperate?" "Not talking? That means you agree. Don't cry or make a fuss later. We will leave the village quietly. Don't cry or scream, and don't shed tears." Shenyu tried his best to make his tone gentle. He walked out while coaxing Tsunade and quickly walked out of the bedroom. "Yuki, why did you bring Princess Tsunade out?" "A woman was walking towards me. Judging from her clothes and temperament, she should be the head maid or something like that." She was furious and scolded him, "Don't you know how dangerous it is outside? A powerful enemy is attacking the village, and the Hokage is fighting a bloody battle. If you don't want to live, do you want to take the princess out to die with you?" Shenyu gave Tsunade away without saying a word. The head maid was stunned, and before her brain could react, she reached out and skillfully picked up Tsunade. The clear and light spirit sank into the maid's brow, completing the exchange in an instant. "Hey? Why am I here?" The maid regained consciousness, her eyes full of confusion, and she had completely lost her previous memory. "Yuki! Hey!" Shenyu walked out holding Tsunade, his expression serious. "Why are you still standing here? A powerful enemy is attacking the village. I just received an order. He is coming for Princess Tsunade, and he has already found Princess Tsunade's location and is rushing here." "Ah!" The maid panicked and covered her mouth. "What should I do? What do you do? Go back to your original position immediately and pretend that Princess Tsunade is still here. Pretend nothing has happened. I will transfer the princess out right now." "Oh, okay." The maid turned around and walked back, flustered. "Hurry up, this is Master Tobirama's order, really." Shenyu kept cursing but didn't stop as he ran out of the ancestral hall. They met a lot of people along the way, but they were all servants of low status. At the moment, Uzumaki Mito was not there. She was comforting the guests in the Hokage building as the hostess. The head maid was the most powerful person in the entire Uzumaki shrine. Although many people cast inquiring glances at him, they all retreated away in dismay at his deliberately stern look. He took 2 steps at a time and soon left the Uzumaki shrine and came to the street. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he also sped up. The head maid was not a regular ninja, but she also had chakra in her body. Under Shiniu's exquisite microcontrol, she could actually burst out with a speed that was not inferior to that of a genin. Of course, this is achieved at the expense of the host's physical strength. For an untrained person, forcing a burst of speed will only cause muscle strain. The price is... This headmaid will probably have to stay in Konoha hospital for several months. On the street, several chunins stared at the maid who was leaping between the tall buildings with her skirts flying like butterflies, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Hokage-sama and Tobirama-sama have already gone to take care of the enemy. A tactless ninja caught up with them. Shenyu muttered trouble and stopped immediately. Little Tsunade in his arms was shaken by the sudden speed. She blinked her confused eyes and burst into tears. The clear crying sound immediately attracted the attention of the Jonin. You have a child with you. The Jonin came over, and when he saw the baby girl, his eyes widened. This is Princess Tsunade. Shenyu quickly withdrew from the headmaid's body, and his spirit flashed and disappeared into the center of the ninja's eyebrows. He was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stepped forward and caught the staggering Tsunade. At the same time, he slashed the headmaid on the back of her neck with a knife, knocking her out. Ouch! Tsunade cried even harder. The little thing, no bigger than a bean, folded its two little fists in front of its chest, opened its little mouth, and sent out a sharp sonic attack at Shenyu. Be good, brother will show you the cat later. Shenyu hurriedly did it, running wildly in a certain direction. Fortunately, after switching to a Jonin host, his movement speed was qualitatively improved. He flew over eaves and walls, jumped over houses and ridges, and soon arrived at his destination. Uchiha Kagami stared blankly at the strange ninja who had rolled over to the Hokage rock, especially after seeing the crying baby girl in the other's arms. He felt a little confused for a moment. This is Princess Tsunade. He recognized the identity of the baby girl and was shocked. Shouldn't she be in the Uzumaki shrine? No time to explain. Shenyu's face was serious, and he thought to himself, I know, soul detection is not something to be underestimated. He held Tsunade in his arms and came to Mirror, handing it to him directly, and Mirror subconsciously reached out to take it. At this moment, Shenyu's spirit shot out from the center of the Jonin's eyebrows and entered his brother's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. In the colorful world, Uchiha Jing looked up in a daze, looking at the person in front of him, with the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. Divine Feather! Call me brother! Shenyu curled his lips, and a huge amount of mental power suddenly surged out from his spiritual body, shaking the entire world. Faced with overwhelming pressure, Jing's soul is like a lone boat on the sea, swaying in the wind and rain and in danger. After 6 years of training, Shenyu's soul has reached an exaggerated strength. This is the result of the continuous interaction between Uchiha's mental power and the spiritualization technique. Even some cage-level strongmen cannot compare with him, let alone this half-baked brother. Shenyu didn't waste any words and just raised his hand. The mirror was a key part of his plan, and he was too lazy to reminisce with his brother. Clear light burst out from the palm of his hand, and the illusion hit instantly, controlling the brother's soul. The host's sea of consciousness was his domain, and here, his illusion was 100% certain to hit. Catch the baby girl, and be gentle, he ordered. In reality, everything that just happened in a moment. Jing looked dull, but still reached out and caught the swaddling clothes steadily. It really surprises me that you have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but this also saves me a lot of trouble. In the sea of consciousness, Shenyu placed his palm on his brother's head and opened his lips slightly. Activate the Flying Thunder God technique, take the baby girl in your arms, and move to the farthest place from Konoha. Uchiha Kagami seemed to have turned into a walking corpse, unconditionally executing every order of Shenyu. As the evening breeze blew, his figure disappeared on the spot. The barrier that covered half of Konoha village could not trap him at all. Chapter 64, Hashirama and Number 039, S. Anger. Thousands of miles away, in the country of Tang, outside a wealthy town. The evening breeze is cool, soothing and relaxing, the leaves are rustling, and the moonlight is shining on the blue stones beside the road, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The light twisted slightly, and a figure quietly appeared beside the blue stone. Whoa whoa! As the figure appeared, the shrill cry of a baby broke the silence. Shenyu controlled Jing's body, holding the howling Tsunade in his arms, and subconsciously looked around. According to Jing's memory, this was the farthest place he had ever been to on a mission. He and his teammates happily took a hot spring bath at that time. He deliberately left his flying thunder god mark on the blue stones so that when he was physically and mentally exhausted, he could immediately rush to take a hot spring bath. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself. In Jing's sea of consciousness, Shenyu's spirit was muttering with a hint of envy in his tone. The soul of the original owner of the body had been thrown aside. His original plan was to let the ninja cat bribed by Poka use the reverse summoning technique to summon Uchiha Kagami to the cat house. Unexpectedly, this younger brother had not been idle for 6 years and actually learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which saved him a lot of trouble. However, we still need to quickly take care of this little thing. Konoha should have already reacted. Earlier, he used the ghost lantern Huanyu to summon the giant clam to create an illusion. This was not for fighting, but to cover up his tracks. In the illusion of a mirage, people inside the scene cannot observe the situation outside, and people outside the scene cannot see the situation inside the scene. What they observe is just the illusion that everything is normal. It is for this reason that Shenyu's kidnapping was able to proceed so smoothly. He stepped into the town. Because it was in the countryside, the town residents did not have that rich nightlife. The only place with lights on was a noisy gambling house. He pushed the door open and walked in. The handsome young man and the crying baby girl soon attracted a lot of strange looks. Fortunately, this is a casino, and everyone is concerned about the outcome of their own gambling game and is busy pushing cards and placing bets, so this kind of attention quickly disappears. Shenyu generously paid for the room and went straight to the second floor with the key. He walked into the bedroom, locked the door, and then placed little Tsunade on the bed. Because it was a rural town, the soundproofing of the casino was not very good, and faint shouting sounds could be heard coming in. Strangely, when Tsunade heard these sounds, she slowly stopped crying. She twisted her body, her 2 little hands struggled out of the swaddling clothes, and her little eyes turned around, as if she was observing or listening. Ah! She waved her arms wildly, and a sweet smile appeared on her chubby little face. Are you happy? That's great. It seems you are trying very hard to cooperate. Thank you. I will kill your second grandfather. Shenyu didn't have time to care about her. He was thankful that she didn't cry or make a fuss. He reached into his arms and took out a smooth and small glass bottle. The bottle is transparent, only half the size of a little finger, and is filled with bright red blood, which emits an intoxicating glow under the light. This was his own blood, which had been secretly placed on Jing's body a long time ago. Crack! He crushed the glass bottle, formed a seal with the blood on his palm, and then slapped the floor. Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Psychic art. White smoke scattered, accompanied by misty blue fog, and Poka walked out leisurely with elegant cat steps. Keep an eye on this girl and don't let her be disturbed by anyone. If there is anyone who is really blind, just kill him directly. He instructed. Poka nodded, don't worry, the money is in place, these are not a problem. By the way. It jumped onto the bed lightly, and its bronze eyes studied Uchiha Jing's face. You 2 brothers look quite similar, except for your eyebrows and eyes. Nonsense, aren't you similar to your brothers? Shenyu glanced at it. Poka laughed, but the smile was a little cold. I would like to confirm, but there is no chance. My mother gave birth to all of us brothers and sisters during the escape, but they died not long after. I only remember that we were in a garbage dump. In order to survive, I ate them all. It licked its paws and said, hee hee, fratricide, I'm too familiar with it. Then take their share and try your best to survive. Shenyu said lightly. Poke was stunned, a trace of surprise flashed across his cat face. He raised his head and stared into Shenyu's eyes, as if looking into his soul. After a while, it laughed, "You kid, are really different from others. Is this the reason why you signed a psychic contract with me? Don't get me wrong, it's really just that you can afford it." Shenyu reminded him again, and then without saying a word, he controlled Jing's body and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. The light was distorted and the space was changing. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in Konoha village and returned to the Hokage rock. "You bastard! Did you do this on purpose?" In front of the Uzumaki shrine, Tobirama grabbed Hojiki Huanyu's collar and his face twitched. "How should I know? I'm possessed. I wasn't the one who cast the illusion." Huanyu tucked his hands into his sleeves, looking innocent. "Besides, everyone here is a shadow, one by one, how could the big clam's illusion be able to fool you?" The second Tsuchikage snorted coldly, "Were you also possessed when you were chasing me and firing your cannon at me? I think you are Uchiha Kamiya's spy. You two have colluded to steal Konoha's little princess. Fuck you, you stupid bandage man, stop spitting blood." Huanyu said anxiously, "How many heads do I have to dare to attack Konoha? What's the point of me stealing someone's little princess? You just want to frame me and kill me with a borrowed knife." At this point, his eyes turned intelligently, "Yes, you have the strongest perception among all the ninjas present. It is impossible for you not to see through the steaming tower of the big clam. Hehe, if you ask me, you are the spy. You too, that's enough." The silent Hashirama suddenly spoke, his voice was low and cold, and his eyes seemed to be swallowed by shadows. The two of them fell silent immediately. Wu looked at the figure's back. Under the overwhelming pressure, he felt himself to be extremely small. Huanyu was frightened to the point of paralysis. Several actors looked at each other, their expressions were not very natural. After all, everyone had bruises on their faces. A minute ago, Hashirama controlled several suddenly crazy cages with his overwhelming strength, and the chaotic situation was also suppressed. But when he returned to the Hokage building, he was told that his granddaughter had been stolen. No matter what his purpose is, attacking a child is unforgivable. Hashirama clenched his fists, his voice cold. Tobirama pondered for a moment and said, "I have already set up a barrier. He is a spirit and cannot perform reverse spiritualism. Without outside help, he will definitely not be able to escape from the village. In other words, he is still here, but he is just hiding." He immediately ordered, "Notify everyone that a powerful enemy is coming. All villagers gather in front of the Hokage building. We will investigate one by one. Then notify the Perception Ninjas and the Hyuga clan to search in all directions. Don't miss any corner. We must find Tsuna." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Mirror. Chapter 65 I Changed My Mind. Mirror. Tobirama looked at his disciple in confusion, and for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible suspicion flashed across his eyes. "Are you looking for me?" Uchiha Mirror opened his hands, his eyes frivolous, "Don't bother, I'll stand here." In an instant, everyone recognized the true identity of the person in front of them, and a feeling of shame of being played with surged in their hearts. Earth-style, Gangli-style hand. The second-generation Tsuchikage immediately formed a seal, and a huge rock hand emerged from the ground and slapped towards Shenyu. Shenyu stood there calmly, without any intention of taking action. Hashirama twisted his foot, and several thick vines emerged from Shenyu's feet, quickly swirling into a wooden shield. With a bang, the huge rock hand was firmly stopped and could not move forward an inch. A breeze suddenly blew, and Shenyu's eyes were calm, only his scattered hair fluttered in the wind. "Tsunade, where is she?" Hashirama asked in a low voice. "Hey? What Tsunade?" Shenyu showed a puzzled expression and pretended to be dumbfounded. Aren't you looking for me? Don't play dumb, I know it was you who kidnapped Tsunade. Hashirama stepped forward. She's just a baby, the feud between us has nothing to do with her. Where did you hide her? I don't understand what you're saying. Shenyu waved his hand, looking nonchalant. I'm just creating chaos, and you guys are blaming me for losing a child. Uchiha Kamiya. Tobirama said angrily, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a special spirit body. I have more than a dozen ways to kill you. I spared your life so that you can tell me where Tsunade is. So you can get angry, old fox. Shenyu seemed to have achieved his goal. He held his forehead and laughed up to the sky, ha 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 ha. There will be a day when you lose your composure like this. Everyone was silent except him who was crazy. In this weird atmosphere, Shenyu's laughter slowed down and he calmed his breathing. I have indeed hidden Tsunade, and she is not in Konoha. Even if you turn the whole village upside down, you will never find her. Unless Shenyu changed the subject. Unless what? Hashirama said anxiously. Brother. I think he is just teasing us. Tobirama's face was terribly gloomy, with murderous intent in his eyes. Wait until I catch him and interrogate his spirit myself, and I will be able to get information. Hashirama reached out to stop him, let him speak. It's very simple. Shenyu stretched out a finger, and everyone was shocked. All the cages except Hashirama took a step back vigilantly, ready for battle. They were all stunned by Shenyu's extremely smooth spiritual transformation technique just now. Therefore, everyone was paying close attention to his every move, and they were extremely alert, not wanting to miss any details. However, he just slowly pointed at Hashirama and asked a confusing question, Hashirama-sama, who is more important, your brother or your granddaughter? Deathly silence. Hashirama's face was shrouded in a shadow, and his huge aura slowly stagnated, suppressing everyone so much that they dared not breathe. Shenyu stated the conditions lightly, I will give you 3 choices. First, commit suicide now. Second, kill your brother next to you. The third one is easier for you. Look back at the shadows behind you and kill any one of them. I promise that as long as you do any one of these, I will return your precious granddaughter to you unharmed. Hashirama stood motionless, his aura heavy, and he stood there like a clay sculpture, while Tobirama looked cold and raised a finger silently. Compared to these two, the shadows of the 4 major ninja villages behind them were much more miserable. The wind shadow had an ugly expression, and the thunder shadow couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although he couldn't see the Tsuchikage's expression, he quietly took a step back. However, Hojiki Genjutsu's expression was more vivid. He looked at Shinyu, then glanced at Hashirama, and then looked at Shinyu again. He looked back and forth like this. The word nervous was written on his face. He was afraid that he would really be killed. This is simply nonsense. Tobirama said coldly, and then looked at Hashirama, what are you planning, brother? Kill me? Kill these cages? Or are you seeking death for this guy's nonsense? This is ridiculous. I told you not to pay attention to him. As he was talking, he inexplicably felt that these words had a sense of déjà vu, and he curled his lips, really, he's the same as that guy Madara. At this time, Hashirama spoke up, are you, testing me? Shenyu tilted his head, looking calm and at ease. Both the first and second points require me to make a choice between the roots and buds of Konoha. As for the third point, it is a complete violation of peace. Even if I have to sacrifice Tsuna, I will not let the hard-earned peace collapse. Hashirama said word by word. So, in order to protect the village and the peace in your eyes, even if your relatives, close friends and companions die for it, you will continue to persevere. Shenyu looked directly into Hashirama's eyes, but isn't the existence of the village to protect relatives, close friends and companions? Master Madara is right. You have put the cart before the horse. I can't stand listening to this anymore. Tobirama walked out of the crowd with a stern expression. Give me a few minutes, and I'll capture his spirit. Wait. Hashirama stopped his brother, looked at Shenyu deeply, and then pulled out a kunai. He sighed, perhaps, this is fate. From the moment I chose to kill Madara, it has been like a demon that has been haunting me, fate. Brother, you are kidding me. Mr. Hashirama. Lord Hokage. Ignoring everyone's consolation, Hashirama resolutely turned the kunai upside down and aimed it at his heart. In this era, there will be new buds sooner or later. Remember, when the time comes for life and death, only by burning the dead and rotten trees like us can new trees thrive. Hashirama looked up at the sky and whispered, may the fire of Konoha never stop. Snapped. There was a sudden burst of applause, and everyone was stunned. They all frowned and looked at Shenyu. As expected of you, the god of ninja. As expected of you, the man Madara-sama recognizes. I understand your awareness. Shenyu smiled calmly, I have changed my mind, Mr. Hashirama, as long as you come with me, I will tell you Tsunade's location. Why? Hashirama was slightly startled. Shenyu responded, because I want to see you in person while you can still burn. Okay. Hashirama nodded in agreement and walked over without any precautions. Brother. Don't agree to him. Tobirama advised, this kid is extremely cunning, you can't trust his words. Haha, when it comes to cunning, who can be better than you, Lord Tobirama? Shenyu's eyes were full of mockery. Except for Lord Hashirama, no one is allowed to follow me, otherwise, don't blame me for being the villain for once. At this moment, his smile was full of ferocity and determination, and no one who saw it would doubt the truth of his words. Chapter 66 If I could get to know him earlier. Hashirama agreed to Shenyu's request and walked to Shenyu's side. Let me remind you that my perception is no weaker than any of yours. If you act rashly, not only will you not hurt me, but you will also harm your sweet granddaughter. Shenyu's eyes slowly swept over Tobirama and the several shadows behind him. If some people are smart enough to follow us, I guarantee that your ninja village will be more lively than Konoha tonight. Damn little brat! Tobirama's teeth were itching with hatred, and his eyes were full of hatred, as if he wanted to eat Shenyu alive. After saying that, Shenyu placed his hand on Hashirama, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. Pass the order down, send someone to the cat house immediately, and let the Uchiha people lead the way. Tobirama called on the Anbu and gave the order with a gloomy face. He tried his best to calm his inner anger, took a few breaths to adjust his facial expression, and then slowly turned around. Everyone, are you interested in going with me to see Shenyu's true body later? This. Huanyu looked embarrassed, we are here to attend the 100 Days banquet. Now that the protagonist is not here, there is no need to hold this banquet. He met Tobirama's stern gaze and shook his head nonchalantly, I just made it very clear that whoever catches up will be retaliated. I am not sure I can stop him. That makes sense. The second Tsuchikage reached a consensus with Huanyu for the first time. His voice was dull but powerful. We from the Hidden Rock Village are here to toast, not to make enemies. Raito stroked his beard and nodded, that makes sense. We in the Sand Village don't want to provoke such a lunatic for no reason. This is your Konoha's family affair, and it is not convenient for me, Kumagakuer, to interfere. The Raikage was silent for a moment and expressed his opinion. You guys. Tobirama looked disappointed, he is Madara's disciple and inherited his crazy ideas. Now that things have come to this, you actually think he won't attack you? Huanyu swung his sleeves and walked towards the main gate of Konoha. I'm sorry, I suddenly had something urgent to do in Kirigakure. I'll leave now. You don't have to see me off. Under his leadership, the Kazekage and the Raikage led their subordinates to leave the scene one after another, and the crowd of onlookers soon became sparse. The second Tsuchikage did not leave Konoha immediately because his disciple was still in the hospital, but he left without saying a word. Soon, only Tobirama was left standing alone in front of the Uzumaki shrine. He stared into the distance, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Thousands of miles away, in Taki country, on the coast of the North Sea. With the continuous flashing of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kamiya and Hashirama quickly arrived at their destination. The Flying Thunder God technique is really useful, but it's a pity, in Jing's sea of consciousness, Shenyu's spirit smacked his lips. He had long tried to torture Jing's soul, intending to take advantage of the situation to extract information about the Flying Thunder God technique, but the old ghost Tobirama had actually placed a ban. Before he could search the soul, Jing's soul was wrapped in ink-like restraints, and all information related to the Flying Thunder God technique was sealed. Not only that, when he possessed several cages in Konoha before, he also tried to torture them for information about steam danger explosion, dust release, and lightning release chakra mode, but they were all blocked by similar methods. It seems that in this era, ninjas have done a lot of work to protect their rights. Hashirama stood on the shore and looked around. Is your true body here? Shenyu smiled slightly, and his spirit immediately withdrew from Uchiha Jing's eyebrows. Jing swayed on the spot, and fell down limply as if he had lost consciousness. Hashirama was quick to help Jing up and let him sit on a rock a little further away. Lord Hashirama. Jing opened his eyes in confusion, looking a little weak. You've consumed too much energy, take a rest. Hashirama said quickly, once you're done, leave here immediately. I. Jing was slightly stunned, and the memories before he lost consciousness suddenly came flooding back like a tide. That was exactly the scene when Shenyu invaded his mind. I'm possessed. Jing was a little flustered. What did he do with my body? It's okay. Hashirama comforted him, you are a kind child. Everything that happened here has nothing to do with you. Get well soon and leave here. However, Jing could no longer listen. In his mind, memories of when Shenyu was controlling him came flooding back. Countless pieces of information spread rapidly, almost bursting his fragile mind. Shenyu did not deliberately block Jing's soul, so everything he did using Jing's body was now completely presented in Jing's mind like a kaleidoscope. Taking advantage of the chaos to steal Tsunade. Ridiculing the 5 cage in public. He mocked Tobirama nonchalantly. Using Tsunade to coerce Hashirama. He used my face and my body to do something so outrageous. Jing knelt weakly on the reef, staring at his trembling hands, his face full of disbelief. His Sharingan opened in response, and tears flowed uncontrollably, as if he had done those unforgivable things himself. Jing almost lost his composure. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I had reacted sooner. If I had understood everything about him sooner. None of this, all of this, wouldn't have happened. No. I can still save it, I can still make up for it, Lord Hashirama, I know where Princess Tsunade is. His eyes lit up, as if a bonfire had been lit in a dry well. Master Hashirama, Princess Tsunade is in a gambling house in the coastal town of Unokuni. We are going to bring her back now. The land of hot springs. Hashirama said solemnly, facing the sea. Then I'll leave this mission to you. Jing was surprised and asked, what about you? Hashirama stared at the choppy sea with a calm look, I have something I must finish. Suddenly, the waves became turbulent, and the sea water, without any wind, slowly formed a huge whirlpool, which became more and more intense until a strong wind suddenly blew up on the sea surface, rolling up a waterspout hundreds of meters high. The waves were so huge that the entire coast was shaking. Hashirama stood quietly on the shore, with moist water vapor blowing towards him and his clothes rustling in the strong wind. He faced the ups and downs of the waves like a lone boat in a storm. Immediately afterwards, a figure leaped out from the center of the whirlpool, and the violent sound waves smashed the waterspout into pieces. Amid the chaotic splashes of water, the man stood high in the air, looking down at Hashirama from above. Shenyu walked in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind, water molecules automatically gathered under his feet to form a transparent staircase, water droplets flowed down his handsome and flawless face, his blood-red eyes were like a vermilion pool under the moon, without any emotion. Hashirama raised his head, and the two stood facing each other, staring at each other calmly. Chapter 67, Pure Destroyer. On the sea, the two stood facing each other. We finally meet, Uchiha Kamiya. Hashirama spoke first, his eyes scrutinizing, are you the disciple that Madara cares about the most? Lord Hashirama is really forgetful. We met 11 years ago. Shenyu smiled. Hashirama sighed, you were so different then than you are now. You were living in an ideal peace, so why did you inherit Madara's will? That's just your ideal. Besides, hasn't Lord Hashirama changed a lot? Shenyu changed the subject and was not brought into the rhythm by Hashirama's words. I have always been protecting precious things, and this has never changed. Hashirama shook his head. Shenyu sneered and said, the peace you speak of may seem peaceful and tranquil, but the truth is, it is just a false peace built on the threat of your absolute military force. Besides, I seriously doubt whether you still have the strength to suppress everything now. Shenyu pressed the knife with his backhand, and Heart of Frost was unsheathed an inch. Iron blue light splashed out, and a cold breath quickly went up along his wrist. Hashirama looked up and said in a low voice, I don't want to kill you. Mr. Hashirama, do you mean that you can kill me at any time? Shenyu said expressionlessly. You. Upon hearing these familiar words, Hashirama's pupils shrank, and a strange emotion spread throughout his body, you and that guy Madara, are too similar. Of course, I am his disciple. Hashirama frowned and tried to give a final word of consolation, Kamiya, why do you have to be like Madara? You, why are you all so extreme? Things haven't reached the point where they can't be undone yet. No, it's irreversible. Shenyu's eyes were cold, and there was a shadow in his lowered eyes, unless you return my brother to me. I'm right here. Jing stood up, with sadness in his eyes, brother, what do you want? Shenyu glanced at him calmly and said, what I want is a pure brother who has not been brainwashed and who doesn't keep saying Konoha is everything all the time. Are you going to follow the same path as Madara? Hashirama was silent for a moment and then said slowly. That's right. Shenyu's voice was clear and his emotions were high. If Lord Hashirama can't kill me today, then I will take crazy revenge on Konoha. Not only Tsunade, but also the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Uchiha, Senju, and that clan will not have an easy time. Lord Madara is the builder of peace, and I, Uchiha Kamiya, am just a pure destroyer. He pounded his chest and shouted, come on, just like you did to Madara-sama back then, kill me with your own hands. There's no other way. Hashirama finally made up his mind. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with resolute murderous intent. Uchiha Kamiya, do you think Madara will mourn for you? With a swish, Shenyu took the lead in attacking, and the Heart of Frost drew a huge blade light in the air. The jade-green light lit up the night sky, and the sea surface was cut in half. Jing's body trembled, and he subconsciously tried to dodge. He felt a great danger from the blade. At this moment, a tall figure stood in front of him. Wood release, tree wall. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and countless thick wooden vines instantly grew out of the ground, forming a 5-meter thick shield that stood in front of the two of them. State. The blade was as thin as a hair and slashed fiercely on the wooden wall, sending wood chips flying everywhere, until it left a deep blade mark and then slowly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shenyu frowned slightly, and his Sharingan changed quietly. The Megatama swirled and connected, spreading and stretching, forming gorgeous and exquisite patterns. Kami, let's go. Leave this to me. Hashirama didn't look back. He stared at the Mangekyō Sharingan with a complicated expression and said, the task of bringing Tsuna back to Konoha is now left to you. Master Hashirama, Let's go, this is not a battle you can interfere in. Jing hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind. He quietly left a flying thunder god seal on the reef. Master Hashirama, please be careful. If possible, please spare his life. Hashirama was stunned and looked back at him. What did you say? Did you know that he killed Sasuke? He killed Hiruzen's father. Jing's body swayed, but a deep determination still flashed in his eyes. I am willing to exchange my life for his. It is me who caused all this today. Hashirama looked at him deeply. The boy's face was full of fatigue, sadness, and deep self-blame. He sighed softly, I will try my best. Yet. Jing nodded heavily and his body disappeared instantly. Finally, I can give it my all. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his sword flashed, and he slashed out hundreds of sword energies in one breath. The green light slashed across the air, and the air was torn apart with a buzzing sound. Hashirama stood still, and as he raised his hands one after another, huge tree roots kept emerging from the ground. He was like a conductor standing on the stage waving his baton, and the trees that rose and fell were his symphony orchestra. Crack, click, click. The sword energy chopped into the bushes like a drop of water in the sea. The broken branches and leaves were scattered like cotton wool, but no sword energy could break through Hashirama's defense. A forest with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared out of thin air along the entire coast. Shenyu was holding a sword in his hand, leaning forward in midair to gather strength, using the water barrier as a pedal, and pushing hard. Buzz! Visible ripples appeared in the air, and a streak of light flashed by. Shenyu turned his body into a sword, piercing through layers of gas explosions and instantly disappeared into the woods. The trees broke and fell, and a huge knife mark was plowed across the entire forest. A stream of green light went straight through the forest, crashing into the rocks 100 meters away with billowing smoke and dust. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Shenyu maintained the posture of thrusting the sword straight forward, but Hashirama put his palms together, firmly fixed the blade, and the tip of the blade was only a few centimeters away from his lips, flashing an intimidating cold light. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth, twisted the hilt of the knife slightly with his right hand, and the blade flashed with a green light. A dazzling blade light burst out from the tip of the sword. Hashirama slapped the blade as if he had foreseen it and avoided the sharp edge. The green light tore through the earth and split the low mountain behind him into two. Taking advantage of the situation, Hashirama turned around and approached Shenyu. His right fist emitted a surging chakra energy, carrying an overwhelming force, and headed straight for Shenyu's chest. Before the fist arrives, the wind suddenly rises. Black gas emerged and spread rapidly like ink on rice paper. In an instant, it turned into an obsidian skeleton, covering Shenyu's entire body. Crack! There was only a moment's pause, and Hashirama's fist directly shattered Suzanu's ribs, like a high-speed train, whistling in the wind, and hit Shenyu's chest hard. The sound was like thunder, and the ground beneath their feet shattered instantly. The fist wind, carrying blue flames, spread out at Shenyu's chest, emptying out the air wave by wave, and the shock wave swept across 100 meters. Shenyu had a smile on his face. Not only did he not retreat, but he also grabbed Hashirama's wrist. Is this super strength? It's nothing more than that. What? Hashirama was shocked. The moment they looked at each other, he saw a bloodthirsty look in the boy's eyes. Shenyu's lower body was as steady as a mountain. He lowered his shoulders, twisted his waist, and suddenly burst out with the tremendous power of a wild beast, throwing the stunned Hashirama far away. Whoosh whoosh! He instantly slashed 12 times in the direction of Hashirama. In the dazzling green light, black energy spread wildly, and the skeleton reappeared. The bony arms and sharp blades grew rapidly. A wisp of black flame burned along the blade and slashed out with the bony arms. The gas explosion surrounded by black flames tore through the sea, chasing the 12 green sword energies through the air. Boom! The water waves surged up into the sky, and the dazzling slashing blows directly blasted Hashirama into the sea. Chapter 68, Shenyu vs. Hashirama. The sea was surging, and looking at Hashirama who was chopped and buried in the sea, Konoha once again used the water barrier as a stepping stone, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he shot into the sea with a whoosh. Wood release wood dragon technique. Boom! The divine feather was knocked out of the sea and thrown into the sky at an even faster speed. A gigantic wooden dragon emerged from the sea, creating white foam in the water. The dragon's body coiled and stretched out, actually floating directly on the sea. Hashirama stood on the dragon's head with his legs apart. He looked up at Shenyu, bowed slightly, and put his palms together like a devout monk chanting. Wood style, scramble dragon technique. The wooden dragon roared, and its head expanded several times. With a gragrous sound, it began to split from the dragon head and quickly turned into 5 identical wooden dragons. Go! Hashirama changed his hand seals and turned his palms upside down. The air was shaking strangely. 5 wooden dragons accelerated together, circling around the divine feather that rushed into the air. 5 pairs of yellow and orange eyes were as bright as golden lamps, drawing dazzling streams of light in the night sky. Come on, that's it! Shenyu stretched out his limbs in the air, looking at the roaring huge wooden dragon coming towards him, a blush of excitement on his face. The kaleidoscope in his left eye was spinning quietly, and the 5 wooden dragons were in full view. The patterns in the shape of magic arrays were glowing, as if to imprint everything into his mind. While the wooden dragon was not close yet, he quickly swung out a dozen swords, green light flashed and slashed, and the seemingly sharp sword energy could only leave a foot-deep mark on the wooden dragon. The knife marks were densely packed, but did not stop the wooden dragon's momentum at all. So that's how it is. His eyes flashed with understanding. In the slow-motion vision of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the green sword energy of autumn dew on leaves was rapidly fading in the cracks on the wooden dragon's body until it disappeared, and the chakra that was like a gurgling stream was also completely absorbed. The next second, 5 giant dragons roared in. The timing was perfect. It was the moment when the divine feather's kinetic energy dropped to 0 and it was freely falling in mid-air, unable to gain any leverage. However, the divine feather suddenly turned into a residual shadow and moved sideways, seeming to ignore the gravity. He stepped on the void, and ripples appeared with every step he took. After a few sideways flashes, he shook off all the dragons and swooped down to kill Hashirama. The divine feather fell straight down, clearing a path with a flying sword. Hashirama dodged it by slightly turning sideways. The heart of frost shone with brilliant green light, brushed past the dragon's head, and smashed into the shore with a whoosh, trembling non-stop. Shenyu's eyes were cold, and he landed on the dragon's head with a bang, and started close combat with Hashirama again. Boom! 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 There was no crisp muffled sound of fists and palms colliding. Every fight between the two was like a muffled thunder. Fist against fist, palm against palm, a completely powerful collision. The energy waves were like waves. Even the dragon head could not withstand the impact and slowly cracked. Hashirama's lower body was quite stable, and he could punch within 3 inches and 7 inches. His hands and feet were wrapped in blazing chakra blue flames, which was the embodiment of his ultimate supernatural power training. Shenyu's boxing style is not that fancy, he uses a very pure tough guy boxing style, with long bridges and big horses, full of impact. A powerful punch came at his chest, but he easily pushed away Hashirama's wrist, and while rushing forward, he swung his left arm and responded with a fierce Monkey King Pai Gua. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect this move to be so swift. Such a fierce attack reminded him of a familiar figure. At this moment, he had no time to defend himself, so he had to raise his foot and kick Shenyu in the lower abdomen. Blue flames flashed from the sole of his foot, forcing the opponent to withdraw his hand and dodge. After all, that's what he did when he faced that person before. However, Shenyu didn't care and completely ignored his actions. He broke through the sound barrier with his palm knife and chopped it hard on the collarbone of Zujian with an unstoppable momentum. With a crisp crack sound, the overwhelming and unstoppable impact force surged in all directions. A moment of ferocity flashed across Hashirama's face, and he was like a lone boat in a storm, being smashed far away by the huge force, smashing 3 huge dragon bodies in succession, and shooting straight into the sea, splashing water hundreds of feet high. On the other hand, after taking a kick from Hashirama with super strength, Shenyu merely took 2 steps back, his face not red and he was not out of breath. He was still standing firmly on the top of the wooden dragon, looking very relaxed. Speaking of which, his physical defense now far exceeds that of his Susanoo, which is simply unbelievable. Hashirama's extraordinary strength could easily shatter his first-level Susanoo, and penetrate the high-density protective water shield on the surface of his body and reach his flesh. However, in front of the terrifying body of the sea god, he couldn't even break the defense, and his strength was dissolved into nothingness before reaching his internal organs. The sea breeze brought Hashirama's deep voice. Wooden release, the birth of the tree world. A hint of green appeared on the sea surface, and then spread and expanded rapidly. Countless trees cut through the sea surface like ancient trees uprooted. In an instant, a lush forest rose from the sea surface, like an island with a radius of several thousand meters. Hashirama was standing on the top of the tallest tree. He also looked unharmed. Kamaya's attack did break his collarbone, but this injury healed completely in just 3 seconds. That's right, Master Hashirama. The divine feather gently brushed across his left eye and fell with the wooden dragon. While you can still burn, you must let me enjoy it to my heart's content. Hashirama raised his head and stared at him, surprise flashing in his eyes. You are different from any opponent I have ever seen. You actually have such strength. Madara, is this the disciple you trained? Shenyu quickly formed seals, clasped his palms together and then slowly opened them. In the distorted air, a ball of dark flame burned. He made a gesture of drawing a bow and arrow, and the black flame transformed into a burning arrow, aiming at Hashirama from a distance. Flame style, Kagutsuki no Michi. Whoosh! The arrow suddenly shrank, pierced through the air, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. We can't let that flame fall to the ground. Hashirama frowned and clapped his hands. Vines intertwined in the sea of trees and he suddenly raised a huge hand formed by countless giant trees and grabbed towards the sky. Wood Styles Kaibutsu, a fire sealing seal. The black arrow hit the palm of his hand, and the air suddenly fluctuated. The expected situation of the wooden palm being pierced did not occur. The huge wooden palm shone brightly, and dense sealing spells lit up in the palm lines. The condensed black arrow suddenly began to disintegrate into pitch-black flowing flames and was quickly swallowed up by the spells. As the wooden palm slowly tightened, the high temperature and flames were completely absorbed and disappeared. Taking advantage of this gap, the divine feather dropped from the sky and smashed into the sea of trees with huge kinetic energy, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. He didn't waste any words. His figure flashed, the air shook, and a milky white sound cone appeared behind him. He easily broke through the sound barrier. The same white sound cone flashed behind Hashirama, their speeds were equally matched, and the two of them collided at the speed of sound. Boom! The air wave swept over 1,000 meters, and the two men fought again. One of them had surging blue chakra flames bursting out of his body, and his every move was full of power. The other one had a body that seemed to be made of divine iron, and was extremely ferocious, like a god or demon descended to the earth, and the entire sea was rolled up with raging waves. Hashirama could break through the barrier of water molecules with one punch, and his strange force could penetrate the flesh directly. However, apart from the dull sound of the impact, he could not receive any feedback, and did not cause any effective damage to Kamiya's body. On the other hand, Shenyu's fists were packed with fierce and domineering power. There was no skill involved, it was pure brute force, which could easily tear Hashirama's muscles and cause internal injuries, but it was of no use given the opponent's abnormal recovery ability. For a moment, the battle fell into a strange stalemate. At this stage, Uchiha Shenyu's character panel. Physical condition, body of Poseidon, invulnerable to swords and guns, immense strength, 60 Mach maximum swimming speed, 30 Mach movement speed, body breathing, ultra-long sight range, extreme water control, chakra ultra-frequency wave detection. Magnetic field sensing, able to sense the magnetic field of the universe in a certain atmosphere, understand the distribution of the magnetic field, and then monitor the distribution and changes of charged particles in space, including but not limited to, long-distance sensing, mind control, and insight into space. Talent, fine control of chakra, the mind moves at will, just like the arm moves the finger, and it is easy to use chakra to simulate the flow of water, and can stack and compress its density, condensing it into substance. Excellent nerve reaction ability and body coordination ability, he could react to Flying Thunder God at the age of 7. In the battle between him and Tobirama in the Valley of the End, he used the magic hollow to adapt to Flying Thunder God, which caused his nerve reaction to be slowed down by a beat, and Tobirama got the rhythm. Bloodline limit, Mangekyō Sharingan, dynamic observation, ninjutsu, physical technique copying, illusion hypnosis. Flame release, with arrows of the earth, flame blade and flame thunder god. Eye techniques, demon hollow, heaven's constant stand, Susanoo, level 3, Dujianara Hatu, Izanagi. Secret technique, autumn dew on leaves, blue sword chi. Forbidden techniques, spiritualization technique, instantaneous travel, hallucination field, soul search copy, soul suppression, soul eradication. Ninjutsu, mastery of fire style, mastery of instant body style, water clone style, and all other 5 elements of ninjutsu. Taijutsu, Uchiha style swordsmanship, Taijutsu taught by Madara, 8 gates of Dunjia, 6th gate of Jing. Illusion, magic puppetry, magic shackle, magic unknown fire, magic mirror world transformation. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 69 Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. On the island on the sea, 2 figures collided fiercely, and the collision of their fists and palms sounded like thunder. The 5th Duman, open. Shenyu's hair suddenly flew up in disarray, and he let out a loud shout, causing the entire sea to explode with layers of waves. His figure rose from the ground, leaving a long tail of scorching flames in the air. He charged in midair and kicked out from a distance. His body rubbed against the air at high speed, burning with scorching flames, and smashed towards Hashirama like a falling meteor. Wow! The air hissed, the sound shook the 9 heavens, the red flames faintly outlined a pair of burning wings, and the sonic boom suddenly shook, spreading the outline of a huge firebird. Chongming! The blazing firelight illuminated Hashirama's solemn face. His eyelids twitched, and an unprecedented solemnity flashed in his eyes. He immediately clasped his palms together. Wood release, ranking technique. The sea of trees beneath his feet was wriggling like water waves. 6 huge shields made of heavy wood, like iron birch, rose up slowly, wrapping the pillars layer by layer, fastening them together like armor, fitting tightly. Shenyu transformed into a double-headed bird, dragging a long stream of flames, piercing through layers of air and instantly smashing into the shield of the pillar. Boom! The shield exploded instantly, the entire island sank slightly, the sea water surged back, and the raging flames mixed with air waves swept across 1,000 meters. A strong wind suddenly arose and fog rose. This kick directly shattered the island. The broken wood was scattered all over the sky with the shock wave, and ripples appeared on the sea surface, which could not calm down for a long time. In the surging sea, two figures shot out at the same time and crashed directly into the coastal cliffs. Shenyu's entire body was red, with veins bulging out. Violent green steam was coming out of his limbs and bones, like a yaksha wearing an eel mask. He grabbed Hashirama with one hand and threw him into the mountains. Snapped! A slender hand grabbed Hashirama's cheek and pressed him against the stone wall, rubbing him wildly. Wherever it passed, the rocks exploded. Shenyu spun around and threw it, gathering his energy into a blade, and added 2 huge slashes, blasting Hashirama into the cliff. Bang bang! Hashirama's body split into 4 pieces, and before it hit the ground, it turned into lifelike wood sculptures, making crisp sounds. Shenyu turned around silently, looked at the figure rushing out from the sea, moved his feet, and instantly collided with the man. Hashirama's face was solemn. He had not expected that Shenyu was so powerful. With only the 5th gate of the 8 gates, he could actually directly shatter his ranking technique. This move of his can even defend against the explosion of the tailed beast ball from the powerful Susanoo. Shenyu's attack was as fast as lightning. Hashirama was clumsy and could not keep up with his speed. All his attacks fell into his eyes. The combination of kaleidoscope-level dynamic vision, extreme speed, and powerful strength brought the pinnacle of physical skills, humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Every punch and kick of Shenyu rubbed against the air and produced a dazzling flame, and the overwhelming force almost shattered his internal organs. Now, he is only supported by the powerful self-healing ability of his immortal body. Would release. Hashirama had a look of astonishment. His clasped palms were forcibly separated by the Yasha-like boy, who then delivered a piercing knee to him, slamming him into the ground. I'm tired of red tape. Gravel was scattered and dust was flying. In Shenyu's eyes, this hard land formed entirely of reefs seemed no different from the water. Would release, violent spear tree. Blood oozed from Hashirama's teeth, and he let out a deep shout. Countless wooden vines and branches instantly grew behind him, and a towering tree rose from the ground, pushing Shenyu away. The divine feather turned around in mid-air, ripples appeared behind it, and it attacked back again. The trees spread out, and what greeted him were hundreds of Hashirama's would-release shadow clones. Shenyu started the killing mode. He was in the 5th domain state and even Hashirama himself could be suppressed, not to mention these clones. The power of his fist gushed out, flames reappeared, and autumn dew on leaves slashed across the sky. Every blow would smash dozens of would-release clones to pieces. He transformed himself into a human-shaped dump truck and repeatedly crushed the pile of clones. Fire release, Flame Thunder God. Shenyu opened his hands, black flames boiled under his feet, and hundreds of flaming spears stabbed out at the same time, piercing through all the clones. In just a few breaths, he eliminated all the would-release clones. ZZ. Shenyu slid on the last wooden sculpture and slowly slid to the side of a divine sword. At this moment, a loud shout from Hashirama was heard behind him. Wooden release, wooden man's technique. The tree roots were dancing wildly, the huge trees were crushing, and a huge wooden man rose from the ground, with a green face and fangs, and a wooden dragon wrapped around his shoulder. Hashirama's real body was standing on the top of the wooden man, coming with a menacing momentum. Shenyu seemed unaware, and he just pulled out the frost heart and then turned around slowly. The night was like a curtain, the waves were roaring, the young man spread his legs, his trousers fluttering in the sea breeze, he was facing the huge wooden man and the god of ninja world above the wooden man's head, with an unsheathed divine sword in his hand. Without saying anything, he moved his feet, and his body rushed out like a sharp arrow, and the red light of the Mangekyō Sharingan was quickly pulled into 2 long shadows. The wooden man swung his fist violently, like a furious King Kong, and his huge fist pierced through the air and collided fiercely with Shenyu's chi explosion. At this moment, Shenyu exerted his speed to the extreme, leaving after images in all directions. Countless identical figures attacked the wooden man's head at the same time, and sharp green light continued. The wooden man roared and swords flew. The place where the two men fought seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. The giant's punch could directly smash the earth, and the occasional flash of sword energy could easily cut through the cliff. Boom boom boom! Rocks and mountains exploded continuously, and the aftermath alone was enough to seriously injure an ordinary cage-level warrior. Suddenly, black gas swirled with a roar, and a skeleton took shape instantly. The inky airflow was like a dancing cloak. Shenyu opened Susanoo to the third level in one breath, and blood suddenly gushed out of his eyes. Crotengu Susanoo is short and fat, and is considered a giant compared to ordinary people, but in front of the wooden man who is nearly 200 meters tall, he seems insignificant. But it waved its hand, and black streams of light gathered in its palm, instantly transforming into a domineering spear. The gun body is straight and as dark as the abyss. Ancient and solemn golden lines are wrapped around the gun body and extend to the tip of the gun. Divine Weapon, Dujian Huangbatu. Shenyu did not stand in the Susanoo, but jumped out of the black fog, and his third-level Susanoo attacked the wooden man from the left and right. The spear swept across with great force, hitting the wooden man's knee. Kamiya took advantage of the moment when the wooden man was shaking and attacked. The Kagutsuki arrow narrowly missed Hashirama's right cheek and shot into the sky. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, and the wooden man immediately twisted his body and swung his fist, which came down with overwhelming momentum. Susanoo held the spears horizontally in all four hands, taking a defensive stance. Boom! The violent air waves spread out in a circular shape, and with a deafening roar, the earth suddenly shook and collapsed. Shenyu stood in the storm, his hair did not move, but he frowned slightly. It was just one punch, and Dojian Huangba2 was not damaged at all, but his third-level Susanoo arm had already developed spider web-like cracks. Chapter 70, Armed with Gold. Shenyu used the third-level Susanoo to contain the wooden man's attack, and he was also looking for an opportunity to attack Hashirama with one move after another. The wooden man was extremely ferocious, and with his pair of powerful fists, he suppressed the black Susanoo and forced it to retreat again and again. The armor of Crotengu was torn into pieces, but fortunately, relying on the power of the divine weapon, he could still hold on for a few more attacks. When there was no way to avoid it, Shenyu took the opportunity to attack. The sword flashed and restrained Hashirama while also slightly alleviating the danger of Susanoo. As the battle time continued to increase, blood gushed out of Shenyu's left eye, and bloodstains had already covered the side of his face. The adaptation process of Mako Luo has been ongoing. Swipe! The two huge sword energies were easily crushed by the wooden man, and Hashirama found a flaw in Shenyu and punched him into the mountain. As he flew backwards, his kaleidoscope patterns finally made their final rotation. Wood release, adaptation, completed. A hint of joy flashed across Shenyu's face, and then he smashed through the cliff, leaving a 100-meter-long mark on the ground before he stopped. He stood up quickly, feeling the changes in himself. Wood style. There are three types of chakra attributes that make up it, namely, water style, earth style, and the most critical, yang style. Water brings moisture, earth brings nourishment, and yang brings life. It is with the blessing of Hashirama Senju's sage body and huge amount of chakra that his wood release is so powerful. This also explains why, even though Yamato in the original time and space had Hashirama's cells and could perform wood release, his achievements were far inferior to Hashirama's. The issue of chakra is only one aspect. The most crucial thing is the pure and vigorous vitality. When Yamato, who was carrying Hashirama's cells, met White Zetsu, the product of the sacred tree, his chakra and yang-style chakra were replenished, and his wood-style ability was able to slightly show the charm of the first generation. But the low-profile version is still a low-profile version, and it is still far inferior to the current Hashirama. All of Hashirama's wood-release ninjutsu can continuously absorb the enemy's chakra in battle to strengthen himself, which is almost catching up with the legendary sacred tree. Shenyu's autumn dew on leaves was restrained by this move, so it was constrained everywhere and could not be effective. In this regard, the optimization solution given by Mako Luo is greatly enhanced Shenyu's ability to finely manipulate chakra, raising it to an abnormal level, and providing him with a very special method of manipulation. With great precision, the chakra particles are reconstructed from a microscopic perspective, the chakra density is modified according to the atomic arrangement of metals, the chakra is compressed again and condensed again, thus giving it the attribute of gold. The essence of wood is inherent, and it has the characteristics of growth, softness, the ability to bend and stretch, and comfort and ease. Gold is heavy in texture and is often used for killing. It has the properties of sedimentation, austerity, and convergence, representing the kinetic energy of accumulation. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained. Only the sharp and killing metal can restrain the crooked and flexible wood. Shenyu was very surprised that Magic Luo actually used the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint to analyze wood release. This was something he had not expected. Without further ado, he raised his hand and grabbed in the air. With a flash of light, autumn dew on leaves turned into a jade-green long sword and appeared in his hand. Gathering gold, rebuilding and reshaping. Following the special feeling, Shenyu's mind moved, and under his operation of rebuilding chakra, autumn dew on leaves is undergoing an earth-shaking transformation. The long sword shrank hundreds of times in an instant, not even as big as the tip of his finger. However, in Shenyu's keen vision, the interior of this mini long sword was completely different from the original one. Apart from being smaller, its appearance is still a transparent jade-green color, but it exudes a strong metallic luster from the inside out. The chakra inside is still flowing like a stream, but the arrangement of the chakra is tight and stable, tightly connected according to the structure of metal atoms, and the overall density is enhanced by nearly 1,000 times. The ground was shaking violently. Hashirama's wooden man was running wildly with the black Susanoo by the neck, about to crush it into pieces. Shenyu didn't have time to observe it carefully. His right pupil turned slightly, and he moved 1,000 meters in an instant, returning to the position before he was knocked away. He injected chakra into the mini knife in his right hand, and his whole body suddenly shook. The autumn dew on the leaves was like a bottomless black hole, madly devouring his chakra. In just 1 second, the long sword, which was shining with sharp light and looked like an emerald crystal, returned to its original size. Autumn dew on the leaves, gold armor. Shenyu swung his sword at the wooden man. A heavy, solid, and extremely sharp sword light flashed through the air, leaving a dark green mark. There was a crack sound, as if paper was being cut. Hashirama looked back in horror and saw one of the wooden man's arms falling to the ground. The cut was neat and smooth like a mirror. "What's this?" In addition to being horrified, Hashirama also responded quickly. His hand seals changed, and the wooden dragon roared and rushed towards Shenyu, while the wooden man under his feet bent his knees and jumped up, and a fierce war trample went straight to Susanoo's forehead. Shenyu swung his sword, the slender blade light flashed, and the huge wooden dragon stopped abruptly. As the sea breeze blew, the wooden dragon split into 2 pieces and fell to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, Shenyu's right eye turned slightly like a gear. Silently, the mountain-sized Susanoo disappeared out of thin air and mysteriously reappeared behind the wooden man, with the tip of the spear flashing with a cold light, and it reached the back of Hashirama. Shenyu took the opportunity to activate the Heaven's Eternal Standing backtracking state, and the magical weapon Autumn Dew on Leaves had dissipated. Although this move containing the solemn and murderous force of gold was powerful, the consumption was really terrifying. With his current chakra level, he can only swing twice, and then he must immediately backtrack or he will fall into a period of weakness. Reconstructing chakra also requires a considerable amount of mental energy. With a crisp bang, the spear was thrown out violently. The white sonic cone swung out from the tail of the spear. A black and golden light flashed by and instantly nailed to the back of the wooden man's head. At this moment, blazing flames surrounded Shenyu's body and rose into the night sky. The flames exploded in the sky, as if a pair of wings were spread there. He turned into a stream of light and killed him. Chongming reappeared. Wow! He kicked the tail of the gun, and the terrifying kinetic energy was transferred along the gun body to the tip of the gun, and with a click it pierced through the wooden man's head. However, Hashirama himself was not hit by the spear tip. At the last moment, he once again used the wood release, violent spear technique, and his right arm turned into a giant tree, pushing himself away. The wooden man swung his fist and attacked. Even though his head was still pierced with the Dojian Huang Ba2, it still did not lose its ability to move. A smile flashed across Shenyu's lips, and he lightly raised his sword finger. In an instant, the Dojian Huang Ba2 made a loud humming sound, the golden pattern on the gun body shone brightly, the magic circle was activated, and the gravity within a radius of hundreds of meters was pushed up to 50 times. Hashirama looked stunned, and for a moment, he felt that he was disconnected from his surroundings. A huge and irresistible suction force came from the ground, and he was pressed directly on the top of the wooden man, with one knee on the ground, unable to move at all. His facial features were distorted, and he felt that every inch of flesh and blood, every bone in his body had become his enemy, and were madly trying to break free from the constraints of his body and rush into the bottomless abyss. This is... Hashirama tried his best to raise his head. His spine made a crunching sound as he could not bear the heavy load. He was bearing an unimaginable force. Power beyond intelligence. Crack, click, click. The wooden man's movements stopped immediately, his knees broke, and his huge body tilted and collapsed. It's the power of that gun. As long as it leaves a certain range, it can get rid of this weird gravity. A hint of determination flashed in Hashirama's eyes. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, rich natural energy gathered in every cell of his body like a whale drinking. When he opened his eyes, his face was covered with crisscrossing facial lines. Sage Mode, activated in seconds. Chapter 71. Doesn't he have any limits? Ah 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 ah! Hashirama shouted loudly, and he entered the Sage Mode. He was completely different from before. With the blessing of Sage Chakra, his body had surpassed the limits of living things. His aura suddenly changed, and a mighty pressure swept in all directions. He actually stood up slowly despite 50 times the gravity. The next second, the air twisted slightly, and Shenyu appeared behind him like a ghost. The blade blended into the wind and slashed towards Hashirama's neck. Laugh! Hashirama flexibly moved sideways, and the sword energy shining with a strong metallic luster flashed and cut off half of the wooden man's head. Boom! While turning sideways, Hashirama spun around with his left foot as the axis and hit Shenyu's chest with a clean spinning kick. A surge of strange power suddenly erupted, and the speed at which the divine feather flew backwards directly broke through the sound barrier, like a speeding cannonball, smashing through 3 mountains in succession. Hashirama bent down and held the Dojian Huang Bato with both hands, like a king carrying a tripod. With a deep shout, the surging chakra flames ignited his whole body. His feet stomped into the wooden man's head with a click, click sound. He actually lifted up the huge gun and threw it into the distance with a boom. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the wooden man with only half a head left regained his ability to move. He punched out and shattered the black Susanoo that had recondensed the artifact. Hashirama was breathing heavily. The natural energy enhanced his physical fitness dozens of times. His strength, speed, defense, and recovery ability all made a qualitative leap. However, in return, his vitality was rapidly consumed. As he said before, now he is really using his broken body to ignite a fire, and his life, which originally had a few years left, is about to run out. Even so, I will light up a bright future for the children. He couldn't help but recall Shenyu's crazy expression before the war, and a certain emotion in his eyes became more firm. Whether it's Madara or you, as long as you are the enemy of the village, I will bury you with my own hands. Senjutsu would release the advent of the flower tree world. Countless thick tree roots cut through the ground, and the sound of gragra continued. One after another, sturdy giant trees rose and fell and spread, like the rising tide, with rolling waves. As soon as the divine feather broke through the mountain, it was submerged by countless giant vines. In just a few breaths, a dense forest rose up within a radius of 6 kilometers. The ground shook violently, and as huge flowers bloomed, the rich yellow pollen spread rapidly with the whistling sea breeze, covering the entire coast in a blink of an eye. This is the birth of the flower tree world combined with fairy arts. The toxicity of the pollen is even stronger. Ordinary people will faint instantly if they inhale a tiny amount. Even the tailed beasts can be knocked down within 3 breaths. A dark green light flashed across the night sky, and the forest within a radius of several hundred meters fell down like wheat being harvested. A figure flew out from the smoke and dust mixed with pollen, and stood lightly on the treetops. Hashirama was slightly stunned. Not only was Konoha fine, he took a deep breath in the poisonous smoke. Whoosh! Shenyu blew out a light yellow smoke ring, floating in the air, shrouded in clouds and mist. Is this the birth of the flower and tree world? He was a little excited, and 2 blushes appeared on his pretty cheeks. It's really exciting. The air seemed to be still, and for a moment Hashirama was a little dumbfounded. What kind of damn physical fitness is this? This kid, no, where did Madara dig up this unfortunate thing? In fact, Shenya's cells can control the process of gas passing through the cell membrane, which is directly controlled by subjective consciousness and only absorbs oxygen. This is the same whether it is oral and nasal breathing or body breathing. So if he wanted, he could completely ignore the pollen. He jumped up from the spot, and the ground exploded instantly. Hashirama only saw a black shadow shooting straight into the night sky, creating ripples. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky. Hashirama turned around abruptly, and the red flames lit up his eyes. The air was vibrating, and it seemed that even his brain was trembling. The red wings are swept back, and the firebird reappears. Doesn't he have any limits? Hashirama's face was solemn. This move was enough to destroy the physical technique secrets of the ranking technique. He had seen it 3 times. But he did not retreat at all. The wooden man roared, lowered his shoulders and gathered strength. The rich fairy chakra filled his whole body, like an indestructible Vajra, and raised his fist to meet the attack. Shenyu! The firebird fell like a meteorite from outer space. There was a flash of light, and then a huge explosion resounded throughout the world. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, waves were emptied, and a powerful shock wave swept for thousands of meters. Whole tracts of forests were destroyed in the storm. On the reef a little further away, a figure appeared out of nowhere. As soon as Uchiha Jing appeared, his attention was attracted by the earth-shaking battle. He stared blankly at the huge wooden man in the distance and the 2 figures fighting fiercely above the wooden man's head. He could hardly believe his eyes. Brother, has he become this powerful? He was shocked and muttered, that's Hashirama-sama's sage mode. A few minutes ago, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to a coastal town in the Kingdom of Hot Springs. Following the memory in his mind, he found a gambling house with ease, went straight to the 2nd floor, and saw the baby Tsunade in the cradle, and a dark blue cat. Why did you come at this time? Your overtime. Overtime also costs money. I must extort money from this guy later. Poke glanced at him, muttered, and disappeared into blue mist. Jing did not dare to hesitate and immediately teleport back to Konoha village with Princess Tsunade in his arms. When Tobirama saw him return, he was as if facing a formidable enemy. The murderous intent emanating from him made Jing stunned. It was not until he explained the whole thing that Tobirama confirmed his identity through perception, and only then did he feel relieved. He immediately arranged for people to heavily protect Tsunade, and then confirmed the situation of Hashirama and Kamiya through him. Jing, I should have taught you to keep the habit of leaving the Flying Thunder God mark at all times, right?
Yes, sir.
Then, Tobirama said, leaving his Flying Thunder God mark on Kagami's body, take me to the battlefield. With a loud boom, a wave of air rolled out, bringing Jing's thoughts back to reality. Hashirama in Sage mode is surrounded by chakra flames. His incredible strength, which is enough to break mountains and split rocks, becomes even more powerful with the blessing of Sage Chakra. Shenyu still maintained the state of fifth Duman, with green steam spreading and rising. Every strike rubbed against the air and produced a dazzling flame that was unstoppable. Even Hashirama could only dodge the occasional flash of dark green sword energy and did not dare to take it head-on. Two streams of light, one blue and one green, fought back and forth, with fists hitting each other. The sound of the collision was like thunder, which was terrifying. Suddenly, Shenyu, who was in the battle, raised his eyes suddenly, and a fierce light flashed in his pupils. He ignored Hashirama in front of him and let the opponent's fist hang on his face. He swung his right hand, and accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, Frost's heart disappeared without a trace. Jing's hair stood on end, and a chill rushed from his heels to the top of his head. An ordinary ninja might not be able to see clearly what was happening, but in the vision of the Sharingan, a slender divine sword was piercing through the sound waves, breaking through the air like a thunderbolt from heaven. He subconsciously wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to jump away, but the space behind him suddenly shook, and a familiar white-haired figure quietly appeared. Chapter 72, I and number 039, am paying you back for you on behalf of Madara-sama. Not good. Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted in horror, "Teacher, go away." It was all too late. The sword that was foreseen pierced through his chest the moment Tobirama appeared. Pfft! The intense pain made Tobirama's eyes widen in an instant, with bloodshot pupils. With a complex expression of astonishment and pain, he was led forward by the long sword, breaking through several reefs in succession, and was nailed to the cliff with a bang. In the field, after Hashirama knocked Kamiya away with one punch, he obviously noticed the situation in the distance. Tobirama. His heart twitched slightly, but reason told him that he must not look back and must not be distracted. After activating the Sage mode, he could not only rely on the perception of the Sage mode to deal with attacks, but he could also use the natural energy around him to fight, and he was able to fight this monster quite well. But this is not what he wants. Shenyu has completely fallen into darkness. If I continue to fight, I will most likely lose. If we let him go, who knows how many people will end up like Tobirama in the future. He made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief. Give it a try. Hashirama clasped his hands together as usual, like a monk in meditation, but the chilling murderous intent in his eyes made him look like a Shura who was about to destroy the world. Immortal technique, would release true thousands of hands. The majestic aura surged like a tsunami. Under Hashirama's feet, rays of white light pierced the earth. Giant trees collapsed, waves roared, and dust rose all over the sky. Along with Hashirama's roar, a gigantic Buddha 1,000 meters high rose from the ground. Countless wooden hands are densely embedded behind the wooden Buddha, stretching as far as the eye can see, heavy and solid, with a strong sense of oppression. Under the moonlight, the Buddha's figure shrouds the night sky, and the huge shadow directly covers the entire coast. Facing the huge and boundless 1,000-armed wooden Buddha, Shenyu raised his head high and saw clearly the figure standing on the Buddha's head with the moonlight above his head, like a god. Master Madara, is this what you faced back then? He smiled and shook his head. No, what you faced back then must have been stronger than this. Whatever, this is exactly what I wanted. He crossed his hands in a gesture of gathering strength, surging chakra flowed through the meridians in his body, his black hair moved without wind, and the surrounding gravel floated and sank with his breathing. It was a huge force rising. This was clearly just a very simple movement, but the moment it was performed, the space within a radius of several hundred feet froze, the sea breeze, waves, swaying branches, and leaves, everything became slow. An invisible force from his body spread in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. The deep night sky was filled with dark clouds, making Jing in the distance hold his breath. He was trying to get closer to Tobirama. Jing had to pause and cast a frightened look at Shenyu. 8 gates of ninjutsu, 6th gate of Jing, open. Shenyu stretched out his arms and roared. The thick green gas exploded like a bomb, causing the mountains to roar and the sea to tsunami. The terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky, tearing the dark clouds into pieces. From a distance, it looked like a huge green lotus was blooming there. Shenyu leaped into the air. At this moment, there were no water molecules condensed under his feet. He truly stood in the air, standing on the void. After being promoted to the body of the sea god, the progress of his practice of the 8 gates of ninjutsu became extremely slow. The meridians that were once easily opened were now as solid as a rock. He had to put in 1,000 times more effort than an ordinary person to push open this forbidden door. Of course, the benefits are worth it. The reason is that the strength of his current 6th gate of scenery has already surpassed that of Might Guy who opened the 8th gate of death in the original time and space. Become a Buddha on top. Hashirama roared, and the 1,000-armed wooden Buddha under his feet lowered his eyes with compassion, determined to subdue the demon in front of him. Endless giant palms surged in, covering the sky and the moon, unstoppable, and seemed to crush everything. The mere wind from their palms was enough to cause a strong gale and crack rocks. Shenyu threw a punch quickly, and the sonic boom sounded like thunder. The huge air cannon rushed out and instantly shattered several giant wooden Buddha palms. The speed of this attack was incredibly fast, and the power was far beyond Chongming. He did not stop punching, leaving after images in a whirlwind rising from the ground. His fists were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. One after another, powerful air cannons were like machine guns, facing the endless palms. Evening Elephant, 81 consecutive rapid attacks. Shenyu roared towards the sky, his black hair dancing wildly, like a god or demon. In just 3 breaths, he completed a total of 81 consecutive attacks. The light exploded and wood fragments flew everywhere. However, Mu Buddha's attack was like a surging river, with one wave after another, and countless huge palms submerged Shenyu's figure again. The divine feather stepped on the air and shot towards the huge Buddha in vain, just like the beautiful young man Icarus in Greek mythology, opening his arms without hesitation, facing the rain of fire in the darkness, as if to embrace the non-existent sun, intoxicated by its flames, and not afraid of falling due to the high temperature burning his wings. Boom boom boom! The sky and earth lost their color, a deafening roar resounded through the clouds, the ground was cracked, and a circular storm expanded thousands of feet with the wooden Buddha as its center. The storm was unstoppable. Uchiha Kagami in the distance was like a leaf rising and falling in the wind. He was blown directly to Tobirama and hit the reef. Hashirama was breathing heavily. He had no idea how much strength he had left. All his attention was focused on the dust that was gradually dissipating. Da-da-da! Light footsteps were heard in the thick smoke, and a slender figure slowly emerged. Is this the magic? You are worthy of being called the God of Ninja. In the past 6 years, this is the first time that someone has hurt me so badly. Shenyu smiled calmly and had already withdrawn from the state of 6th Jingmen. His injuries were not serious, he just looked a little embarrassed. His clothes were torn and tattered, his black hair was disheveled, there was no trace of blood on his body, and his left arm was bent irregularly. His face was bruised and swollen, but his eyes were still as bright as usual. Before he could recover his state, a shadow suddenly covered his head, a strong wind howled, and a huge torii gate slammed him to the ground. Immortal Method Ming Shen Gate. Bang! 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 5 dark red torii gates fell from the sky one after another, smashing the divine feather into the dust. This is all I can do. Hashirama looked dazed, his body swaying, and he fell from the wooden Buddha with a thump. He struggled to get up and looked at Shenyu, who was firmly suppressed by the Ming Shen sect. The awe in his eyes eased a little, like a melting iceberg. Tobirama said that the battle must not stop for a moment, and there should be no time for him to catch his breath. The Ming Shen gate can seal chakra and suppress all life forms, so he can't use pupil techniques. Somehow, his heart suddenly felt empty, and he looked up at the night sky with a lost look. Ban, I will protect my village until the last moment. Bah! Hashirama's pupils shrank, and he lowered his head in astonishment, looking at the emerald green blade that pierced his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked up tremblingly, and the figure under the torii was turning into a pool of clear water and sinking into the earth. I am returning this blow to you on behalf of Lord Madara. Shenyu said softly. Chapter 73. Actually, I have learned. I'm a ninja too, and this is how ninjas fight. Behind Hashirama, Shenyu slowly drew out the light blade, and his limbs were normal, with no trace of the embarrassed look just now. With the next knife, he aimed at the neck. My fellow countrymen in Konohagakure are all part of me. The people in the village believe in me, and I believe in everyone too. What? Shenyu frowned, not hearing clearly what Hashirama said. I will place my dreams in the distant future, and you. Hashirama said weakly, go to hell and repent. He shouted loudly, squeezed out the last bit of strength from his whole body, turned around with all his strength, and punched Shenyu in the chest. This punch condensed the entire will of the god of ninja and gathered all the fairy chakra. It was the last swan song of his life. The enormous force actually broke through the defense of the body of the sea god, and the force penetrated the bones directly, causing Shenyu's internal organs to shift. Shenyu coughed up blood and flew backwards, turning into a straight line, and this direction was exactly the direction where Jing was at the moment. He just ran to Tobirama and pulled out the frost heart. 1,000 meters away passed in a flash. Jing only felt a flash before his eyes, and a person flew in front of him. Pfft! Jing stared blankly at the face so close to him, a strange and disheveled face, and for a moment he was at a loss. It was not until he felt a touch of warmth flowing through his wrists that he saw his trembling hands and the knife that pierced his brother's heart. Thank you for your hard work over the years, brother. Shenyu rested his head weakly on Jing's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Familiar words, familiar tone, familiar warmth, brought his thoughts back to yesterday. On the Hokage Rock, in a corner where no one cared, there was a person who talked to him, watched the stars with him, and looked out at the prosperous Konoha with him. It was the first time in all these years that he felt not so lonely. So, it's you. Jing took several steps back, looking in horror at his brother who was lying on the ground, his breath gone. His facial features twisted little by little, and his expression became increasingly crazy. In the distance, Hashirama looked at Kamaya's body and could no longer hold on. The facial lines representing the sage mode slowly disappeared, like a setting sun. He fell back limply and closed his eyes tiredly. Jing couldn't believe what he saw and stepped back uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to escape from it all, until he had nowhere to retreat and his back hit the rock. No, 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 I killed my brother. He looked at his blood-stained hands, and his eyes were dark red as blood and tears blurred his vision. Jing, chop off his head and gouge out his eyes. In the distance, the weak Tobirama suddenly spoke. Jing, who was about to collapse, suddenly froze. What did he hear? The teacher whom I always respected the most not only watched me kill my brother with my own eyes, but also made me torture his corpse? Hurry up! Tobirama covered his chest, where blood was gushing out. His voice was weak but urgent. Hurry up! Jing looked blankly at his teacher, then at his brother, hesitant and at a loss. Want to take action? Why? He didn't even know why he left the village that year. I still don't understand what exactly is the will of Madara that he is upholding. I still don't know why he wants to be the enemy of Konoha. I wonder what he has been through these years? Is he living a good life? What I don't understand even more is, why he lets me go time and time again. It turns out, I don't know him at all. He clearly knows nothing, yet he shamelessly stands in the sun to judge others, to judge his own brother. It's so ugly. If I had talked to him earlier and understood everything about him earlier, perhaps the ending would not be so tragic. Until finally, he killed him with his own hands. He is so powerful that he can even face Lord Hashirama without any problem. Why did he die in my hands? Why? Why should I kill him? I am the one who has no right to do it. The extreme coldness swept in all directions, and the bone-chilling chakra burst out. In the eyes of Tobirama's disbelief, Jing opened a pair of blood-red eyes. As bloodshot covered the pupils, the tails of the three Megatama gradually lengthened and connected together. The inky patterns expanded outward and finally took shape, like a slender clover. Mangekyō Sharingan. Tobirama opened his mouth wide, losing his composure for the first time in his life. Something beyond his understanding had happened. His face was as pale as lime, and it was unclear whether it was because of pain or fear. Suddenly, Jing trembled, and a moment of surprise flashed across his face, and then he returned to normal. All emotions left his eyes, leaving only a calm heart like still water. Tobirama's throat rolled and he opened his mouth, but before he could ask anything, he saw Jing shoot a kunai at him. You! With the breeze, a huge hand gesture appeared out of nowhere as fast as lightning, and two fingers stretched out from afar, reaching in front of the eyes of the newly born kaleidoscope Rinnegan. Brush! Kagami disappeared out of thin air and appeared next to Tobirama, catching the kunai with one hand and resting the other on Tobirama's shoulder. Shenyu missed his move and looked at his brother in surprise. His left eye had turned a sinister white. And his body had already turned into crystal light and dissipated, like bubbles disintegrating in the sun, leaving no trace. Why? Puzzlement flashed in Jing's eyes, and the blood and tears on his cheeks had not yet dried. Why do you do this? Of course it's for you, brother. Shenyu tilted his head and smiled, the lines on his right pupil rotated like a clock, and all the injuries on his body recovered in the distorted moonlight. His chakra recovered quickly, and the pale and empty left eye once again glowed with a strange red light. Everything that has happened before has been for this moment. He took that punch from Hashirama on purpose. The direction of being repelled was adjusted. Even the knife that pierced his heart was only effective because he secretly attached autumn dew on the leaves, gold armor to the blade. I didn't expect you to be so fast. It seems that the Mangekyō Sharingan has made you much stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Jing again with a flash of his shadow, and grabbed Jing's head with his slender big hands. Silently, Kagami once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared together with Tobirama. What happened? Shenyu frowned. His normal speed was enough to defeat most of the cage-level strongmen in the ninja world, but he was easily avoided twice in a row by his younger brother who had just opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. At this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes, and the distance of 100 meters appeared in an instant. His right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed towards some void. He grabbed a figure out of thin air, and pinched Uchiha Jing's neck with his big hands, as if he had pulled him out of space. Stupid, you will never learn to always record the opponent's information during a battle. Shenyu sneered and raised his left hand, stabbing it into Jing's eyes. Jing coughed until his face turned red. He stared at the fingers that were getting closer and closer without blinking. Suddenly, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Actually, I have already learned it. With a bang, he turned into white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Shenyu frowned. At the moment of distraction, Uchiha Jing suddenly appeared from the other side, which was exactly the position of Tobirama just now. He had already left the mark of the Flying Thunder God. He threw a kunao towards Hashirama without hesitation, but Shenyu would not let him do as he wished and blocked the kunao with a body flash technique. Ninjutsu, Kuna Shadow Clone Technique. With a flash of blue light, the kunao instantly turned into thousands of them, densely packed together, as if to turn Hashirama into a hornet's nest. But Shenyu understood that although Jing was a greenhorn, he was also a genuine Uchiha, and his shuriken throwing skills were not to be underestimated. Those kunao looked dangerous, but in reality they had no chance of hurting Hashirama. You really underestimated me. Shenyu gave up chasing the kunao and rushed towards Hashirama, ready to wait for his prey. Sure enough, Uchiha Kagami appeared next to Hashirama in an instant, but before he could touch Hashirama, he was greeted by a fist as big as a sandbag. Jing was not at all panicked. The kaleidoscope in his left eye turned quietly, and he let the fist hit his chest. A hint of surprise flashed across Shenyu's eyes, but he did not retract his strength. The power burst out from the tip of his fist, creating a sonic boom in an instant. Boom! Ripples were visibly rippling on Jing's chest, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Countless after-images flashed in the space, and then everything returned to normal. He raised his hand to fight back, and the same sonic boom punch hit Shenyu's chest, blasting the surprised Shenyu away. What the hell? Shenyu frowned and his feet drew 200-meter-long tracks on the ground. Jing did not hesitate, and immediately grabbed Hashirama's arm and disappeared into the void without a trace. Chapter 74, Can Your Eyes See That Future? Konoha Village, late at night. After the riot last night, because the protagonist of the 100 Days Banquet was kidnapped, representatives from the 4 major ninja villages left the village one after another in unpleasantness, and this lively banquet came to an end. Fortunately, Uchiha Kagami rescued Princess Tsunade in time, and the evil villain who disturbed the peace of Konoha was brought to justice by the first generation, and the uneasy villagers were finally able to feel at ease. With the joint cooperation of relevant departments, the wounded were treated, damaged buildings were repaired, and post-disaster work such as comforting the people and assessing the losses was also carried out in an orderly manner. Everything in the village is functioning normally, and the tranquility of the past has been restored. When the sun rises, it will be another vibrant and hopeful tomorrow. The above. These are all lies designed to appease the people. The real situation is: the Hokage is barely alive, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Lord Tobirama was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Konoha's backbone is missing, and the entire top management is in chaos, and they are in a state of panic all day long. In order to stabilize the situation, the Konoha officials had to block the news and suppress these coercive actions. However, in addition to the patriarchs of the major families, there was another person who was also very busy. Captain Jing, we have completed our patrol of the South District. Should we take a break? No, patrol along East Street again and be extremely alert. Yes. Jing, I'm so sorry about what happened last night. I didn't know I was possessed. Captain Huohi, I don't blame you. There's no need to mention this matter again. The most important thing now is to strengthen the vigilance around the village. The tribe still needs you to coordinate more. Jing. Tell me where that bastard is. I want to kill him myself. Hiruzen? You. Shenyu has already been killed, why are you still? Stop lying. You'd better tell such boring lies to a ghost. That bastard killed my father. As the young patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, there is nothing I can't know. Hiruzen, calm down first. Uchiha Jing, your brother is really capable. Denzo, please stop making sarcastic remarks at a time like this. Mirror. Master Jing. Early in the morning, Jing dragged his tired body back to the clan land. When he reached the street corner, he looked to the left for some unknown reason. The aroma wafting from the breakfast shop across the street made him hungry. Sitting on an open-air seat outside the house, a handsome black-haired boy raised his glass to him and chuckled. Jing's eyes trembled, and he suppressed all the complicated emotions in his heart and walked over with heavy steps. He stood across from the table and couldn't help but look at the young man in front of him. The boy had delicate features and long, smooth eyelashes, and was as pretty as a woman. He wore the Uchiha clan's daily black uniform. In order to make it easier to eat, he tied his long black hair into a ponytail and slurped his soup. There was a rich variety of food on the table, including eel sushi, seaweed rice balls, fresh hot milk, various bento boxes, oden, cakes and snacks, fruit salad, with a wide variety of flavors and a faint aroma. For ordinary people, such a breakfast is too extravagant. The boy ate in a very elegant manner. He used a spoon in his right hand to carefully scoop out the lunch box clean, leaving no grain of rice. He put the meatballs into his mouth, chewed them, took a sip of milk, and finally slowly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "Brother, sit down." Jing took a deep breath and sat down stiffly across the table. "Brother, how did you get in? You're asking me what I'm doing here, you don't have to ask me." Shenyu took a bite of the rice ball and said, "You must be starving. Eat it. I'll treat you." A drop of sweat dripped down Jing's forehead. "What are you doing here? First of all, it's for food." Shenyu took a bite of sushi and said vaguely, "Last night's battle was really tiring." "Well, it was mainly mentally tiring. Food can fill the emptiness in my heart." Jing remained unmoved, his eyes glowed red, trickles of blood oozed out of his eye sockets, and he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. The patterns swirl like clover in the wind. "Nice eyes, so gorgeous." Shenyu ate her salad while looking at him with her ink-black eyes, her eyes full of admiration. He seemed to have remembered something and asked casually, "How is Tobirama?" "Hokage-sama and Tobirama-sama are not in Konoha." Kagami stared at him. Mito-sama and Princess Tsunade were also transferred to a secret location. "They are not here. I'm just asking casually, brother." Shenyu smiled slightly. "In fact, the main reason why I got into so many things is because of you." "Me?" A hint of doubt flashed across Jing's face, and as his right eye flashed, those doubts disappeared like ripples on a lake. "You want my eyes to merge into the eternal eye that will never go blind," Jing said calmly. Shenyu leaned forward slightly. "Oh? Have you seen the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine?" "I haven't seen it, and I also know." Jing shook his head. "You will reach out and dig my eyes out in 3 seconds. After I say this, you will immediately give up this idea out of curiosity. Is this your pupil technique?" Shenyu blinked, not at all flustered by having his thoughts discovered, even though he was actually preparing to dig out his eyes. He used a spoon to stir the white radish in the oden. "Interesting, it can actually peek into people's inner thoughts." Jing suddenly picked up a rice ball and ate it while speaking in a flat tone as if he was explaining something completely unrelated. "In 6 seconds, you will open your Mangekyō Sharingan and use the magic puppet technique on me, but this will fail because I, who have also awakened my Mangekyō Sharingan, have a surge in mental energy and a natural resistance to illusions. After 10 seconds, even if you use your spirit to possess me, you will still fail, and I will use my other pupil technique to severely defeat you. After 15 seconds, you start to be curious about the ability of my other eye technique. 1 minute later, you got so angry that you grabbed my neck and flew me out of Konoha. 3 minutes. At this moment, time seemed to go back to 12 years ago. The two brothers sat opposite each other at home as usual, eating breakfast and chatting casually, as if it was the most normal thing. As he spoke, Jing's right eye was already bloodshot, and blood was flowing down his cheek, dripping onto the ground. Shenyu calmly drank up the milk and said, "Wipe your face, don't scare the kids." Clap. The rice ball fell on the table. Jing covered his right eye and gasped. "Looking into the future, it seems that you have acquired a great ability, but as your brother, I have to tell you that the Mangekyō Sharingan is a forbidden path. From the moment you open your eyes, you are doomed to be blind." Shenyu raised a smile and said meaningfully, "Can your eyes see that future?" Chapter 75, See you in the End Valley in 3 days. A breakfast shop on the street next to the Uchiha clan's territory. Jing panted, hesitated for a moment, and continued. "The pupil technique of my right eye is called Takamagahara. It can predict the future and see what will happen in 5 seconds. After actively intervening in reality, the future I glimpse will also change accordingly. It is a true art of controlling fate. As the pupil power is activated, I can see farther. The maximum time range is 5 minutes. Humph, Tobirama asked you to tell me." Shenyu tapped the table with his index finger, somewhat dissatisfied. "That's right." Jing said calmly, "Teacher said that sometimes, providing some appropriate intelligence can deter the enemy and achieve the effect of bloodless battle. The old man is not dead yet." Shenyu frowned and said regretfully, "At that time, I was busy dealing with Hashirama and opening your eyes, so he saved his life." Jing wiped the blood off his face and said, "I have already informed my teacher of all my pupil techniques and their effects. Under his command, I may be able to fight you." Shenyu smiled faintly, "Fight with me? You don't think you have a chance of winning? Brother, I won't let you succeed. For this reason, even if we have to fight, I won't retreat." Mirror mustered up his courage and said word by word, because this was the last instruction from the teacher before he passed out. "Haha, it seems these eyes have made you swell up a lot. At least I can protect it from you." "Very good." Shenyu looked around with interest. "You are very confident, which is good, but I just don't know. Is this Konoha village confident enough?" Jing was startled, and he thought of something bad. "Did you watch your words, brother?" Shenyu raised his eyes, showing a malicious smile, and slowly stood up with his palm on the table. "If you anger me, the whole Konoha will be buried with your words." At this moment, a childish voice suddenly floated over from the street. "Mom, look at that big brother, he is so handsome." It was a little girl with pigtails, and next to her stood a beautiful middle-aged woman holding a baby in her arms. "Zhili, don't point your finger at others, it's impolite." While scolding her daughter, she bowed slightly to Shenyu and gave an apologetic smile. "It's okay. I like sweet-talking little girls." Shenyu nodded and waved to the little girl. The girl smiled sweetly and ran over to him. Jing stood still, watching all this with a serious expression. "Brother wants to test you. What's your name?" Shenyu looked at the cute and childish girl, sat back in his seat and picked up a piece of cake. The girl said openly, "My name is Uchiha Hikari, I am 4.5 years old, my brother is Uchiha Kirito, he is only 3 months old, and." She suddenly looked around like a thief, tiptoed over. Shenyu leaned over with a smile, and heard her whisper. "I'll tell you a secret. My brother has the same birthday as Princess Tsunade. Yesterday's 100th day party was actually also his 100th day." Shenyu smiled and couldn't help but touch her little head. Her warm eyes, coupled with her delicate and soft face, made her smile full of sunshine. "Zhili is so smart. Smart children must be rewarded. Come, brother will treat you to cake. Don't worry, my hand didn't touch it." "Thank you, big brother." Jing stared at the scene blankly, as if petrified. At a certain moment, he even forgot to activate his pupil technique. His heart twitched slightly, and suddenly felt empty, filled with a sour emotion. "Zhili. Chiri is here." Shenyu stared at her black and white eyes and said earnestly, you must remember that there is no high or low among people. Anyone can be a princess, including you. Zhili can also be a princess. Zhili pointed his finger and asked cautiously. Of course. He looked at the girl's confused eyes and said softly, so, don't be proud just because your brother and Tsunade have the same birthday. We Uchiha are no worse than anyone else. Zhili ate the cake in small bites, his eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, I haven't told Zhili my brother's name yet. Me? Shenyu hesitated for a moment and asked, do you think my brother is a bad person? Zhili immediately shook her head, her pigtails swaying. Big brother is the most beautiful and best brother I have ever seen. Then, remember your answer today. Shenyu lowered his voice so that only Zhili could hear it. My name is Uchiha Shenyu. No matter who you hear me from in the future, it's all fake. Only at this moment, the me in front of you is real. Zhili nodded as if he understood, and ran away following the call of the middle-aged beautiful woman. After the mother and daughter walked away, Shenyu looked at the mirror and said slowly, let's continue our topic. Just now, you seemed to think you could challenge me. I don't want to fight you. It's simple. Just hand over your eyes and I'll let you go. Shenyu chuckled, let Konoha go too. Jing swallowed and asked tentatively, you want to threaten me with innocent villagers? What are you thinking about? Shenyu glanced at him and said, killing civilians, killing the elderly, the weak, women and children. What's the difference between this and a beast? Then you. I'm full. Shenyu finished the last mouthful of soup and stretched lazily in satisfaction. I'll give you a fair chance. He stood up and put a stack of banknotes on the table. In 3 days, the battle will end in the Valley of the End. Jing also stood up, visibly nervous. What's wrong? Weren't you full of fighting spirit just now? Shenyu's tone changed, with a chilling tone, I will wait for you there. If I don't see you in 3 days, then I will place the heads of certain people on your bed one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and the heads of the Hyuga, Inoshikajo families, Abarame, Inyazuka, Kurama, these families. I will deliver them to your doorstep in batches, one by one. Shenyu pretended to be regretful, although I have no hatred against them, who made them your bond? Jing's face flushed, isn't this considered a massacre? He had no doubt about the feasibility of this statement, because he knew very well that the man in front of him was the man who defeated the god of ninja. Even the teacher, when Shenyu's name was mentioned, looked uglier than eating shit. Of course, you can't blame me. Shenyu walked leisurely and came to Jing's side. When the time comes, you must remember that it was your cowardice that killed them. After saying this, he walked straight into the distance, and in a moment, he disappeared. Chapter 76 Only today did you know that I am me. In the land of fire, on a hidden mountain. This place was once the secret base of the Senju clan during the Warring States period. It has been preserved after the war because of its complete medical facilities, hidden geographical environment, and easy to defend and difficult to attack. After Konoha was founded, Tobirama would regularly arrange his confidants to maintain the normal operation of the base in case of emergency. It was cold at high up. When the cold morning wind blew in through the window, the curtains swayed, and Toma on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. He just moved a little, and the pain from the wound on his chest made his face twitch. He endured the pain and propped himself up, only to find that he was shirtless, with white bandages wrapped around his chest and abdomen, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, covering the wounds that had already been sutured. He relaxed for a while, and when he felt that he had regained some strength, he slowly got out of bed with a grin on his face. Shenyu's sword, with its fierce murderous intent, missed by just a little bit and almost cost him his life on the coast of Taki country. In order to prevent himself from being hunted down by Shenyu, he arranged for his guards to transfer himself and other members of the Senju clan, including Hashirama, here before he fell into a coma. "Master Tobirama, you're awake." The medical staff pushed the door open and found Tobirama sitting on the bed. Their faces were immediately filled with surprise. Tobirama waved his hand, signaling her not to panic. He raised his head slightly and saw a familiar figure in white through the half-open door. He put on his shoes, got out of bed, and put on a coat. Seeing this, the medical staff immediately came over to support him. "I'm not that weak yet." Tobirama rejected her kindness and walked out of the door alone with trembling steps. On a cliff a little further away, on a smooth blue stone, Senju Hashirama was sitting with his back to the base. He was wearing neat white clothes, breathing steadily, sitting upright on the cliff, gazing far away in the direction of Konoha, as if he had merged into nature. "Brother, you woke up very early." "Oh, it's Tobirama." Hashirama turned around and smiled, showing his white teeth. "Yes, I feel refreshed for some reason." He looked very well, without any trace of tiredness, as if the earth-shattering battle last night had never happened. However, Tobirama suddenly stopped and his pupils shrank suddenly. In his subconscious perception, there was no longer any life in Hashirama's body. The rich vitality that was like the scorching sun in the past had completely disappeared. His face was gloomy, his mood was heavy, and he looked at his eldest brother with a dim gaze. However, Hashirama was unaware of this. He smiled happily and asked his brother to sit next to him. "Tobirama, look, from here, our Konoha is really in the center of the land of fire." Hashirama showed a satisfied smile and pointed in the direction of a place at the foot of the mountain. Surrounded by mountains and surrounded by clear water, the choice of the place to build the village was really right. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother, you are about to die." Tobirama reminded hesitantly. Hashirama continued to smile, "Yes, so you shouldn't show that expression. The last moments of your life should end with the farewell of your relatives and friends. Don't look so sad, smile." "Brother, I can't laugh." Tobirama was in a heavy mood and looked at Hashirama with some confusion. "Aren't you worried about the village? After you die, I really don't know what to do." Tobirama looked at his hands with a confused look. It was the first time in 40 years that he showed such an expression. "You don't have to do anything, just let nature take its course," Hashirama said. "Let it be? Am I going to watch Uchiha Hikari destroy Konoha?" Hashirama took a deep breath of the fresh and slightly cool mountain air, and then exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to exhale all the fatigue of his life. He suddenly said, "As long as there are people and peace, then anywhere is a village." "Brother, you..." "I don't know why, but after I woke up I felt like I had broken free of some kind of shackles. All of a sudden, I understood a lot of things. It was really... I felt more relaxed than ever before." Hashirama stretched himself lazily, revealing a satisfied look on his face. "Besides, Uchiha Hikari will not destroy Konoha." "Why?" Tobirama frowned. "Like Madara, his target has never been Konoha. He just wants revenge and wants to kill us, the executioners who survived the Warring States period. The reason is..." Hashirama held up a finger. "Tsuna is still alive. That's just his method." Tobirama shook his head immediately. "He is Madara's disciple, and he is also a principled man." Hashirama sneered, "Believe me." His gaze turned toward the foot of the mountain, watching the mountain mist and wind rising, the clouds rising, the boundless blue sky, the lush greenery. His eyes were satisfied and leisurely, without a trace of nostalgia. "Perhaps, leaving the future to these children is the right decision." Hashirama sat cross-legged, his hands resting naturally on his knees. The breeze blew his black hair, and he could be heard humming softly. He has never done any good in his life, and has committed many murders and arson. Suddenly the golden rope was opened and the jade lock was torn off. The mid-autumn wind blows in Konoha village, and today I know who I am. He smiled and closed his eyes, listening to the rustling of leaves in the wind, feeling peaceful and tranquil. Konoha 13, May. Senju Hashirama passed away suddenly. 3 days later, the Valley of the End. In the early morning, the autumn wind blew and the fallen leaves swirled. Perhaps it was because of the nearby waterfall, the moist water vapor mixed in the breeze of the canyon made Shenyu's long hair flutter slightly. This place was originally a river valley with uneven terrain. It was the fatal battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama 6 years ago that changed the topography and turned it into a magnificent waterfall. In order to commemorate this great war, Konoha specially selected skilled craftsmen and spent a year to build a huge statue of the two people standing on both sides of the Valley of the End. At this moment, Shenyu was standing on top of the statue of Uchiha Madara, with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm, as if he was waiting for something. After an unknown amount of time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A kunao dropped from the sky and stabbed into the other side of the river. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere and stood on top of Hashirama's statue. Uchiha Mirror. He wore tight blue armor, a forehead protector, a scroll hanging from his waist, armor on his arms and legs, 2 long swords on his back, and a waist bag bulging with miniature scrolls. His face was solemn and he was fully armed. In comparison, Shenyu looked much more relaxed, wearing a loose black clan robe, with his black hair naturally loose, and he had no other weapons except a light blue divine sword. Very good, brother. I'm very happy that you can come as scheduled. Shenyu smiled. Brother, Jing was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Hokage-sama, passed away. Oh. Shenyu was stunned and asked, what about Tobirama? Chapter 77 Garuda. What? Jing stared blankly at Shenyu's nonchalant expression and couldn't help but blurt out. Judging from your reaction, you should be alive. Shenyu put his hands on his hips and stretched his body like an old man doing morning exercises in the park. It doesn't matter. Let him experience the pain of witnessing the departure of his loved ones. But I'm still very touched that you can come on time today. He tilted his head. After all, I don't really want to kill people recently. I feel complicated to send the ninja god to his death with my own hands. Brother, what exactly are you going to do? Don't you know? Jing stepped forward and said loudly, take my eyes and fuse them into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Then what? What are you going to do next? What is your ultimate goal? Do you really want to destroy Konoha? You've grown up and learned to ask questions now. Shenyu looked at his brother with a smile. Well, it's okay to tell you that I really have no interest in your shitty Konoha. I have only one goal, and that is to become stronger all the time, so that in the near future, I can protect everything I want to protect. The future? Jing was a little confused. Your current strength is already on par with Master Hashirama. Is there anything else in this world that could pose a threat to you? Foolish brother, the battles in the future won't be much easier than they are now. Shenyu smiled and shook his head. What can you see with those eyes of yours? Jing was silent for a while, then whispered, I only know that Lord Hashirama is a hero who pacified troubled times. If you kill him, the world will be in chaos. I don't know how many innocent people will die. So, what does it have to do with me? Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp aura flashed across his face. If a war really happens, all those who died were caused by the sins committed by Senju Hashirama. It was him who escalated the war. Jing frowned and subconsciously wanted to refute Shenyu's point of view, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. Hashirama's defeat was because he wasn't strong enough. Shenyu shook his finger. Since you have decided to suppress all the countries by yourself in exchange for peace, then suppress them to the end. What if I kill you in the middle of the process? What? Jing stared at Shenyu in disbelief, finding it ridiculous. Actually, I have never criticized Hashirama for achieving peace. His mistake was that he was not strong enough. Strong enough to suppress everything, strong enough that no one dares to rebel, strong enough to live as long as the heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. Strong enough to be eternal. Shenyu looked at his brother and licked his lips. Because he is not strong enough, he is wrong. This will also be the reason for your defeat. Reason for defeat? Jing raised her head, her black hair moving without wind, her eyes instantly changing into a kaleidoscope of patterns, bright and beautiful. Brother, all I can see is you walking away in disgrace. Brush. With a flash of afterimage, Shenyu instantly appeared in front of Jing. The red light in his eyes was pulled out in a flowing shadow at a very fast speed. When he slapped him with his palm, the crisp sonic boom sounded late. Jing seemed to have sensed something, so he moved sideways and narrowly avoided the palm. Dozens of kunao slipped out of his waist bag, and he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Shenyu's right leg swept out, but missed. In the vision of two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, time seemed to be stretched extremely slowly. Dozens of kunao were spinning in the air, and Shenyu had already locked onto a certain position and punched out. Boom! There was a solid touch at the tip of the fist, and a figure appeared out of nowhere, and was broken in half by Shenyu, but he was just a shadow clone. White smoke exploded one after another, and 7 Uchiha Kagami appeared at the same time, holding knives in both hands and slashing at Shenyu all over his body. The same tricks won't work. Shenyu opened his hands, and the shadows under his feet instantly burned, like a pot of boiling hot soup. Countless spears transformed from black flames suddenly pierced out, piercing through all the figures, and those kunao that had not yet fallen to the ground were cut off and melted one after another. Fire release, Flame Thunder God. Shenyu's eyes focused, and he recovered all the fire of Amaterasu, condensing it into an extremely long spear of fire, and inserted a figure into the stone wall not far away. Brother, are you adapting to my Takamagahara? Amid the scattered smoke and dust, Jing walked out with a calm expression. Apart from his bloodshot right eye, he had no injuries on his body. The power of time is not so easy to adapt to. At least in the future that I see, you can't do it. Amaterasu was still burning on his shoulder, and when he finished speaking, the flames dissipated into nothingness. Crack! Jing disappeared from the spot, turned into a shadow, and punched Shenyu in the chest. Oh! The speed has increased, and the strength has also increased a lot. Shenyu showed a look of surprise, and ripples appeared 3 inches in front of his chest, like an invisible wall, blocking Jing's fist steadily. He raised his foot and stomped hard. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed instantly, countless pieces of rubble floated up, and a surging shock wave burst out above the head of the statue between the pillars. Jing had already jumped high, obviously having foreseen this scene in advance. Shenyu smiled slightly, his hands turned into afterimages, and his fingertips lightly touched each piece of gravel. Countless gravel broke through the air, collided with each other in mid-air, and finally shot towards Uchiha Jing. Bang 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 bang! Jing opened his arms and let the gravel fall on him like raindrops. As his body created ripples like the surface of water, he landed safely on the ground. Shenyu had been waiting for a long time and kicked him hard into the water, splashing water 100 meters high. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. As the strong light came on, the water surface seemed to be boiling, and waves gurgled, and an enormous fireball blasted towards Shenyu. Shenyu narrowed his eyes. The size of this fireball was exaggerated, with a diameter of almost 100 meters, several times larger than the head of the Hashirama statue. He raised his sword finger and swung it upwards. With a sharp sound of wind, the fireball split in two from the middle, turning into 2 tall walls of fire that whizzed past both sides of the statues between the pillars. Below, Jing had just flipped out of the water when he was struck by a green sword light. However, he was not split in half. His feet slid on the water for a distance, and the sword light disappeared. Shenyu looked down at his brother under the waterfall, lowered his shoulders and relaxed his elbows, and punched the empty space to the side. At the same time, the magic pattern on his right eye spun slightly, and fine blood threads suddenly burst out. In an instant, Jing, 1,000 meters away, appeared out of thin air on Chenyu's right side, and his cheek hit Chenyu's fist hard. However, he actually took advantage of the situation to turn around and punched Shenyu hard in the chest, breaking through the water molecule barrier. Boom! Shenyu smiled contemptuously and stood still as a mountain. He used 90% of his strength in this punch. The ground exploded instantly, and air waves rolled out. The surging wind seemed to tear everything around it apart. Even if Hashirama were still alive, he would have broken bones and tendons if hit by him. However, the moment Jing was hit, his body once again created a strange afterimage and flew only a few dozen meters before standing again. He looked at his brother calmly, unharmed. Does your left eye have the ability to absorb power and enhance your own body? Shenyu looked at him speculatively, showing a little interest. As expected of my brother, you should have guessed it long ago. Jing didn't keep anyone in suspense and went straight to the point to introduce his pupil technique. The pupil technique of my left eye can absorb all forms of energy and transform it into my own energy to gain amazing strength, speed, endurance, and physical strength. After absorbing the energy, it will be stored in my body and released at will, including but not limited to, directly converting the absorbed energy into kinetic shock waves, releasing them from any part of the body to the surroundings, and also strengthening the power of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The mirror gently brushed across his left eye, and the ink-colored pattern of the clover spun faintly. Its name is Garuda. Chapter 78 Brother, your pupil power is limited. In the Valley of the End, above the statue of Hashirama, the two brothers stood facing each other. Uchiha Kagami was in high spirits. He seemed calm and composed as he tried out the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan for the first time. Use my strength to hit me. Shenyu moved his wrist calmly, shook his head and sighed, unfortunately, even I can hardly break through my own body, so you can't even dream of using your borrowed means. Brother, my mission has always been to protect my eyes. Jing said slowly, as long as I am invincible, that's enough. Invincible. Shenyu lifted his hair, a ferocious smile flashed across his lips. Who gave you this illusion? As he spoke, his right eye spun, and his whole state instantly became perfect. The bloodshot in the whites of his eyes disappeared completely, and his eyes were as clear as a beautiful jade. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot, and hundreds of identical black figures appeared around the mirror at the same time. Autumn dew on leaves, random blade flow, crazy fang burst. The sword body was like colored glass, and the jade-green sword energy was overwhelming, making Jing's face look pale green. Swish swish swish! The air was torn apart, the ground was flattened inch by inch, thick smoke rose into the sky, and in just a few breaths, half of the head of the statue of Hashirama was gone. The turbulence danced wildly, Jing was bathed in the storm of sword energy, his body swaying with it, two bloody kaleidoscopes spinning quietly. His left eye was bloodshot, and his right eye was bleeding. Garuda can allow him to absorb all kinetic energy the moment the sword energy approaches him, protecting him from harm. With the blessing of Takamagahara, he takes all the afterimages in the air into his eyes, makes countless attempts in his mind, and the future is constantly being rewritten. Ah 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 ah! Jing let out a long roar towards the sky, then rose from the ground and slashed with a knife. An afterimage immediately solidified and a wave of air swept past. Ding! The blade broke through the water molecule barrier and hit Shenyu on the forehead. There was a humming sound from the metal, that was the wailing of the long sword in his hand. Although it only touched the opponent's body for a moment, the huge force it received still caused the long sword made of jade steel to vibrate violently and break into pieces. In contrast, the opponent's body was unharmed. Jing had anticipated this result, and swung out with his left fist the moment the blade shook violently, but Shenyu dodged it with a smile on his face. Two figures fell from midair, with countless shadows of fists and feet in their trajectories. Jing was not discouraged at all. The energy stored in his body made his movements extremely swift. The power of his physical skills alone surpassed that of a cage. But he didn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. Shenyu leisurely rested his hands on his head, not in a hurry to attack, but just dodged with graceful movements, and predicted all of Jing's attacks with ease, as if he was the caster of Takamagahara. No, I can't do it. It's wishful thinking to think of defeating him. Jing's expression was visibly serious. He had tried his best to activate his pupil technique, but from what he saw with his right eye, there was no possibility that Shenyu would be hit. So, even the knife just now was taken by him on purpose. As the thought of retreating emerged in his mind, Jing's punches became less fierce and his offensive footwork also slowed down. Tisk, that's not enough, try harder. Shenyu curled his lips unconsciously, revealing a look of disgust. How can a guy who gives up easily become a strong man? Thinking back to when he was practicing taijutsu with Lord Madara, he didn't stop punching even after being beaten into a pig's head. This is the only level that can't protect anyone. Shenyu grabbed Jing's wrist with his backhand, twisted his waist to gather strength while pulling, and silently chanted the third gate of life. Accompanied by the burst of airflow, he blasted out with a fierce liver-blasting punch. The force was so great that the fist tip even slid out 5 burning and twisted tracks in the air. Boom! Jing opened his eyes wide, and a fierce force burst out of his body. The tremendous kinetic energy instantly overwhelmed the absorption frequency of Garuda. His left pupil suddenly turned blood red, and the blood blurred his vision. He flew out like a rag sack, smashing the ground and embedding himself heavily into the stone sculpture on the opposite bank. Coincidentally, that location was exactly on Uchiha Madara's chest, the place where Hashirama's flesh and blood had been transplanted. Oh, this is unlucky. Shenyu scratched his head and said in some difficulty, it took Master Ban 6 years to grow this piece of meat. In the crack of the stone wall, Jing was still digesting the energy running wild in his body, but his pupils suddenly shrank. The next second, he appeared strangely beside Shenyu, and was stomped into the ground by an unavoidable kick. The huge force penetrated the entire statue, creating countless cracks. Brother, is this the future you chose? Shenyu looked down at the mirror condescendingly, with wisps of green air emanating from his body, and his 2 red jade-like eyes were emitting a captivating glow. Another kick landed, same position, same heavy blow. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the ground. Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. His ribs were broken one by one and he felt that all his internal organs were shifting. Seeing the opponent's foot raised again, he blasted energy towards the ground, trying to use the momentum to leave this deadly pit, but his vision changed and he returned to the original position again. Boom! The statues between the pillars began to shake violently. Cracks appeared from top to bottom. There were cracked lines from head to toe. Pieces of gravel fell, splashing water and filling the air with dust. Ah! As Jing roared, the energy that had been accumulated for a long time burst out. A point of golden light was projected out from his body, and the flames bloomed, quickly turning into a hideous skeleton. The airwave soared into the sky, and even the clouds were torn into pieces. Susana! The golden energy gushed out like a spring, blasting the unprepared Shenyu away. However, he adjusted his body shape in the next moment, using the water barrier as a stepping stone, like a diving peregrine falcon. The smoke and dust were torn apart by the fist wind, and a huge golden skeleton roared to the sky. Countless meridians instantly filled the bone gaps and turned into solid flesh and blood. Its body grew bigger, and its whole body was as bright as gold, rippling with clear light. Jing covered his chest and stood unsteadily in Susanoo. His eyes were filled with blood. In his blurred vision, a figure rushed towards him. The golden half-giant swung out his powerful fist and collided with Shenyu's fist. There was no strong collision as imagined, but a fleeting crisp click sound, like glass breaking. Shenyu's body seemed to be made of divine iron, every inch of his flesh was as crystal clear as jade, indestructible, and extremely powerful. He didn't even condense a water molecule barrier. He just used the most primitive method, like a ferocious cannonball, to smash through Jing's Susanoo and punch him in the lower abdomen. The fist force exploded, a surging air wave whizzed past, Jing's body folded in half in an instant and shot into the water again. Shenyu raised his hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. With the ultra-long-range vision of his right eye, he instantly locked onto Jing's position underwater. As a red light bloomed, he grabbed Jing's neck out of thin air. Oops, that was too harsh. He studied his brother's face, or more precisely, his eyes. The left eye that had been maintaining the Garuda state was now filled with blood and blood was gushing out. The right eye that performed Takamagahara was also bloodshot, and the blood on the cheek even showed signs of drying up. Brother, your pupil power is limited. The more you explode, the faster the darkness will devour you. As he spoke, Tianzhi Chongli quietly started. Shenyu smiled lightly, the state of the third life gate was lifted, his pupils were clear as usual, and all damage was restored to 0. Chapter 79 Tell me your conditions. Shenyu pinched Jing's neck with one hand and slowly lifted him up like a chicken. This massive brotherly war soon came to an end, like a fleeting shooting star, coming and going quickly. The winner has been decided, and it's time for you to offer your eyes. Shenyu smiled and raised his hand, his slender fingers reaching towards Jing's eyes. As soon as his fingertips touched Jing's eyelids, his body began to ripple, and the afterimage condensed, absorbing all the kinetic energy of the fingertips. Shenyu frowned slightly and silently increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not pierce Jing's eyes. His body was like a tough yet soft wall. The slightest contact would cause the body to lose strength and all kinetic energy would be absorbed. You. Shenyu's eyes turned cold, and his tone lost patience. Remove this spell, or you will go blind. Jing opened his bloodshot eyes. Even though he could no longer see Shenyu's appearance and his eyes were gradually losing focus, he still stubbornly maintained Garuda. Brother, this is exactly the future I have chosen. He raised the corners of his mouth and put on a tragic smile. Shenyu snorted coldly and threw him to the ground with a bang, creating a human-shaped stone pit on the ground. Jing raised his head tremblingly, his face covered in blood and his bones seemed to be falling apart. Although he was using the energy absorbed by Garuda to repair his injuries, he still didn't even have the strength to get up. There is a limit to the amount of energy that Garuda can absorb. The huge amount of kinetic energy carried by the powerful three legs just now almost burst him. If he had not used Susanoo to release the energy in time, he would have been attacked by the surging energy in his body, turning into a devastating golden flame and exploding to death. This is also the fatal flaw of the Garuda Eye technique. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He knew very well that Shenyu's attack had been gentle enough. If he had directly unleashed the same overwhelming force as when he fought Hashirama, he would have been killed instantly without a doubt, and his left eye would have gone blind immediately. But obviously, he made the right bet. What Kenba needs is a pair of intact, functioning Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as he maintains Garuda, Shenyu will not kill him. This was a plan he came up with after pondering for 3 whole days. Fighting against my brother? Are you kidding me? He didn't even draw his divine sword. He was the one who defeated Lord Hashirama fairly and now stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If Shenyu really had the intention to kill, he would have been killed in an instant. He knew in his heart that every breath of air he could breathe now came from his brother's kindness. You, don't want me to have your eyes. Shenyu stepped on Jing's chest, a tyrant-like indifference flashed across his handsome face, and his clear eyes seemed to reflect an iceberg. Jing shuddered. The murderous aura was overwhelming him. The biting coldness corroded him. He could do nothing but tremble and be afraid. Do you really think I won't kill you? Shenyu exerted force slowly. Although he was absorbing energy all the time, Jing's chest still made a crunching sound as if it was about to collapse. I will kill you and take your eyes. Even if they are a pair of blind eyes, I can still restore him to his original state. Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood and simply lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Although he looked embarrassed, he still laughed out loud, with bright blood oozing from his teeth. Brother, you can trace back everything in the world, but the smallest target you can trace back to is a macroscopic individual. If you do that, my eyes will still return to me. I have already seen that moment. He squinted his eyes, trying hard to see his brother's face clearly, but only a blurry outline remained in his vision. I know that what I did was despicable and ugly, but in your eyes, am I not just such a younger brother? Shenyu took a deep breath, various emotions flashing in his eyes, including anger, disgust, and a flash of ferocity. He slowly raised his foot and stepped over Jing's body. Very good, brother, just wait for me here obediently. He looked at the blue sky and said, I will bring your companions to you right away. Not a single ninja from Konoha village will be missing. Of course, I mean their heads. Shenyu was about to take a step when he suddenly heard a desolate laugh behind him. Brother, if that were the case, I would destroy my eyes immediately. Jing laughed at himself, I can't stop anything, I can't protect anything, but this is the last thing I can do for the village. As he spoke, he pulled a kunao from his waist bag and pointed the tip at his eyes. Shenyu turned back slowly and said, let's do it. Pfft. The mirror image was a robot without emotions or feeling pain. It followed orders decisively and stabbed its own right eye. He pulled out the kunao, and a handful of hot blood splashed out. He took this opportunity to pierce his left eye. Blood gushed out. Jing propped up his upper body, and tried to look for Shenyu with his empty eyes. The inky airflow surged, and a huge hand covered in black gas quickly reached out, like a python pouncing on its prey, and grasped Jing's broken body in its palm. However, Shenyu's emotions were unexpectedly stable. He was not as angry as Jing saw in the future. He just pulled Jing in front of himself, thinking about something. I have to say, for a dog of Konoha, you are really loyal. Jing listened with his ears tilted, and the breeze brought him a blatant mocking sound. He followed the sound and turned his face away. Brother, compared to my eyes, the lives of those people in the village are not worth mentioning to you. He said weakly. The Garuda eye technique disappeared along with the damage to his left eye, and the energy in his body also dissipated, no longer healing his injuries. Shenyu gave a meaningful smile. You dared to destroy your own eyes in front of me, so I'm going to kill a few of your companions to vent my anger. Is that reasonable? Reasonable. Jing's breath was visibly weak, but then, you will miss the best time to look back at my eyes, and the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. The gain will not make up for the loss. Humph, did you even see this scene? No, that's not right. Shenyu touched his chin and said, it is precisely because of what you saw that you dared to destroy your own eyes so brazenly. Brother, I am just proving my own consciousness, sacrificing everything else. Jing whispered, I know that if I can't fulfill your wish this time, you will really raise the village to the ground, and this is an outcome that neither of us wants to see. Then you should choose a win-win outcome, give me the eye and save Konoha at the same time. He stared at Jing's body, and shook his Susanoo-bone arm. Tell me your conditions. Ahem, you are worthy of being my brother. You saw through me. Chapter 80, Imprisonment Spell. Jing lowered his head, and the vitality was slowly draining from his body. Brother, I can give you my eyes, but I have one condition. Shenyu showed an expression of as expected, go ahead. 5 years. Jing took a deep breath. After 5 years, I will personally offer my intact eyes to you. During this period, please don't attack Konoha. Just that. Shenyu raised his eyebrows. That's right, I only need 5 years, brother. Jing said weakly, it was not easy to establish Konoha. Before that, I lived in a dark world every day, worried and anxious, worried that one day you would leave me forever, just like my father and mother. Shenyu's heart moved, the breeze ruffled his long hair, and his eyes trembled imperceptibly, like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples. Jing said weakly, I have tried my best to avoid their affairs. I know, it's not my brother's fault. You were also forced to be dragged to the battlefield and forced to fight. They prayed for you and provided medical treatment for you out of love, which is why you were killed. What qualifications do you have to blame me? Shenyu's eyes twitched slightly, it was the Senju clan who killed them. Yes, so what I resent is the war, the hatred, and this chaotic world. In war, everyone is a victim. Jing struggled a bit, and his internal injuries were affected, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After a while, he regained his breath. The emergence of Konoha not only made the two clans stop fighting and make peace, but also ended the chaotic times, allowing all the children in the world to be free from the suffering of war. In my heart, this is the right path to peace. Brother, how I wish, how I long for you to live with me in Konoha, we can go to school together, and learn from each other. With your talent, you will definitely be valued, and it is not impossible for you to become a Hokage in the future. But the reality is that no matter whether I walk on the streets of the village or return to the clan, I have to accept countless cold eyes and pointing fingers. My companions in the village suppress me because of my Uchiha identity. My clan members exclude me because I am the disciple of Master Tobirama. Konoha does not consider me a friend, and the Uchiha do not consider me a clan member. At home, there is only that cold bed. For the past 11 years, I have been alone in the village and in the tribe, all by myself. I gave you a chance. Shenyu sneered, but not only did you not leave with me, you also betrayed me. Blood and tears flowed out of the two blood holes in Jing's eyes. I don't understand. I don't understand why you left the village, why you destroyed everything crazily, why you attacked Konoha with Madara-sama, I really don't understand. Brother, I have never thought of killing you. My only goal in practicing so hard is to catch up with you, so that you can return to Konoha and experience true peace. If possible, I am even willing to die for you. He smiled miserably and touched his hollow eyes. To me, you are more than a pair of eyes. What's the harm even if I give you my life? Blame it on me being too weak and not being able to stop you before all this happened. I know that now that Hashirama-sama is dead, it would be wishful thinking to bring you back to Konoha. War is coming, I need strength to protect Konoha and maintain this humble, hard-earned peace. I only ask you. Brother, I only ask you to give me 5 years. I will protect these eyes and live as hard as I can until I can personally deliver these eyes to you. As he spoke, his breathing became weaker and weaker, the frequency of his chest rising and falling became slower and slower, and the area from his fingertips to his heart became colder inch by inch. Shenyu remained silent and looked up at the sky quietly. In his clear eyes, the sky was no longer pure ice blue, but like the undulating sea surface under cirrus clouds, dark blue and deep. So, the future you choose is just to linger for 5 years. The eternal standing of heaven was running slowly, time was still, space was stagnant, Jing only felt that he seemed to have deviated from the orbit of the world. Under the influence of an indescribable mysterious force, his body recovered in the blink of an eye. His hollow and creepy eyes were intact as before, his body warmed up, his heart resumed beating, and strength flowed through his muscles, as if all the injuries on his body were wiped out in an instant, without any process. Brother! Is this the power of brother? His vision returned instantly, and he saw his brother's face again, and that sudden and sharp look. Shenyu suddenly attacked, piercing Jing's heart with a sword finger. The sword light spurted out like a pillar, and a bloody hole was opened in his back, and blood rain splashed down. Jing opened his mouth in disbelief, his eyes full of bloodshot. Even though he activated Garuda the moment he recovered, Shenyu's sword directly surpassed his absorption frequency. Such a powerful pupil technique is used by you in this way. I'm not even bothered to adapt to it. Shenyu shook his head, his tone unable to hide his disappointment. Why? Jing fell to his knees with a plop, sweat pouring down his face. What's going on? Why didn't this scene appear in the future? In the future, when Takamagahara flashes away, there is a scene where Shenyu tries to take his eyes as soon as he goes back, but he fails due to the timely coverage of Garuda. If this move was aimed at his eyes, then there is no doubt that his eyes would be blinded instantly and his head would be pierced through. Jing was breathing rapidly. Even though his heart was repairing and his flesh was healing, he still felt cold all over. A great fear lingered in his heart and would not go away. What? Are you scared? Shenyu hugged his shoulders, put one foot on Jing's shoulder, and tilted his head. I'm too lazy to go to Konoha to kill people, so you have to bear this anger-venting attack for them. Brother, you. Shut up. Shenyu kicked him away, the lines at the corners of his lips were cold and hard. My brother has died forever on that night 11 years ago. I buried him with my own hands. Jing fell backwards and rolled and crawled for a long distance before he could barely stand up. His eyes trembled and he stretched out his hand towards the figure in front of him, probably wanting to grab his sleeve, just like before, but he couldn't grab anything. Shenyu turned away indifferently. The sunlight blurred his outline, making it hard to see clearly. Only a trembling voice could be heard. From today, if I can't see your intact eyes in 5 years, Konoha will have no reason to exist. The ground exploded, a whirlwind arose, a shadow shot into the sky, and a circle of milky white air waves appeared. Thump! Jing's knees went weak, as if he had lost all his strength. He knelt on the ground in despair, with 2 lines of blood and tears dripping down his cheeks. He covered his chest, feeling very uncomfortable there, as if something had been gouged out of him. What he didn't know was that Shenyu had placed a confinement spell in the deepest part of his heart. This is the only sealing technique that Madara passed on to Konyu. By burying the seal in the opponent's heart, the opponent can be controlled at will. If you want to take the seal off, your actions will be suppressed and you will not be able to remove the seal by yourself. However, Shenyu's attainments in this area were too shallow, and he only learned the basics. He cannot control Mirror's body at will, but can only set up restraints so that he will protect his eyes first when facing an unavoidable crisis. When the eyes are under too much burden, the output of pupil power will be forcibly interrupted to prevent the Mangekyō Sharingan from suffering excessive damage. Jing looked up at the sky, a deep fatigue penetrating into his bones. Just thinking of that resolute back, his internal organs seemed to be churning. He looked sad and closed his eyes silently. Chapter 81 Shenyu and Number 039, S Plan. Kamnobi Bridge, Underground Base. In the dim stone chamber, a man slowly opened his eyes. The eyes are red and white, eerie and scary. He noticed the movement at the door, and a hint of anxiety flashed across his calm face, but he quickly hid it. A few seconds later, Shenyu pushed the door open and sat down opposite him. Madara glanced at him and said calmly, "Is the plan successful?" Shenyu picked up the kettle on the table, tilted his head back and took a few gulps, then wiped his mouth and looked at Madara calmly. "It's done. Everything is going as I expected." Madara's pupils trembled slightly, as if an electric current ran from his coccyx to the top of his head, making his heart hot and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The boy didn't look like he was lying. He knew Shenyu very well. Although he was a little naughty and liked to play around, he never joked about major issues. "So, you really defeated Hashirama?" He stared at Shenyu's eyes without blinking, leaning forward, his hands deeply embedded in the handguards of the stone chair without him noticing. Shenyu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, "Yes. In fact, my victory was not very glorious. After all, he was already in his twilight years. He sighed softly and said without hesitation, according to the information I got, Senju Hashirama should have fallen. Ban leaned silently on the stone chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes wandering, and fell into a long silence. Upon hearing the news of Hashirama's death, he thought he would accept the result calmly. After all, this result was within his expectations. He is very confident in the disciples he has trained personally, just as he is confident in his own abilities. But somehow, after confirming the news in person, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly and his heart suddenly felt empty. In my mind, the figure of the boy from my childhood inexplicably emerged. The two of them played and laughed by the river, and ran in the sunset. The man's voice and smile seemed to still linger in my ears. But that was decades ago. Madara-sama. Kenba began hesitantly, extending his hand tentatively. Fine. Madara came to his senses, like someone waking up after a long dream. His gaze returned to being calm, but there was a hint of deep hidden emotion in his eyes, as strong as mellow liquor, which could only be slowly faded by time. Tell me about what happened to you recently. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Shenyu cleared his throat and began to tell the story. From sneaking into Konoha, guiding Kagami's emotions, to manipulating the 4 Kage's bodies in a melee. From kidnapping Tsunade, using Mirror's body to guide Hashirama to a desperate battle, to adapting to wood release, to using the 8 gates of ninjutsu to fight against the true Thousand Hands. From silently adapting to Flying Thunder God, to throwing out a flying sword and severely injuring Tobirama. Finally, he successfully stimulated Uchiha Jing to open his eyes, burst into acting skills, and tricked Jing to complete the Battle of Brothers. Tell him everything, no matter how big or small. How is your brother's Mangekyō? Madara opened his eyes. This was his third question. Well, the pupil technique is good, a little tricky, but the way it is used is crude. Everything is as planned. Shenyu nodded, a deep smile flashing across the corners of his mouth. I just want him to feel that he can use the Mangekyō Sharingan safely and fall into the illusion that I can't do anything to him. Madara stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled. This smile couldn't help but make Shenyu feel a little scared. You are better than your teacher. You can actually come up with such a method to obtain the power of all things. Madara paused. Are you so sure that Uchiha Kagami can withstand Hashirama's power? Mr. Madara, why do you think I spared Tobirama Senju's life? A small sharp blade emerged from Shiniu's fingertips. It was dark green in color, with a strong metallic luster, and exuded a strong and murderous aura. Even Ban was a little surprised when he saw it. Very powerful, an ultimate form change with high output. This level of aggregation has surpassed Susanoo. Well, it's a good technique, but it consumes a little bit more energy. He commented. Yet. Shenyu raised his head, with pride dancing in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. The new moves I learned came in handy. I deliberately missed the target by a little bit, injuring his heart meridian but not fatally. This high-density condensed chakra will stay in his body for a long time, blocking his meridians. Once the chakra explodes, the sword energy will go straight into his internal organs, causing him unbearable pain. Madara stroked his chin, thinking, many times, I always feel that you are a bit extreme. Shenyu shook his head calmly, there's no other way. Paralyzing Tobirama's strength and making it unable to recover for several years is also a key part of this plan. After what I did, Konoha is now a paper tiger. Once the war breaks out, the only cage-level warrior who can stand at the forefront is Uchiha Kagami. And Tobirama will soon realize that the power of Kagami's Mangekyō pupils is limited. Once he loses these eyes, he will immediately drop from cage-level strength and be reduced to his original form. The spell I set up can forcibly lock the last bit of Jing's pupil power and protect his eyes from going blind. Every time he is on the verge of his limit, I will feel it. In order to maintain Jing's fighting power and the power of his kaleidoscope pupils, and in addition to the information I intentionally revealed earlier, guess what this legendary master of forbidden techniques will do? Madara's eyes pondered, an understanding flashed in an instant, and he slowly said, he will find a way, at any cost, to transplant Hashirama's self-healing power to Uchiha Kagami. Also, we can only succeed, not fail. Shenyu's eyes were burning, and Madara could even hear his heartbeat like a war drum. Madara nodded, well, if they fail, Konoha village will lose its last hope. From what I know about that guy, he can only succeed. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Shenyu's eyes were deep, and his index finger tapped the table unconsciously. At this moment, he looked like a shrewd little fox. The thought of the Mangekyō Sharingan fused with Hashirama's cells makes me excited. He licked his lips, my good brother has endured the pain of yin and yang fusion for me, and I only need to wait for the fruit to mature. Madara raised an eyebrow, you are being a little cruel to him by doing this. Cruel? How did he treat me back then? If it weren't for him, how could I have fought Konoha to the death? Lord Madara! Shenyu raised his right hand, and only then did Madara realize that his fingertips were twitching slightly. It was not epilepsy, but an involuntary tremor brought on by extreme excitement. As for me, I just resisted the urge to kill him and played out a big show with him. He clenched his wrist, suppressed the boundless murderous intent that was surging in his heart, took a few deep breaths, and then calmed down his mood. Of all the conversations with the mirror, only one sentence is true. My brother died forever on that night 11 years ago. I buried him with my own hands. 5 years, haha. Good brother, I can't wait that long. He had been preparing for this plan for many years. When he told this idea to Madara and Light, both of them looked shocked. However, in order to gain more power, Madara also gives unconditional support. After all, the stronger Shenyu is, the smoother the Moon Eye plan will be. At this time, Madara said, Light has already set off for the Land of Lightning according to your plan. If you have nothing to do, you can stop by and take a look. Shenyu nodded and said hesitantly, what about you, Master Madara? I want to be alone for a while. Chapter 82 Attack and Killing Operation. The Land of Thunder, Jilei Gorge. On the only way back to the hidden cloud village. Boom! A violent explosion shattered the rocks into pieces. Two streams of light moved at high speed between the overlapping mountains and collided violently. Under the strong waves, the ground continued to shake. Then, a dark red beam of light tore through the dust curtain like an anti-aircraft gun and pierced through. Wherever it passed, rocks exploded, until the figure, which was flashing with dazzling lightning all over his body, was embedded in the mountain. It then slowly dissipated. The man broke through the wall, his clothes were tattered and his breathing was disordered, like a wild goose that had been drenched by heavy rain, and the light on his body was dimmed. The man with dark skin and a thin but not frail body is none other than the first Raikage, AI. He jumped to the ground, then turned around quickly, facing the billowing smoke and dust, his dark face full of solemnity. There were dead bodies all around him. The Cloud Village envoys returning from Konoha were all killed or injured, and all his guards were beheaded, with blood all over the ground. Why? Why are you doing this? The first Raikage roared with thunderous anger in his eyes. The smoke and dust dispersed, and two sturdy and strong figures slowly emerged. He was tall, with ferocious muscles, and his ferocious eyes revealed naked murderous intent. A heavy and tyrannical aura overwhelmed him. One of them had wildly flamboyant golden hair, while the other had dark silver hair. Their sharp long horns brought a strong sense of oppression, and their two pairs of eyes were glowing with an eerie purple light. Gold horn, silver horn. The first Raikage said angrily, I know there are many disagreements between us, but why did you attack and kill your companions? What's the difference between you and a traitor? Bajie, do we still need to explain to him now? Silverhorn sneered and turned his head. Golden Horn, what do you think? Jinjiao moved his neck, making a crackling sound. There's really nothing I can do. He's my comrade after all. It's not impossible to tell him. Someone doesn't want you to live, and. Silverhorn raised his eyebrows and pretended to be embarrassed. If you don't die, we can't find a reason to attack Konoha. If we kill you, our companions in the village will think that it was Konoha that killed our Cloud Village envoys, and then they will be united in their hatred of the enemy. Jinjiao added. What? The first Raikage's eyes widened. Are you crazy? The god of ninja is still alive. How dare you do this? The brothers looked at each other, with unspoken mockery in their eyes. This is not something you should consider. You don't have much time left, old man. Instead of giving up your position, you should give your last bit of strength to the village before you die. The two brothers approached together, and as soon as the words came out, rich-tailed beast chakra burst out from their bodies. The dark red-tailed beast coats slowly covered their bodies, and their bodies grew bigger little by little until they turned into two huge monsters with 6 tails. Half-tailed beast. How despicable! You disregarded the lives of your companions just to satisfy your own selfish desires. As the founder of the Hidden Cloud Village, I will never allow you two to do whatever you want. The first Raikage roared, and surging lightning chakra enveloped his entire body. Electricity surged, thunder flashed, and the light all over his body became even more dazzling. Asshole, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending to be confused? Silverhorn sneered, and his exoskeleton grew inch by inch, wrapping his limbs and head like armor. The real reason we want to kill you is, we brothers have been annoyed with you for a long time. A storm arose out of nothing. The two brothers moved together, kicked the ground with their forepaws, and rushed forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Even if I die, I can't watch you ruin the future of Union. The first Raikage turned into lightning and raised his arms to attack. Lightning release, double thunder plow heat blade. Boom! The lightning and the power of the 9-tailed fox collided violently, the ground exploded, a strong wind arose, the escaped electric arcs smashed the surrounding rocks into pieces, and the circular shock wave spread out 100 meters in an instant. This is a pure confrontation between beasts. The three of them fought back and forth in the Yunli Gorge, punching each other hard. From time to time, lightning and energy exploded, and soon dust and smoke rose into the sky in the Yunli Gorge. Because of his advanced age and the fact that he had been ambushed by the Gold and Silver brothers beforehand, the first Raikage quickly showed signs of defeat and was knocked away by a devastating headbutt from Kinkaku. He coughed up blood and flew backwards. The lightning on his body flickered and was almost extinguished. Pfft! Silverhorn launched a sneak attack from the ground, his 2 pale bone claws deeply pierced into the Raikage's arm. He opened his mouth wide, and using the hard sharp teeth given to his head by the exoskeleton, he bit the Raikage's neck with a click. Ah! The Raikage let out a muffled groan, and the lightning chakra in his body completely dissipated. The severe pain went straight into his brain. The Silverhorn was tearing his flesh and blood frantically. In just a short moment, blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly dyeing the chest red. He clenched his teeth, concentrated the last of his strength in his left hand, and slammed it hard on Yinjiao's hard skull. The huge force exploded and knocked him away. However, a purple-black sphere had already accumulated enough energy and was ejected from Jinjiao's mouth. A horrific gas explosion occurred in an instant, and a long straight line was instantly blasted out on the ground. A huge explosion echoed throughout the canyon. Tick, tick. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the first Raikage leaned weakly against the stone wall, his whole body slumped in a pool of blood, his eyes dull and the light gradually faded. Half of his body had disappeared. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew from the side. In the last moment of the first Raikage's life, he saw a cloaked figure and a long sword burning with black flames that pierced his chest. Call! Amaterasu burned fiercely and soon enveloped the body of the first Raikage. In less than 3 breaths, it was burned to ashes. The pretty figure glanced around and frowned slightly. 2 beast-like figures dropped from the sky and landed in front of her with a boom. The strong wind blew, and her black robe fluttered, outlining her perfect figure with curves in all directions. She raised her hand to lift up her cloak, revealing her beautiful face that was as pure and elegant as a lotus emerging from the water. Uchiha Light. The brothers Gold and Silver walked slowly forward. Their tall and strong bodies formed a sharp contrast with the slender and delicate girl. They stared at the girl, and finally they all leaned over, knelt on one knee, and knelt in front of the girl like servants. "Greetings, Master!" The brothers Jin and Yin shouted in unison, their eyes pious and respectful, with a sense of absolute obedience. Guang seemed a little dissatisfied. He looked down at the 2 brothers with a look of disdain. The breeze brought the girl's cool and gentle voice. "How did you make such a big noise? Clean up the battlefield quickly, destroy the bodies and leave no traces behind." "Yes, Master." Chapter 83 Undercurrent. Don't be careless. Don't leave any trace of blood behind. Uchiha Hikari stood prettily on a towering rock, directing the Gold and Silver brothers to clean up the battlefield. "What I want is to make them disappear from the face of the earth and make sure that the leaders of the hidden cloud village can never find them. Logically, we should act in secret." She wrinkled her delicate little nose and glanced speechlessly at the half-destroyed Yunli gorge. "How did it happen?" Jinjiao responded in a muffled voice, "Sorry, Master, we will pay attention next time. This old thing is too tough. If we don't burst out our strength, we can't take him down at all." Ginkaku threw the corpse on his shoulder into the pile of corpses and raised his head lazily. "Master, don't worry, we will announce to the public that this was caused by the power of the tailed beast going out of control, and others will not be able to see any clues." "Oh!" Guang couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. She knew that if it were that guy, he would definitely end the fight the moment the sneak attack was successful. Sensing her displeasure, Jinjiao immediately walked over and nudged his brother with his shoulder. Yinjiao understood and decisively shut up, and his movements to clean up the corpse became much more efficient. After all, in the will of the 2 brothers, there was absolutely no thought of disobeying orders, not even the idea of disobeying each other. This is all thanks to Guang's pupil technique 8,000 spears. 6 years ago, at Shenyu's suggestion, the 2 brothers were hit by the 8,000 spears and were marked. This mark was directly imprinted on their souls, and would never disappear unless they had the power of the 10,000 things or removed the mark themselves. From then on, the chakras of the 2 brothers were completely controlled by light, and could be dispatched and used at will, regardless of distance and space transfer. Over the course of several years, Guang indirectly invaded the spiritual realm of the Gold and Silver brothers through engraving, collected memory fragments, and mixed, deleted, and modified them. With a little bit of effort, he finally controlled their minds and completely turned them into his puppets. In the subjective consciousness of the 2 brothers, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Hikari, and Uchiha Kamiya are the 3 people they cannot disobey. It is as if they were born as slaves of these 3 people. Everything they do is right and they just need to obey them. The hidden cloud village, any power, any authority, are no match for the master's order. Of course, the person with the greatest command authority is still Guang. Soon, under Guang's supervision, the cleaning speed of the Gold and Silver brothers increased significantly, and it took less than a moment to clean up the battlefield. Except for the first Raikage who was burned to ashes by Amaterasu, the other corpses were also burned to ashes, leaving no trace. After the matter was over, Guang put on his cloak again and set off with the Gold and Silver brothers to the hidden cloud village. "Who is this?" In the Raikage building, behind the desk, a burly man with a bun, a rough appearance, and a full beard looked at Uchiha Hikari and narrowed his eyes slightly. "He's just a new friend we made," Jinjiao said lightly. "Friends?" The sturdy man looked suspicious. You two brothers can actually make friends outside the village. Hey, Alyata, although you are the acting Raikage now, even if the Raikage himself comes, he can't control who we make friends with, right? Silverhorn grinned, took a step forward, and together with Golden Horn, blocked the slender figure of Guangfa behind them. Arita, the strongest personal bodyguard of the first Raikage, once accompanied him in the 5-cage summit. Now he has been promoted to a high position with his great strength and reputation. He is recognized as a ninja who has inherited the will of the first Raikage. Everyone understood that if nothing unexpected happened, this guy would almost be the designated candidate for the second Raikage. Forget it. I don't understand you. Iluta shook his head, took one last look at Guang, and said in a deep voice, as long as you don't cause trouble for the village, the rest is up to you. His expression seemed relaxed, but there was a barely perceptible solemnity in his eyes. The black-robed woman in front of him looked thin, but judging from the fluctuations in chakra intensity, she had at least reached the level of a cage-level warrior. The first Raikage is already old, and the election ceremony for the new Raikage will probably be held soon. Now that he is not in the village, any changes may be fatal. The brothers had been at odds with the Raikage in their early years and were extremely dissatisfied with his soft policy. They had quarreled many times, and now they brought such a strong man back to the village. He would never believe that there was no other purpose. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to the first Raikage pushed the door open and came out. When he saw the gold and silver brothers, he was obviously stunned. He walked straight to his desk, worry thickening between his brows. Even an outsider like Guang could see his anxiety. "Lord Bale, is there anything I can help you with?" asked Iluta. The man named Bale immediately said, "Any news? When will my brother be back?" "Well..." Arita frowned slightly, "It should be soon. After all, it has been 4 days. With Raikage's speed, he will definitely be back tonight." Hearing this, Baylor sighed and said, "Hurry up, I feel like the seal is loosening." "Feel sorry?" Iluta suddenly interrupted him and turned his gaze to the gold and silver brothers, "You two, if you have nothing else, you can leave." Jinjiao said nothing, and walked out with Uchiha Guang in a muffled voice. "Why can't we listen together? It's so mysterious." Jinjiao suddenly leaned forward and sat down on the desk. He placed one hand on the table, leaned forward slowly, and grinned, "Hey, you guy, are you afraid that our brothers will take your position as the second Raikage?" "Ginkaku-kun, you're joking." Arita looked at him calmly, even though his dark face didn't seem to have changed color. The Hidden Cloud Village belongs to everyone. Even if it's an election, it must be open and fair. The eyes of the people are sharp. "Ginkaku-kun, don't worry about me doing anything. Tisk, you're a clique-forming guy. I really can't get along with you." Jinjiao waved his hand and left tactfully. Late at night, the stars light up the sky, and faint clouds of smoke linger around the village, bringing peace and tranquility. Guang stood alone on the roof of the hotel, looking up at the night sky. The evening breeze was cool and moist, blowing thousands of black hair slightly. The starry sky came into view, and the girl's pretty face was full of worries. If someone could see her expression at this moment, they would find that the worry on her face was no less than that on Baylor during the day. Suddenly, she came to her senses as if awakened from a dream, and turned abruptly to look in the direction of the Raikage building. There, a violent airflow was blowing towards us. At the same time, Jinjiao and Yinjiao, who were sleeping soundly, opened their eyes at the same time. They quickly pushed the door open and looked at each other at the same time, and they both confirmed a message from each other's eyes. "Eight Tails, gone berserk." Uchiha Hikari put on his cloak again, and like a civet cat walking on the roof under the moon, he jumped lightly and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 84, 3 Tails Run Amok. The Hidden Cloud Village, the central area near the Raikage building. A powerful and manic roar pierced the night sky, waking everyone in the village from their dreams. Boundary Squad, evacuate all villagers within a kilometer radius. Deploy the Iron Wall Cloud Formation. Sealing Squad, stand by for now, and deploy the seal when the time is right. Battle Squad, charge with me, don't give it time to launch the tailed beast ball. Arita looked solemn as he directed the battle and rushed to the front. In the very center of the venue, a giant pink monster was destroying everything like crazy. It had 2 horns on its head, roared like thunder, and 8 huge octopus tentacles were dancing wildly. Not far from its feet, the 8 tails Jinchuriki Baylor was buried in the ruins, with the tailed beast separated from his body, which meant that Baylor was now a corpse. Lightning flashed as about 20 ninjas fought around the 8 tails, using countless ninjutsu to cover it, but to little effect. The 8 tails roared, and with its 2 strong arms it pulled out a tall tower, and with a boom it smashed towards the cloud ninjas. Hateful! Iluta roared, and as the lightning flashed, his whole body was covered in lightning armor, and he slammed into the 8 tails. Boom! The huge impact force actually caused the huge body of the 8 tails to stagger. It swung its arms back and knocked Aruda away. A bolt of lightning struck through 3 streets in succession, causing buildings to collapse and shatter. Lightning Release Linking Technique, 16 Pillar Binding. The 4 Enbu pressed their hands to the ground at the same time, and 16 stone pillars rose from the ground, trapping the huge body of the 8 tails in the center like a prison bar. With a crackling sound, blinding lightning burst out from the stone pillars at the same time, turning into a lightning net that connected to each other. The blue lightning directly illuminated the 8 tails. However, this move not only did not cause any harm to the 8 tails, but instead completely enraged it. The 8 long tentacles and tails punched out like fists, and just by waving them randomly, they shattered all the stone pillars. 2 ninjas who failed to retreat in time were buried in the pile of rocks, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Crack, crack, crack. Several strong and powerful jonin took the opportunity to surround it, swung out huge chains to wrap around the arms and tentacles of the 8 tails, and dozens of people worked together to try to restrict its movements. Ah! As the cloud ninjas roared, the thick iron chains were stretched straight in an instant. Uchiha Hikari, who was watching the battle on the side, couldn't help but nodded, thinking that the hidden cloud village was indeed a ninja village that specialized in ninjutsu, and they actually dared to use such a primitive method to fight the tailed beasts. However, human power is limited after all, how can it be compared to the tailed beasts? The 8 tails only needs to exert force and throw everyone away like a yo-yo. The 8 tails jumped up from the spot and landed with a bang. The heavy force cracked the ground and made the people surrounding it stagger. It took the opportunity to raise its head and condense the tailed beast ball. A flash of lightning came from a distance, like a shooting lightning arrow, hitting the top of the 8 tails' head, instantly interrupting the chakra that was being condensed. But soon, the future second-generation Raikage was knocked away again, and all the buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer suffered. There was no way. His methods were too simple. If we only talked about the battles between ninjas, he must be the best offensive and killing weapon, but he had to face a tailed beast. The tailed beasts have strength and chakra far beyond that of ordinary cage-level ninjas. Giggle. Crisp sounds of bones were heard, and Jinjiao and Yinjiao flexed their fists and feet and stood up. Jinjiao, it seems that some people are having a hard time. Yes, Silverhorn, I wonder if Lord Iluta needs the help of 2 of us old men. Arita's pupil shrank, and he quickly rushed out from the ruins. Wait, you 2 can't do it. If you really want to help, use your ember bottle to try to seal the 8 tails. Yinjiao spread his hands and looked at his brother. Jinjiao, it seems that some people don't have a good memory. If that kind of thing could be used, wouldn't it have been used long ago? Yes, Ginkaku. The last time the 2 tails Jinchuriki went berserk, the 2 tails is still sealed in the amber purifier bottle. If we open the bottle cap rashly, it would be bad if another tailed beast is released. Damn it! Arita had a look of anxiety. Now that the first raikage was gone, if he wanted to suppress the eight tails by himself, he would need to use all his strength, but then the village would be doomed. The same logic would apply if the Gold and Silver brothers, who possess the power of the nine-tailed fox, took action instead. Besides, those two guys would lose their humanity once they started fighting, and the situation would only get worse. OM. A huge and heavy aura spread throughout the venue like a rising tide. The eight tails opened its mouth wide, and the red and blue chakra appeared again. The entire hidden cloud village was shrouded in a dangerous aura. Arita didn't care about the loss and immediately activated the thunder armor to ram forward, interrupting the eight tails that was charging again. As the battle progressed, countless buildings collapsed and shattered. Fortunately, the residents had been arranged to be evacuated in advance, and there were no casualties among ordinary villagers for the time being. But this is not a solution. Relying on Arita alone to fight is like a drop in the bucket. Sooner or later, the eight tails will break out of the barrier and kill everyone. Just as the Gold and Silver brothers were hesitating whether to take action, a calm girl's voice came from behind them. Let me do it. As long as we make eye contact, the battle will be over in an instant. Jinjiao turned around immediately and advised, but, that will not only expose the master's existence, but will also consume a lot of your strength. There's nothing we can do about it. The eight tails is a crucial part of future plans and we can't afford to make any mistakes. Guang raised his hands, revealing a pair of beautiful scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan under his black gauze cloak. Besides, I don't want it to get out and massacre civilians. At this time, Arita was hit by the tentacles of the eight tails again and flew far away, and there were no other ninjas on the field. Just when Guang was about to take action, the eight-tailed fox suddenly roared wildly and wrapped its body with eight tentacles, like a huge alien flower bud. Tailed Beast 8 volumes. Jinjiao and Yanjiao immediately rushed forward and protected the delicate light tightly behind them. Master, hurry up, if this attack goes on, most of the hidden cloud village will be razed to the ground. From a distance came the desperate cry of Aluta. The barrier class is fighting to maintain the barrier. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly streaked across the night sky, rubbing against the air at a high speed, forming a hot and twisted airflow. The meteor fell rapidly, like a divine weapon descending from the sky. Among all the people present, only Guang could see clearly that it was a young man. He smashed the barrier in an instant, as easily as smashing candy wrappers, and without any pause, he smashed into the flower bud formed by the eight tails. The entire hidden cloud village trembled. Boom! The storm swept in, crushing the ruins into slag. Guang did not hide behind the Jin and Yin brothers. Instead, he pushed them aside and walked out. The surging wind gradually dissipated, and a black-haired boy stood with his hands behind his back on top of the eight tails' head. He had clear eyes and was extremely handsome. The eight tails under his feet was no longer violent, but as quiet as a calf, and its two lantern-sized bull eyes had turned into the shape of a three-magatama Sharingan. Shenyu looked down at the light, his black hair fluttering, and smiled faintly, "Am I late?" Guang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No. Just in time." Chapter 85 Long time no see. Late at night, the smoke of gunpowder cleared in the hidden cloud village. Shenyu jumped down from the top of the eight tails, and greeted Guang with a smile. "It's been a few days since we last met. I missed you so much, Guang." "Humph, even if you don't come, I can handle it on my own." Guang's pretty face blushed slightly and she deliberately avoided looking at him. "Yes, yes, yes," Shenyu walked in front of Guang, with a faint green vapor emanating from his body, and he had not yet released the state of the third life gate. "How's it going over there? The first raikage?" He looked at her inquiringly and made a wiping neck gesture. "Don't worry, it's done very, very cleanly." Guang held up his little face, his white and slender neck, like a proud little swan. "What about you?" "Of course I'm fine." This battle with Senju Hashirama allowed me to redefine my own strength and avenge my parents. Except for Tobirama's life, the Senju clan no longer owes me anything. Shenyu sighed as he glanced at the messy surroundings. It seems something unexpected has happened. Well, the eight-tailed fox suddenly went berserk. Guang nodded slightly. You did it. Shenyu blinked, a little surprised. Of course not. Guang rolled his eyes slightly disgusted. It was really just an accident. Shenyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If the first Raikage had not died at this point in time, then he in the original time and space might have died in this battle. He tried his best to protect the village, and finally died after exhausting his strength to seal the eight tails. Are there any civilians injured? Shenyu suddenly asked. Jinjiao on the side immediately replied, Don't worry, Lord Shenyu. Arita responded very promptly and evacuated the people immediately. You are still as kind as ever. I just don't want to feel burdened. Shenyu said silently, leaning over to look behind Jinjiao, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Also, don't call me Alyada in the future, call me the second Raikage. Several people turned around and saw a dusty figure rushing towards them from the collapsed barrier. What is going on? A puzzled Eruda noticed the sudden appearance of the young man in front of him. However, when he received feedback from his chakra perception, he suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, his eyes filled with solemnity. You, who are you? Did you kill the eight tails? My name is Uchiha Shenyu. I suppressed the eight tails just for fun. I was just being a hero for fun. Shenyu tilted his head, but none of this matters. Shenyu smiled and raised his hand, his figure disappeared on the spot, and the afterimage gathered into a palm knife, which chopped off the back of Arita's neck the next moment. What? Such a fast speed! Arita was hit hard, and his thunder armor shattered in an instant, just like paper, and the figure of the young man in front of him also disappeared. His eyes rolled up and he fell forward to his knees uncontrollably, almost fainting on the spot. A slender hand pinched the back of his neck and lifted him up easily. A faint fragrance filled his face, and Uchiha Guang appeared in front of him in an instant. In his eyes that were about to close, a pair of gorgeous scarlet pupils were reflected, and the ink-colored patterns looked like circling swifts. Thump! Shenyu let go, causing Arita's body to fall to the ground without support and fall into a coma. On the back of Arita's hand, a Mangekyō Sharingan mark slowly emerged like a mirage. In 1 second, he instantly killed a cage-level warrior and marked him with the 8,000 spears mark. Although it was an unfair victory, it still showed that the two of them had perfect understanding and seamless cooperation. Shenyu turned around and ordered, now that the eight tails has been controlled, you two go and divert the attention of the other cloud ninjas and comfort the people. The gold and silver brothers nodded immediately, and in a flash, they disappeared from the spot. Shenyu released the 8 gates, came to Guang, and asked softly, Are you okay? Have you used Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi again recently? Guang immediately put down her hands that were rubbing her eyes. Although her eyelids were dry and sparkling tears were flowing, she still managed to say, I'm fine. This is just a small consumption. Shenyu sighed softly and used the back of his hand to wipe away the tears on her pretty face. His movements were gentle and delicate, and he just avoided her softest lips. Promise me that after this time, don't use pupil skills again. How can I be as fragile as you think? Your eyesight. Shenyu was helpless and changed his words immediately, I don't need too much help from you now, at least in terms of pupil skills, but in the future. What about the future? Guang asked with her pretty face raised. Shenyu was now a head taller than her. Shenyu took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the endless starry sky. There may be an inevitable death battle waiting for me in the future. Promise me, Guang, if you really want to help me, then save all your strength for that time. How long will the battle you mentioned last? Guang finally raised his hand and covered his left eye. It was a pain that was almost stiff, and the corner of his eye was twitching. I don't know either. Shenyu changed the subject, but that's not the issue we need to worry about right now. I don't need you to control this Eluda. I'll figure it out myself. Guang snorted and rejected Shenyu's kindness. 8,000 spears is my innate pupil technique. The consumption of pupil power is not that exaggerated. Besides, it has already been marked. There is no reason not to control it. Okay. Shenyu knew her temper, so he didn't insist and asked softly, how long will it take to completely control his mind? Guang rubbed his dry eyelids and said, it will take about 2 weeks. Well, this time is just right. Shenyu's eyes were gentle, thank you for your hard work. He turned and walked into the darkness, the light following his back, leaving only ruins and a Yamato standing there. After the Eight Tails rampage was suppressed, under the orderly command of the Gold and Silver Brothers and a group of high-level officials, the hidden cloud village gradually returned to its former tranquility. Jinjiao announced that Arita was currently recuperating in Union Hospital due to serious injuries. During this period, all affairs in the village would be temporarily handled by them, the brothers. Until the first Raikage returns, or Arita recovers from his injuries. Of course, at this time, Arita was completely immersed in Shenyu's illusion and remained in an unconscious state. And Guang was silently searching for the memory fragments in his spiritual world and began the brainwashing operation. In this way, time slipped away day by day as everyone in the hidden cloud village was looking forward to the return of the Raikage. Chapter 86, Konoha Village in the face of internal and external troubles. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Senju Tobirama stood in front of the window with his back to the desk. A gloomy face was reflected on the smooth glass. After a few days' rest, his injuries recovered somewhat, but his complexion still did not improve, as if he had suddenly aged by dozens of years. In fact, he had already learned everything from Jing. After learning that Shenyu would not attack Konoha for the time being, he moved back to the village from the secret base. A few days ago, Jing teleported to the base through the Flying Thunder God technique and reported the battle situation to Tobirama. In addition to the 5-year agreement, he wrote down everything that happened between him and Shenyu in the mission report, including the fight between the two and what they said to each other. Of course, things like the transaction with Shenyu and the voluntary donation of his eyes in exchange for 5 years, were all glossed over by Jing. This simple explanation certainly could not fool Tobirama, so Jing explained the reason why Shenyu retreated. Kanaki's real purpose is not to destroy Konoha village, but to obtain his own Mangekyō Sharingan. Tobirama nodded frequently as he listened, because he knew that Madara gained such powerful power because he transplanted the eyes of the dead Izuna. Jing explained that due to the nature of his pupil technique, Shenyu had no way to deal with him. If he used too light a move, he would not be able to defeat him, but if he used too heavy a move, he would damage Xin Nian's eyes. Therefore, even if he had the power to destroy himself in an instant, he would still be cautious and limited in what he could do. Tobirama was so smart that he grasped the key point almost instantly and raised his doubts. Didn't he threaten you with the village? The mirror's answer is yes. In that case I will destroy my own eyes directly, and he will have no choice but to retreat in anger. In response, Tobirama first praised his disciple's will of fire for sacrificing his life for justice, and then gave a serious admonition. Be careful, Shenyu will not give up on the eye-catching, so you must be alert in the future and not give him any chance to take advantage of you. Tobirama was a cautious man. He read the mission report handed in by Jing over and over again, word by word, trying to understand Shenyu's intentions and analyze the intelligence. Then he came to a horrifying conclusion. With his current strength, if he appeared in Shenyu's sight, he would be dead. In addition, there was another piece of news that concerned him very much. When the two brothers were fighting in the Valley of the End, Kagami was accidentally punched into the chest of the Uchiha Madara statue by Shenyu, and Shenyu accidentally blurted out a sentence. Oh, how unlucky! It took Master Ban 6 years to grow this piece of meat. Meat? Wound? What kind of injury would take 6 years to heal? Speaking of which, after the great battle that year, Tobirama rushed to his brother's side first and noticed a blood scab on his shoulder. That wound wasn't caused by any blunt or sharp object, it was more like a bite mark. But because he had to concentrate on dealing with Shenyu at that time, he didn't care. He just sneered at Madara in his heart, saying that a man who had been pursuing elegance in battle all his life actually showed such a beastly side. Could it be that Madara bit off a piece of his elder brother's flesh back then? He vaguely sensed that there was something strange about this matter. Uchiha Madara was very likely to have transplanted his brother's flesh and blood. This couldn't help but arouse his great suspicion. Why did Ban do this? Could it be that by combining the power of the Senju and Uchiha, one can awaken a stronger power? On that rainy night 6 years ago, Ban faked his death and escaped, and has disappeared from everyone's sight since then. What was he planning behind the scenes? He was silent for a long time, puzzled. But he didn't have time to think about these things now, because there were more serious situations waiting for him to deal with. On the day he returned to the village, he also brought back a body and a sad news. His elder brother, Hashirama Senju, died. His own injuries were severe and difficult to heal, leaving him with a chronic illness. Once his chakra erupted, he would feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife and his life was hanging by a thread. He had lost his cage-level combat ability. This is a very serious internal injury. It will take at least 10 or 8 years to fully recover. That night, all the senior executives held a meeting, and a fierce argument broke out in the conference room of the Hokage building. 80% of people believe that the death of Hokage should not be announced, especially in such a critical situation as Sasuke Sarutobi died and Tobirama Senju was seriously injured. The new generation has not yet grown up, and the village is already seriously lacking in cage-level combat power. If this is announced at this time, it would be tantamount to showing weakness to the other 4 major ninja villages. The other 20% of representatives, led by the Senju clan, believed that Hashirama Senju devoted his entire life to the cause. He not only founded the Konoha village, but also set a precedent and ended the Warring States period. With such great achievements, such a person deserves a grand funeral so that people all over the world can mourn him. He should not die in obscurity. Both sides held their own opinions and the argument continued. Finally, Uzumaki Mito spoke up and insisted on holding the funeral, but there was no need to announce it to the world, only to notify all the villagers of Konoha. To this, Tobirama could only frown and agree. He actually stands on the side of rationality. This method of covering one's ears and stealing the bell will not be concealed for long. So, 3 days later, Konoha village held a grand funeral for the god of ninja, and all the villagers of Konoha came to observe a moment of silence. As the sad and solemn eulogy was slowly read, everyone burst into tears, mourning the ninja god who pacified the troubled times. The real cause of his death was kept secret by the top brass, and the only announcement to the public was that he died of exhaustion and old age. But Tobirama knew very well that when Kamiya attacked Konoha that night, the cages from the other 4 major ninja villages were all present. Once the news leaked out, anyone with a discerning eye would see that it was Kamiya who killed the god of ninja. But this is not all bad news. Tobirama once used the information that Madara faked his death outside to scare the other 4 countries for 6 years, so now he must make use of Kamiya's notoriety. He pressed his temples, but the fatigue in his eyes could not be dispelled. On the night of Hashirama's burial, he was unanimously voted by the top leaders to become the 2nd Hokage of Konoha village. Although the work he did when his eldest brother was still alive was not much different from what he does now, it was only when he actually sat in this position that he realized the responsibility and pressure of being a Hokage. The current situation of the village is not optimistic. There are only a few cage-level warriors with the highest combat power left. The three most capable fighters were either dead or disabled, and the patriarchs of the major families had been living in comfort for too long and neglected training, and had long since devoted more time to fighting for power. Except for Hinata Harukaze, none of them had the strength of the cage level they once had. The strongest of the new generation, such as Hiruzen, Danzo, and others, are only at the level of a mere jonin. The previous wave is not enough, the next wave has not yet followed, powerful enemies are all around, and there are internal and external troubles. Wrong. Tobirama suddenly looked up, with a gleam in his eyes. There is another one, Uchiha Mirror. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Jing suddenly sneezed, scaring the girl in front of him, and the three-colored dango in his hand fell to the ground with a pop. Oh, sorry, Yuko, let me take you to buy another bunch. The girl blushed and shook her head, her black ponytail swaying. No need, Jing Jun, you've been under a lot of pressure lately, you have to take care of yourself. Jing scratched his head a little embarrassedly, taking care of you is the task assigned to me by the clan leader. After all, you are his biological sister. Actually. Uchiha Yuko put her hands behind her back and stood on tiptoe shyly, Mirror-kun, you don't have to take this as a task. She opened her beautiful eyes wide, a hint of courage flashed in her black eyes, she raised her head, pecked Jing lightly on the face, then ran away with a red face. Only Jing was left standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 87 Ready to make a move. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The Hidden Cloud village as a whole is in a state of anxiety and excitement. Such a long time has passed, and they still haven't waited for the first Raikage to return. The top leaders have sent out dozens of teams to search for him, but there is no trace of him. The entire Kumagakure delegation, including the first Raikage and everyone else, seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. The people in the village were in a panic, especially after having just experienced the eight-tailed runaway incident. At this moment, they were in urgent need of a backbone to calm the people. As time went on, people began to make bad guesses. Could it be that Lord Raikage and the others were assassinated? But who has the courage? Who has the strength? Besides, Lord Raikage went to Konoha village to attend a banquet, and no one saw them since then. Hey? Konoha. Could it be that Konoha had plotted against Lord Raikage? Did Konoha plot against Lord Raikage? Konoha killed Lord Raikage. This piece of news suddenly spread like wildfire, and before anyone knew it, it had become a hot topic throughout the Hidden Cloud village. The representatives were filled with righteous indignation and jointly wrote a letter to the emperor, demanding justice from Konoha. Just when the top management was worried and anxious, Iluta woke up. As soon as he woke up, he immediately convened a meeting in the Raikage building, and all the senior executives were present. Even the usually unruly brothers Gold and Silver attended the meeting obediently, which made all the major families look at them with admiration. I think we should immediately launch a righteous invasion of the Fire Nation and attack Konoha to seek justice for Lord Raikage. What? Iluta, do you know what you are talking about? This isn't right, Alyuta. Everyone knows that you and Lord Ai are as close as father and son, but to act so rashly is truly a reckless act. Little Iluta, I have watched you grow up. You are not such a reckless person. Iluta slammed the table and stood up, saying something shocking. Konoha is going too far, are we just going to put up with it? Lord Ai established the Hidden Cloud village to shelter a bunch of cowards like you? Is this how you inherit the will of thunder? Hey, you're too excited. At least send someone to Konoha to verify it. Are you stupid? Since it was done secretly, how could others admit it? Yinjiao interrupted. Konoha is not the kind of hidden village that dares to do things but not to take responsibility, and I believe in the character of Lord Hashirama. The elder of the Yayu clan expressed his opinion. Jinjiao said in a deep voice, trust me, this is just a waste of time and manpower. Most of the people in the union meeting were reckless people. Everyone held their own opinions and the arguments became more and more excited. In the end, they just overturned the table, rolled up their sleeves, and even started cursing in a rage. In short, as soon as Arita's plan was proposed, it was opposed by the majority. The meeting was temporarily postponed and the senior executives left in displeasure. 3 days later, the delegation sent to Konoha disappeared again, and Aruda held a second meeting that night. This time, he still stubbornly insisted on attacking Konoha, but there were still many voices of opposition. The crowd was excited and the argument became more and more fierce. Finally, Elda proposed to vote out the senior elders who held opposing opinions, and have them lead a team to Konoha to discuss the whereabouts of the first Reikage and the Kumagakure delegation. A week passed and there was no news of the sent elder, and he never came back. The third meeting was held. Konoha is really bullying me too much. Do you think you can bully me and others at will by relying on Hashirama Senju? This time, there were fewer voices opposing Eluda's angry speech. This should be an accident, right? After all, the wandering ninjas in Jilei Gorge have been rampant recently. What do you think? Should we send another team to try? Jinjiao said in a muffled voice, trust me, don't die, it's useless. Yinjiao showed a provocative smile, Elder Yayu, how about you lead the team this time? The old man, who was nearly 60 years old and had a frosted face, immediately shut up. Many smart people have seen the situation clearly and have quietly begun to take sides. However, due to the great reputation of Hashirama Senju, many people were worried that the future of the Hidden Cloud Village would be directly destroyed, and they could not reach a consensus. But the balance of the situation has begun to tilt, and most people agree with Aruda's proposal and are jealous of Konoha. It was not until 3 days later that a piece of news reached the Hidden Cloud Village. The first Hokage of Konoha Village, known as the God of Ninja, Senju Hashirama, has reached the end of his life and passed away. Elda convened a meeting again, and the topic was still the proposal to attack Konoha. This time, no dissenting voices could be heard, only a few wise old men were still hesitating. If you have any concerns, please feel free to raise them. Eluda knocked on the table. Let me add that just yesterday, this proposal has been agreed to by the daimyo. Well, conquering Konoha is important, and Konoha will give us justice no matter what, but we are leaderless, so we are bound to fail. Eluda smiled slightly, it's simple, I will become the Reikage, right? The direction of the meeting was changed, and the top management was decisive and started voting immediately. What is surprising is that the Gold and Silver brothers, who hold a considerable majority of the votes, actually agreed that Aruda should become the second Reikage. Without any surprise, Aruda officially became the second Reikage with a unanimous vote, and issued a notice to raise an army to attack Konoha. As soon as the news came out, the public was in an uproar. In an unnoticed izakaya, Shenyu was sipping tea in a private room on the second floor, looking at the bustling street outside the window with a smile on his face. You're starting a war by doing this. Guang sat opposite him with his chin in his hand, his long sleeves sliding down, revealing a small piece of his snow-white arm. Shenyu said calmly, war will come sooner or later, I just slightly adjusted the time. Besides, he took a sip of tea, we have already ordered Eluda not to harm civilians. This is a war against ninjas only. Guang just looked at him, his almond-shaped eyes bright, for a long time. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shenyu noticed her gaze. Sometimes I wonder, what are you planning? Is it really just to gain the same power as Madara-sama? Guang's voice was cold and clear, like a solitary orchid in a valley. Shenyu smiled and said, since you don't know anything, why do you still dare to help me? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? Tisk. Guang curled his lips and muttered softly, you wouldn't dare. Shenyu smiled without answering and turned to look out the window. According to his plan, one day in the future, he will not only be able to obtain the eternal Mangekyō that incorporates the power of Hashirama's cells, but even light will be able to obtain the power of Hashirama's cells. Over the years, Guang's eyesight has been declining. Fortunately, life in the base is very peaceful and he does not need to use the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Guang no longer has any blood relatives in this world. The only way to protect his Mangekyō Sharingan is to obtain the power of Hashirama's cells. But in Shenyu's opinion, the method that Lord Madara used to transplant Hashirama's flesh and blood was too cruel. That kind of extreme pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. What's more, Guang is just a girl. In addition, there is a more gentle method, which is to directly transplant White Zetsu's flesh and blood. The so-called White Zetsu is actually the product of the Outer Path demon statue. Its true form is a human being who was sealed in the sacred tree by Kaguya Otsutsuki through the infinite Tsukuyomi thousands of years ago. The power of the sacred tree is rich in its body. As fate would have it, a part of the White Zetsu was fused with Hashirama's cells under Madara's transformation, and the yang release chakra in his body became even more powerful. Uchiha Obito in the original time and space transplanted the body of this special White Zetsu to ensure the recoverability of his pupil power. The pain caused by the fusion of Hashirama's cells has been completely absorbed by White Zetsu, and White Zetsu already contains the genes of countless humans, so the adaptability of White Zetsu's flesh and blood is very strong. With its transition, there will be basically no pain after the transplant, and there will not even be the most basic immune rejection. With the help of the self-healing factor of the yang release power, Obito can continuously repair his optic nerves, thus avoiding the blindness effect of the Mangekyō Sharingan to a certain extent. But this requires waiting until Madara opens the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path statue from the moon. If we really have to wait until that time, Hikari will become a mother-in-law. Therefore, Shenyu's current plan is particularly urgent. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 88 The 1th Ninja War. Konoha 13, May. Because of the disappearance of the first Raikage and the annihilation of the diplomatic envoys, the Hidden Cloud Village organized a large number of ninjas to invade the Land of Fire. They uprooted the outposts and bases along the way in Konoha with drastic measures and great force. Among them, the vanguard army led by Kinkaku was unstoppable. The banana fan combined with the power of the tailed beast was as powerful as a natural disaster. They killed all around in the group battle and were invincible. When the news reached Konoha, it immediately aroused public outrage. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, immediately summoned the Konoha's top leaders to hold a combat meeting. The peace negotiation policy proposed by a minority of people was vetoed by Tobirama. The situation is turbulent and the eyes of the entire ninja world are watching. If we negotiate peace at this time, it would be tantamount to showing weakness to the powerful enemy. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one will reason with the weak. If you show weakness to the enemy, you will soon be attacked by everyone. The best way is to fight back and suppress them with thunder and lightning. 2 days later, Konoha declared war on the Hidden Cloud Village and sent an elite ninja force led by Uchiha Kagami to counterattack the Hidden Cloud Village. The main forces of both sides clashed at the northern border of the Land of Fire and a great battle broke out. Uchiha Kagami single-handedly fought against Kinkaku and the Cloud Ninja troops behind him. Both sides suffered casualties and the battle intensified. In the middle of the same month, a war broke out between the Iwagakure village and the Kirigakure village for unknown reasons. The two sides were enemies with a long-standing grudge, like a powder keg that could explode at any time. The Iwagakure and Mist ninjas sent troops to attack each other, and the intensity of the battle was even more intense than that between Konoha and Kumagakure. The Kingdom of Wind, with its sparse population, barren land, and weak economy, was not dragged into the war. Instead, it closed its doors and kept to itself. During this period, the second-generation Kazekage shaman came to power. While he was wary of other ninja villages, he devoted more energy to the development of the Sand Village. At this point, with the departure of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the agreement between the 5 major countries collapsed in an instant, and the new era balance pattern established on this basis, which maintained peace for the first 10 years of the new era, completely collapsed. The First Ninja World War officially begins. In the northern part of the Land of Fire, the battle line between Konoha and Kumagakure. Jinjiao jumped high on the spot and swung the palm leaf fan in his hand violently. A hurricane carrying endless flames suddenly swept over. Water escape water formation wall. The 3 Konoha ninjas worked together to perform water-style ninjutsu, and the surging water gathered into a water wall that was more than 10 meters long and horizontal, blocking the team in front. Zitsaizi. Water and fire merged, and a huge amount of steam evaporated instantly. But the enemy's flames were too fast and too fierce. After only a moment's stalemate, the white mist was torn apart by the dragon-like flames. The red flames illuminated the terrified faces of the Konoha ninjas. At this moment, a figure opened his arms, like a bird spreading its wings, blocking everyone. Master Jing! It's Master Jing who's here! Mirror faced the surging flames fearlessly because he had already opened a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan that shone like glass. Garuda! The flames seemed to have found an outlet in an instant and rushed into Jing's body frantically, swirling like a whirlwind. In less than 2 seconds, the huge amount of flames was completely swallowed up by him. As Jing took a step forward, a huge crack instantly appeared on the ground. A huge amount of heat flowed into the earth along the crack and exploded instantly, blowing the Cloud Ninja team dozens of meters away into pieces. Before the people of Konoha could cheer, Jing suddenly flashed backwards, and a silver light slashed down vertically like a swimming fish. The heavy sword broke into the earth, and a figure with silver hair and 2 horns appeared immediately afterwards. Boy, you even discovered my sneak attack. Ginkaku gave a creepy smile, and the dark red-tailed beast chakra instantly covered his whole body, and then he slapped Kagami on the chest with 1 claw. The strange suction force appeared again, and Yinjiao felt that all the strength in his body was loosened. The claw that was originally powerful and strong became a light attack, more like a lover's caress. Jing took advantage of the situation to grab his wrist and kicked him in the chest. The force surged like a tsunami, kicking Yinjiao far away. The 7-star sword was also blown away by the air wave and hit the stone wall in the distance. Hoo! Jing was breathing heavily, with bloodshot eyes appearing in his left eye. Waves of pain forced him to cover his eyes. The dust and smoke in the distance dissipated, and the Gold and Silver brothers stood up at the same time. Hey, that Uchiha brat, where is the second Hokage? Ginkaku yelled. Jing said loudly, it doesn't even require the Hokage to take action to deal with you scum. I am enough on my own. Haha, you are so arrogant. You will know whether you are a small fry or not later. Jinjiao's eyes became fierce. Ginkaku clenched his fists, and bones crackled all over his body. Really, the big one doesn't come out to charge into battle, and lets the little one do the fighting? The second Hokage is no more than this. They all transformed into half-tailed beasts at the same time, becoming 2 dark red beasts, and pounced at him in the form of red light. Wind style, wind-killing formation. Jing turned around quickly, formed hand seals, and used wind style to push away the Konoha ninja behind him. The next moment, 2 sharp claws slapped his back. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, blood flowed from Jing's left eye, and countless afterimages appeared on his body. Each afterimage absorbed a huge amount of kinetic energy, and finally the afterimages merged into one. As a golden light appeared, a huge golden skeleton crawled out from the ground and punched the Gold and Silver brothers back. Go! Jing shouted softly. Susanoo opened his bony hands, and 3 huge megatama turned into flashing golden light and blasted out. The 2 brothers punched each other in midair and used the force to dodge the megatama. The golden light sank into the depths of the forest, and the trees in the distance looked like they were being cut. Jing immediately released his Susanoo. The Gold and Silver brothers landed at the same time, raised their long tails, and looked up to condense the tailed beast balls. Jing took a deep breath, his eyes calm and sharp. He stood with his legs apart, and as the seals with his hands changed, a kunao floated in front of his eyes. Call out! Call out! Two fist-sized dark purple spheres instantly broke through the air and turned into straight red lights that shot out, smashing everything in its path into pieces. The tailed beast balls slammed in front of Jing, and with a hum sound, ripples appeared in the space like the surface of water. Layers of inky magic spells emerged, wrapping and swallowing the two-tailed beast balls like a spider web. Flying Thunder God, Guided Lightning. 100 miles away, an ink-colored spell was unfolded out of thin air, and two-tailed beast balls shot out from the distorted space, causing an explosion that soared into the sky. Well done, Master Jing. With Lord Jing here, we will definitely win. However, facing the two monsters who were charging their tailed beast balls again, Jing looked solemn. Everyone, retreat in formation B. He shouted. The sound waves rolled out and reached every corner of the battlefield. Suddenly, the Konoha ninjas who were fighting fiercely with the Cloud ninjas immediately gave up their opponents and gathered towards where Jing was. They threw out chains one after another, stringing together each other's bodies like a fishing net. Jing stretched out his hand, grasped one end of the chain, and at the same time made the way seal with one hand. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, most of the Konoha ninjas, including Kagami, disappeared at the same time. Two-tailed beast balls came straight towards them, and the huge explosion swallowed up the Konoha position. The battlefield was filled with smoke. Except for a few Konoha ninjas who did not have time to evacuate, and scattered corpses, 60% of Konoha's main force had successfully evacuated. A post hundreds of miles away. A group of people appeared out of nowhere, and Jing fell next to a kunao, with fatigue all over his face. Not good. Damn it, call the medical ninja. Idiot, you should send Master Jing to rest now. Looking at everyone in a panic, Jing was no longer able to explain that he was exhausted due to the sudden consumption of most of his chakra, so he simply let everyone carry him back to the position. Gold horn or silver horn? We failed. We still couldn't hold the front line. Ah, if my pupil power was stronger, like his, I could stop them. Chapter 89 Not Optimistic. The end of the 13th year of Konoha. Leaves are falling, the weather is getting colder, and the withered grass is covered with a layer of white frost. A month has passed since the hidden cloud village invaded the land of fire. The main forces of both sides fought in the north, with both sides winning and losing. However, with Ginkaku joining the battlefield, the balance of victory and defeat suddenly tilted towards the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Kagami, the frontline commander, was defeated by the two brothers and was defeated step by step. Faced with the fierce enemy, he decisively abandoned his position in order to save the lives of more companions. After several battles, Konoha's casualties were not heavy, but the price was. The iron hoofs of the cloud-hidden army have penetrated deep into the heart of the fire country. Under the leadership of Jing, Konoha's vanguard army retreated completely, and the entire army retreated to Mangekyō Mountain and defended it with all their might. When this message was passed back to Konoha, the top brass was immediately in an uproar. Many people are condemning Uchiha Kagami, believing that he is the culprit for the frequent defeats. As a commander, he becomes more and more cowardly as the battle goes on, and he doesn't even have the awareness of sacrifice. How can he hold the front line? After the meeting, those families that condemned Kagami were sent to the front lines by Tobirama to serve as the main reinforcements for the Mangekyō Mountain front. If it were the old Tobirama, he would have joined the team that rebuked Uchiha Kagami, but he suddenly remembered what Hashirama said to him before he died, and changed his mind. Konoha village is never just a place. The Konoha where people exist is the real Konoha. This made him have a higher degree of recognition for this disciple. Jing, you are the true successor to Big Brother's Wool. Tobirama looked out the window, frowned and sighed. Jing has a very special habit. After each mission, he will carefully organize the mission details into notes in order to analyze the intelligence and review his own shortcomings in combat. No matter how small the detail is, if he notices it, he will record it in detail in the report. At this moment, the thick stack of papers on the Hokage's desk was the report that Jing had compiled based on more than a dozen battles, big and small. Obviously, Tobirama had watched it over and over again. Is your pupil power insufficient? He frowned and couldn't help feeling a little worried. According to Jing's description, the Mangekyō Sharingan is a path to blindness. Although his eye technique is powerful, his eye power is irreversible. The so-called pupil power refers to the power of the eyes. It is a yin-tun chakra formed by the spiritual energy in the brain and a part of the body's energy, which acts on the outside. After opening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Jing's spiritual energy underwent a qualitative change, and thus the Yintsuku chakra in his body also increased, which is why he was promoted to a cage-level powerhouse. Jing's report clearly mentioned that every time he released his eye technique, his mental energy would surge and his yin-tun chakra would become stronger and stronger, but this energy had already exceeded a certain limit. Once it reached a certain critical value, it would begin to backfire on his body. This yin-tun energy will accumulate in the brain bit by bit, starting with destroying the optic nerve and gradually eroding the body, causing irreversible effects. The external manifestation is decreased vision, the optic nerve collapses bit by bit, and every cell in the body feels like it is being pricked by needles. Of course, compared to the devastation to the soul, external pain is nothing. Jing said that every time he released his pupil technique, his heart would be filled with an irresistible desire to destroy, which almost drove him crazy. Only by releasing the power can the spirit be satisfied, and after satisfaction there will be a long period of emptiness. Only by releasing stronger power can this crazy throbbing be filled. This cycle repeats itself over and over again, and the price is that the vision becomes more and more blurred day by day. Every battle with the Gold and Silver brothers was a life and death struggle. His eyesight had deteriorated a lot. He could hardly tell male from female at a distance of 200 meters, and couldn't tell human from animal at a distance of 500 meters. Jing mentioned that the reason why Uchiha Gani was so obsessed with his Mangekyō Sharingan was because only by transplanting the eyes of a relative with the same origin could he open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This not only can fuse the pupil power of another person, but also can eliminate the impact on the body of the caster. The yin-tun chakra will no longer damage the optic nerve, completely avoiding the side effects of decreased vision and blindness. If that's the case, Tobirama was worried and gloomy. Jing is a rare fighting force on the front line, and also the only fighting force. Besides, the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village has not yet taken action. Once the opponent takes action personally, what can he, the Hokage, do? If one day, Jing really reaches his limit and his eyes are destroyed, what will he do? The only two people in the village who can be considered to have cage-level combat power are Kagami and Hinata Harukaze. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Harukaze is better at defense both in terms of personality and methods, so it is wise for him to stay in Konoha to guard the base camp. In other words, Konoha's current stability is maintained by Jing's bloody battles on the front line. Inexplicably, Hashirama's voice and smile floated through my mind. Perhaps, leaving the future to these children is the right decision. That morning, he looked down at the mountains and smiled so freely, a kind of ease that came from inside out. Tobirama was very sure that he had only seen that expression when Konoha was just founded. How cunning! He left in a hurry and left this stall to me. Tobirama snorted inwardly and finally sighed softly. If you want to maintain Jing's combat power, you must keep his eyes, seize Uchiha Shenyu's eyes, and achieve eternity. But, this is obviously impossible. He defeated his brother and was the number one in the world, but that was just for show. What else could a weak Konoha do? If it weren't for Jing's special pupil technique, that guy would have succeeded long ago. To be honest, The reason why Tobirama was so worried was that he was afraid that one day Kenba would suddenly go crazy and join the battle. If that happened, the entire ninja world would be turned upside down by him. Do we really want to try to transplant Big Brother's flesh and blood into Jing? In fact, he had thought about it a long time ago. Since the Mangekyō Sharingan can damage the optic nerve and the body's cells, if these cells have the ability to heal themselves like his elder brother, can the risk of blindness be avoided? But this news came from Uchiha Shenyu. He had no way of guaranteeing whether this guy would do something dark in the war, nor could he guarantee whether there was any conspiracy involved. But he was tormented in his heart to let his disciples fight for their lives outside while he, as the Hokage, could only hide in Konoha and survive. Although everyone in the village didn't say it, he could sense that some people had some opinions about him as the Hokage. Although she still looked respectful on the surface, he had already seen through the subtle contempt in her eyes. "Brother, what should I do?" Time passed little by little in Tobirama's shame and entanglement. Chapter 90 Women are not inferior to men. On the front line, since the main force of Konoha retreated to Mount Kikyo, the offensive of the Cloud Ninja has weakened a lot. Perhaps it was because of Jing's good leadership, or the enemy army retreated because of the difficulty. In any case, the enemy's gold and silver brothers had already set up camp outside the Platikodon mountain and began a siege. This siege lasted for a week. At the end of the year, Jing personally led a troop out of the city to investigate. After careful investigation, he found that the enemy had blocked all the ways forward. This means that all of Konoha's positions north of Mount Kikyo have fallen. Jing frowned and thought hard. The tactic of dividing the troops and seizing the position in a roundabout way was impossible. If he wanted to take back the hinterland, he had to fight to the death to break the formation. "Hiruzen, you and Danzo should return to your position first." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Just the day before yesterday, the disciples of the second Hokage, led by Hiruzen, rushed to the battlefield to provide support, and all orders were based on the commander Jing. At first, some of them were a little unconvinced. They were all classmates, so why could you, Uchiha Jing, stand on your own? But when he witnessed the overwhelming strength of the gold and silver brothers, as well as the terrifying fighting power unleashed by Jing, they all shut up. "The enemy is only surrounding us but not attacking. There must be some conspiracy. It's very dangerous outside right now. It's a good idea to use Flying Thunder God to teleport back." Danzo said sinisterly, with undisguised malice in his words. "Jing, you are not incapable of leading us, right? Call me commander." Jing glanced at him and said, "As a ninja, you must be prepared to die. Besides, I didn't ask you to charge into battle. Considering your elite Jonin's strength, if you can't even return to your position, it would be a shame for all the years of training you have given me. Jing, what we are worried about is what you are going to do." Utane Kohara pushed Danzo away and glared at him unhappily, then turned to look at Jing. "You are the commander now, and your every move is related to everyone's survival. Don't worry, I have no problem protecting myself with my strength. I just want to try to see if I can sneak into the enemy base and carry out the decapitation operation." Jing said word by word, "But if I take you back, it will consume a lot of chakra, and then the decapitation operation will not be able to be carried out. What if something happens to you?" Hiruzen frowned and said, "I'll go with you so we can take care of each other." "What?" Danzo immediately looked at him as if he was a fool. "Hiruzen, are you out of your mind? What's your strength? If you go, you will just cause trouble." Hiruzen's voice was slightly angry. "I just want to do my part for the village. You can't put all the pressure on him alone." As soon as these words were spoken, several people looked at each other. Danzo wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. "I know I'm not as strong as Jing, but at least I'm ready to sacrifice myself at any time." Hiruzen said firmly, this is my duty as the Hokage's disciple. All right, I will carry out the decapitation operation, and the rest of you return to the base immediately. This is the commander's order. Jing shouted in a deep voice, and as his chakra was mobilized, his aura suddenly changed, instantly extinguishing the emotions of the team. Then, he looked at Hiruzen and his tone became softer. Don't worry, with my Flying Thunder God technique and pupil technique, I can retreat at any time. After only 1 month of participating in the war, his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer as gentle and humble as before, and his eyes were now a little colder and more ruthless. Everyone was intimidated by his aura and could only nod helplessly and set off to return to the Platycodon mountain position. And Jing, alone, walked in the opposite direction. At noon, a piece of news was transmitted back to Konoha, causing all the senior leaders to fall into silence. In the conference room of the Hokage building, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, including Senju Tobirama, stared at the letter on the table with complicated expressions, frowning and remaining silent. The atmosphere once dropped to freezing point, but no one was willing to stand up and break the calm. As time passed, the Konoha high-level officials slowly fell into this difficult quagmire. Just because. The news was, the surprise attack force of the Cloud Ninja invaded the Land of Fire by sea and took over the eastern border in just half a day. The commander of this force was the newly promoted second Dame Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. So. Tobirama spoke, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse, and he made a final effort. Send out Hinata Harukaze, what do you think? This, the elder of the Shimura clan raised his hand and said with some difficulty, the strength of the Hyuga clan leader is indeed comparable to the second Raikage of Kumigakuer, but if he leaves, who will be able to guard the village? What if? If the enemy launches a surprise attack, we will surely die. The chief of the Aberame clan pushed up his sunglasses and added. Tobirama silently clenched his fists, his knuckles were pale and as bloodless as his face. Facing the sighing colleagues, he took a few deep breaths, as if to prepare himself mentally. His eyes changed several times before he finally made up his mind. I'm sorry if I... Boom! The door was pushed open, like removing the mud seal on a pottery jar, allowing the cool breeze to flow in. Tobirama suddenly looked up and looked over like everyone else. Uzumaki Mito stood in front of the door with a sword on her shoulder. The sunlight reflected brightly on her armor. She glanced at the senior executives in the conference room and walked in with a swagger. The current mistress of Konoha village still has elegant manners and dignified demeanor, but she has taken off her previous loose casual clothes and replaced them with a fully armed set of crimson layered armor. Her bright red hair, like flowing water, had been combed into a neat high ponytail, and her eyes, lightly cold, were long and slender, like scarlet blades. Leave the Cloud Ninja's surprise attack force and all enemies, including the second Raikage, to me, she announced calmly, her tone as calm as if she was giving orders for a trivial matter. This one. You are the widow of the first Sama, and also the Seven Tails Jinkraki. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to let you go to fight the enemy alone. Uzumaki Mito waited patiently for everyone to finish speaking, then stood beside Tobirama and said slowly, I can understand everyone's good intentions, but I am also a member of Konoha. For me, this is not only the lifelong hard work of my husband, but also the dream of peace that we have carried for generations. I will never tolerate the village being destroyed by war like this. Her voice was firm, and although she was a woman, it was sonorous and powerful. Besides, no one is more suitable than me in terms of ability or status. With her insistence, the senior leaders no longer dissuaded her. Soon, she would lead a troop to intercept the enemy and fight against the second Raikage. The meeting ended and everyone left one after another, leaving only Tobirama and Mito in the huge conference room. Tobirama, the situation is completely different now than before. Don't apologize to them at any time, Mito said softly. Even if you are really wrong, you don't need to apologize, because you are the Hokage now. Mito said, the loss of morale will shake the foundation. Tobirama let out a sigh and nodded slightly, I understand. Also, don't try to use that spell to summon the undead. Mito's eyes revealed a trace of sadness, Hashirama's wish has been fulfilled, and his life is perfect. Let him stay in the Pure Land in peace. I don't want to see his disappointed eyes. Chapter 91 Beheading Operation. Late at night, at the front line of Mount Kikyo, at the Cloud Ninja headquarters. A ghostly figure shuttled between the wartime tents as if he was in an empty space. Ignoring the patrolling guards, his figure was like a wild goose taking off and landing gracefully, and he was able to take off at the slightest touch. All those he passed by fell silently and were soon swept into the bushes by his kick. In just a moment, he was close to the enemy's main tent. Uchiha Jing held his breath, crouched down, with sharp and calm eyes, like a cheetah ready to pounce. In the Sharingan's field of vision, the brightly lit curtain reflected the shadow of a person. It was a figure with two horns on his head, lying on a military table. His sturdy body rose and fell rhythmically with his even breathing, as if he was sleeping soundly. The mirror locked onto the figure, and with a push of his feet, he pounced out like an arrow. He went straight through the tent, and the Susanoo skeleton condensed into a golden blade, instantly cutting the silver-haired figure in half. The sword's momentum continued unabated, splitting the entire tent in two. Boom! Jing's eyes fixed, and Yinjiao's body turned into white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, countless footsteps sounded outside the tent. The leader had a deep aura and loose golden hair. He waved his hand slightly, and hundreds of cloud ninjas spread out tacitly, surrounding Uchiha Kagami. Jing slowly turned his head, his Mangekyō Sharingan glowing a sad red light under the moonlight, and the skeleton around him turned into golden light and dissipated. You've already discovered me. Some people will always ignore my delicate inner self because of my strong body. Jinjiao raised his hand and fiddled with the kunao in his hand and the stone with the special spell left on it. Ninjutsu is my talent, but perception ninjutsu is also my hobby. That is. Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, the flying thunder god marked the first left behind. Jinjiao grinned grimly, and with a flick of his hands, the stones fell into the ground and turned into slag, and all the flying thunder god's kunao broke into iron filings. No nonsense, the battle is about to begin. Stab! Behind Kinkaku, two cloud ninjas swung their swords at the same time, the sword lights swirling around in messy arcs under the moonlight, but they did not slash at Jing, but instead chopped at Kinkaku's strong back muscles. The blade penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, and hot blood splattered onto two wooden and dull faces. At the same time, the cloud ninja camp was in chaos, killing each other like crazy, swords clashing, sparks flying, and the thick and smelly blood soon dyed the earth red. Idiots, I told you not to look into his eyes. Jinjiao turned around slowly, and at the same time, he opened his big hand and grabbed the heads of his 2 subordinates. Since you got caught, you can't blame others. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the heads of his 2 subordinates instantly shattered like watermelons, with blood splattering everywhere. He moved his body and slapped Uchiha Jing with his palm as big as a palm fan. There was nothing unusual when the palm was first raised, but during the process, a dark red color spread out from the palm, quickly covering the palm and arm. Then the whole person was like a beast with its fur torn off, with 6 long tails popping out of the body, muscles clearly visible, and bloody red all over. With a dull bang sound, Jing stood still and let the palm hit his head. As countless after-images appeared, he hugged the opponent's arm with his backhand, his whole body shining with golden light, and released the Yasaka Megatama to his face. Jinjiao was blown away immediately. He stood up from the broken rocks, with blood flowing from his abdomen and hot steam coming out. As the tailed beast's chakra gathered, his injuries healed as before. He roared and rushed forward again. Jing was still waiting for him there, but when Jinjiao slapped him with his claws, the 6 long tails suddenly swung, and Jinjiao's sturdy body passed over Jing's head like a dragonfly skimming the water and landed on the top of the tent. Hehe, did you find it? Jing smiled slightly and took out 2 thick stacks of detonating talismans from his waist bag. The word explosion in the center was burning. But unfortunately, it's useless. Instantly, a massive explosion engulfed him, but the impact did not spread, as all the flames collapsed inwards, condensing into a burning humanoid figure that was completely absorbed by the mirror. Immediately afterwards, golden light rippled, and a huge golden skeleton projected from his body. Flesh and blood filled the gaps between the bones, and the second-level Susanoo took shape in an instant. It's not over yet. Jing stood in the half-giant, clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, and the accumulated energy in his body poured out all at once. The airwave suddenly expanded, the ground was torn into pieces by the strong wind, and pieces of scales quickly armed the half-giant, condensing into a materialized Crow Tengu armor. A rich golden light burst out, and the entire Union base was as bright as day. Susanoo, Level 3. At this moment, Jing's heart was filled with a strong desire to destroy. He did not suppress it as usual, but followed the feeling in his heart and let it run rampant in his body. Golden light gathered like a whale swallowing water, and the outline of a long-handled weapon was looming, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. It was a slender Kamakura with a sharp blade, held in both hands by Susanoo. Divine Artifact, Dark Fang Huangkan Jin. Susanoo roared and swung his sickle, cutting everything in its path. Piles of cloud ninjas were chopped into pieces by the golden light waves, and blood mist flew everywhere. This behemoth was killing everyone in the crowd, and no one could match it. It was like a golden god of death, swinging its scythe and reaping the lives of countless ants. Soon, Jing regained his somewhat detached rationality, realizing that what had just happened was just a rampage and indiscriminate attack. He did not forget the mission of this time. Destroying the enemy base was only secondary. The most important thing was the decapitation operation. But when he found Jinjiao's figure, he was suddenly dumbfounded. The dark red figure was now wearing an armor-like exoskeleton, and the tailed beast chakra in his body was erupting unreservedly. A jet black-tailed beast ball that was compressed to the extreme had already torn through the air and was heading in a certain direction. A beam of red light traveled 1,000 meters in an instant, piercing through layers of sonic booms and bursting and igniting a mountain in the distance. Not good. Jing's eyes widened and bloodshot. That direction is Kikyo Mountain. King Kaku did not stop releasing chakra. The red and blue colors condensed in the air. The second-tailed beast ball had already gathered in his mouth and broke through the air. Jing no longer cared about the enemy in front of him. At this moment, Susanoo was holding a sickle in his hand. As long as he swung it towards Jinjiao, he could cut off his head directly. But he would also miss the opportunity to block the tailed beast ball, leaving his companions on Kaikyoyama with nothing left. He made the decision almost instantly. Susanoo dissipated bit by bit, and he also disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the position outside Mount Kikyo. Flying Thunder God, Guided Lightning. He tried his best to deflect the successive tailed beast balls until he was exhausted and slowly fell backwards. Fortunately, the first tailed beast ball did not directly hit the Konoha headquarters and did not cause too many casualties, but it happened to blow up the warehouse where supplies were stored, and countless food and equipment were burned. There was a noisy sound in my ears, and the last moment before I closed my eyes was the figures of Hiruzen and En who hurriedly helped me up, Koharu's anxious expression, and Danzo who was covering his head with blood gushing out and looked furious. It's great that everyone is still alive. Above the night sky, a young man in black stood with his hands behind his back, his feet on the ripples. His eyes were clear as he gazed at the Platikodon mountain from afar, like a god overlooking the earth. His gaze finally fixed on Uchiha Kagami. A faint smile flashed across the corners of his delicate lips, and then he turned and disappeared, as if blending into the dark night. Chapter 92 Uzumaki Mito vs the Second Raikage. Fire Nation, Eastern Front. Under the leadership of Uzumaki Mito, the Konoha troops arrived at the position in less than half a day, and collided head-on with the Kumagakure surprise attack troops that were attacking cities and strongholds along the way. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and as soon as they met, they immediately started a fierce battle. Stab! Stab! Arita's whole body was shining with lightning, making him particularly conspicuous in the crowd. He rushed into the Konoha camp alone and rampaged around like a human-shaped dump truck. Tu dun tu liubi. The three jonin quickly formed hand seals and worked together to build a tall, wide, and thick earth wall, but it could not stop Arita's way at all. He even advanced instead of retreating, speeding up and smashing through the earth wall. After being promoted to the second Raikage, he inherited the title of the first Raikage and changed it to AI from then on to implement the Raikage's beliefs. Ugh! His two sturdy arms seemed to be made of copper and iron. With one blow, he broke the necks of the two senior ninjas, and thick and fishy blood floated in the wind. He paused, plowed a deep groove in the ground, and rushed towards the last Earth-style ninja. Water release, water turbulence technique. Earth escape river. Friendly forces arrived from the side and rear in time and temporarily saved the ninja's life. The pool-like water and the turbulent mud flow merged to create a very fierce mud pit on the flat ground with a radius of 100 meters. The speed of the Raikage was also affected. Earth-style, Skyfall cover. The Jonin roared, unleashing his potential at this critical moment, and slammed his hands on the ground. The second Raikage raised his head slightly, and a huge shadow enveloped him from above. The next second, a cover of earth with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky, accompanied by a violent roar, and mud and water splashed all over the sky. Did it? Are you stupid? That's the Raikage, get out of here! Sure enough, a loud crashing sound came from the pot lid with a green face and fangs printed on it, and in less than 3 seconds it was covered with cracks. With a loud boom, the Raikage smashed through the top cover, and a kunai surrounded by lightning instantly pierced through the head of the Earth-style ninja. Righteous Thunder Axe. The Raikage raised his right leg high, like a falling giant axe, and chopped towards another reinforcement, making a sharp scream in the air. Everyone was unable to dodge as their attention was distracted by the kunai. The speed of the Raikage was simply too fast, and under the strong sense of oppression, they could only watch him getting closer and closer to them. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. There was a loud dragon roar, and a strong water dragon attacked from the side, pushing the unstoppable falling attack of the Raikage away by 3 feet, giving everyone space to hide. Boom! The ground was broken, but no one was injured. Several surviving ninjas turned around and cast grateful glances at a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. We're saved, Guja. Well done. The Raikage slowly turned around and locked onto the young man. It seems that you are the target that should be killed first. As chakra suddenly exploded, the lightning around him became more intense. The high-intensity lightning activated all the cells in his body, allowing his speed to reach a terrifying level. The young man Mariboshi Kasuke just blinked his eyes, and a burly figure appeared in front of him, cutting through the air with a flat hand knife. Thunder level. Not good. At the critical moment, a slender hand was placed on his shoulder from behind, and with just a slight pull, Guji was thrown away by the soft but powerful force. In his vision blurred by the high speed, a slim and graceful woman flashed past him, with a red ponytail dancing like an elf. A white jade hand faced the lightning. Boom! The two palms collided violently, and a huge wave of air burst out, even the ground was torn apart and blown away. The Raikage turned into a streak of lightning and flew backwards, his feet scraping the ground, sliding more than 10 meters away before he barely stopped. He shook his numb arms calmly. For the first time in his life, he was slapped away by a woman. Super strength. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the heroic woman in front of him. You are the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito. Mito's voice was cold and full of the authority of a superior. Before, you all called me Lord Mito. Things are different now. The Raikage responded in a muffled voice. Those who wantonly invade our territory must be killed. Mito opened her red lips slightly, and a powerful chakra emerged from her delicate body, turning into a translucent red coat. The rumors are true. You can indeed suppress the 7 tails in your body at will. There was a hint of caution in the Raikage's eyes. Mito didn't waste any words with him. Her body was agile and graceful, and one of her legs left an afterimage like a long whip as she swung towards the Raikage's head. The Raikage immediately leaned forward, dodged the whip kick, bent his knees and kicked the ground, then head-butted Mito's lower abdomen. This wild move vividly interpreted the Hidden Cloud Village's consistent fighting style. At the critical moment, a pair of huge, glittering insect wings popped out from Mito's back. The whole body was crystal clear, like green jade. With just a slight flap, her body moved sideways in the air and floated up lightly. Lightning flashed, and the impact of the lightning shadow narrowly passed by the majestic peaks. Crack! There was a flash of golden light, and with the cover of the insect wings, a dozen light golden chains emerged from Mito's back and easily entangled the Raikage's legs. Mito's wings left an afterimage and flew straight into the sky with the Raikage. Damn it, the chakra is sealed. The Raikage's face turned pale, and the lightning chakra on his body slowly extinguished. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther away, a feeling of ruthlessness arose in his heart. He simply grabbed the chain and pulled it hard using only his physical strength. As the momentum slowed down, Mito paused for a moment. It was at this moment that a huge bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, striking the 2 men, and the rumbling thunder almost broke people's eardrums. Mito groaned as countless tiny electric arcs invaded his body surface, causing his body to fall into a brief paralysis and the chakra chains loosened. The Raikage took the opportunity to untie the restraints. The lightning just now not only did not hurt him, but instead refreshed his spirits. Years of training his body with lightning had already given him a very high resistance to lightning. On the contrary, Mito's delicate body was emitting charred smoke and fell uncontrollably, landing on the ground at the same time as the Raikage. Mito landed in a standard superhero landing posture, revealing her snow-white, slender legs. Because of the tailed beast chakra on her body, she did not suffer much damage, but her armor was seriously damaged. She immediately burst out her chakra to dispel the lightning that invaded her body. The thick smoke in front of her instantly dispersed to both sides, and it was the Raikage who rushed in front of her again. The light blue lightning illuminated a pair of calm beautiful eyes and her pretty face that was as calm as a well. The Raikage's reaction was very sharp. He looked down and was shocked to find that a series of ink-colored spells were spreading out from his palms. In just a moment, the black runes were outlined into some kind of array pattern, wrapping his whole body. What? His pupils shrank. Could it be that time? He suddenly remembered that he had previously fought with Mito. Sealing technique, self-karma binding. The Raikage thought to himself that something was wrong. The magic on his body suddenly glowed brightly. He felt a strange feeling coming from inside his body. His whole body seemed to be petrified and he lost control. At this moment, a faint fragrance flashed by, and Mito had already punched and was ready to appear in front of him in an instant. Suddenly, an invisible hurricane tore through the earth, blocking the Raikage like a wall of wind. Mito had to withdraw his hands to defend himself, and was blown more than 10 meters away by the strong wind. A figure landed next to the Raikage. He was a burly man with silver hair and 2 horns on his head. He had a rebellious smile on his face and held a red feather fan in his hand. Silver horn. Mito frowned slightly, and doubts arose in her heart. Shouldn't he be on the front line of Kikyo Mountain? But now that I'm here, it doesn't matter. She calmed her breath, picked up a soft branch, and tied up her loose red hair again. As his hands lowered, the rich-tailed beast chakra once again enveloped his body, and his battle skirt fluttered without wind. Secret scale powder hidden technique. She opened her bright red lips, and countless glittering scales flew away with the whistling wind, enveloping a large area of cloud ninjas in the blink of an eye. Chapter 93 True Recognition. In the early morning, when the sky was just getting light, the faint morning light shone through the dark clouds onto the earth, giving the dark blue sky a layer of warm color. Jing walked out of the tent rubbing his eyelids. After a few hours of rest, his physical condition had almost recovered. He stretched, yawned in the fresh and slightly cool air, and exhaled puffs of white mist. People were coming and going outside the tent, and all the Konoha ninjas were in a hurry. Last night, Kinkaku's tailed beast ball blew up the granary and armory, and part of the barracks was also affected. Maintenance and cleanup work were being carried out in full swing. Jing rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. There were many more people in the camp at this moment, and hundreds of new camping tents were added to the barracks. Familiar clan emblems came into view. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hinata, Abarame. Are there reinforcements? If it's just reinforcements, this lineup is a bit too luxurious. Is everything alright in the village? Jing was full of doubts. Damn it, I accidentally rested too much. In the distance, Yan and Xiao Chun, who were in charge of the cleanup mission, were busy. Danzo had a thick bandage wrapped around his head, his face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was helping to move the supplies, noticed him and ran over quickly. Kami, how are you recovering? Almost done, but I need to finish writing the mission report before I can help you organize the position. Jing nodded, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. I'm sorry, I could have taken the opportunity to kill Jinjiao last night, but I hesitated. Don't blame yourself. You gave up the decapitation operation for your fellow campers. Everyone understands. Hiruzen's expression changed, and he asked, is there anything unusual over there, Kumo Ninja? There's no overall change, except… Jing frowned, Yinjiao seems to have disappeared. Logically speaking, as long as the two brothers work together, I can't stop them at all, but for some reason, I didn't see Yinjiao take action last night. Is there some other plot or is it just a trick? No, I must send this information back to Konoha. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and walked into the tent to prepare to write the mission report. Hiruzen seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly called him. Kami, the intelligence team sent an urgent message this morning. The teacher asked you to return to the village. Back to the village. Jing was slightly stunned, and then he instantly figured out the whole story. The extra reinforcements in the camp this morning were probably here to replace him and guard the camp. Thinking of this, he did not dare to delay and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Konoha. In front of the Hokage building, next to the stone lions at the door, Uchiha Kagami appeared out of thin air and rushed into the Hokage's office. You're back. Senju Tobirama turned around slowly. After not seeing him for a few days, he seemed to have aged a lot. Jing nodded. Teacher, the war on the front line is tense. You summoned me back during such an emergency. Did something happen in the village? Tobirama sighed softly and recounted exactly what happened in the conference room yesterday. Only then did Jing realize that the reason why he didn't see Ginkaku last night was because he had secretly moved to another front line and was invading the land of fire by sea with the Cloud Ninja's surprise attack force. Moreover, the second Raikage was also in this team. Just when everyone in Konoha was feeling depressed, Lady Mito stood up. She took off her loose regular clothes, tied her hair up, put on a helmet, and put on armor, and went into battle as the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, leading the army to meet the enemy, showing her heroic demeanor. According to Tobirama's explanation, she relied on Nanabe's unique air control ability to fight 1 against 2 on the eastern battlefield and pinned down the enemy's surprise attack force. Relying on the special means of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Her scale powder hidden technique worked wonders on the battlefield, blinding large groups of enemies and using the tailed beast Tamao to launch ground strikes, causing considerable damage to the enemy. The second Raikage was beaten so hard that he cursed and swore, and Silver Hornet shrank underground and dared not show up. Her heroic figure also boosted morale. The Konoha ninjas fought bravely and not only blocked the iron hoof of the Cloud Ninja surprise attack force, but also pushed the front line back and recovered some positions. Mito-sama is worthy of being the wife of Hashirama-sama. Her courage and spirit are beyond the reach of us juniors. Jing sighed sincerely, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Then teacher, why did you ask me to come back? Tobirama walked in front of Jing, and Jing realized that he looked so tired. The sharp and courageous aura he had in the past was no longer there, and instead, he revealed a hint of old age. Jing, I have to admit that you are my most outstanding disciple and the true successor of the Will of Fire. For the future of Konoha, are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Of course. Jing heard the seriousness in Tobirama's tone and immediately pointed to the forehead protector on his head. Since the day I put it on, I have been prepared to die at any time. If one day, you were asked to choose between the lives of your people and the village, what would you choose? Tobirama reached out and pressed the back of his head, forcing him to look at him. Look into my eyes and tell me your answer. Jing said without any hesitation, my tribe members are also my companions. The village I hope for is a real family with no barriers and full of peace. In my eyes, there is no difference between my tribe members and my companions. I will treat them equally. What if one day you have to choose between great power and companions? Tobirama paused, don't answer me right away. You know, great power is also a prerequisite for protecting the village. Jing smiled slightly, his smile was full of indifference, this has never been a choice. If the price of saving the village is to give up power, doesn't it just mean that my power protects the village? Tobirama was stunned. For some reason, the smile of the person in front of him was so similar to his brother's that day. For a moment, he even hallucinated the face of Hashirama. Years of combat experience and intuition told him that he was not under any illusion, so. Kagami was indeed the successor of Hashirama's will, and he already had the potential to become a Hokage. For a moment, his eyes were filled with complexity. After so many years since Konoha was established, the first younger generation with this qualification and ability is actually from the Uchiha clan. With an obscure look in his eyes, he asked the last question in a solemn tone. If one day you have to sacrifice the interests of the village to save your companions, what will you choose? There is no village without companions. Otherwise, Konoha will only be an empty shell full of calculations. This is definitely not the peace I want. Jing responded immediately, speaking out his inner thoughts, I will choose to save my companions without hesitation. I have always done so. Tobirama took a deep breath and took 2 steps back. As Jing looked stunned, the second Hokage, who had fought for many years and was meticulous, actually patted his shoulder with relief. Kagami, I now declare as the second Hokage that if one day I am gone, then you will be the third Hokage of Konoha village. Chapter 94, The Laboratory in the Door Room. Konoha village, an unknown underground base. This is Senju Tobirama's personal research institute. The facility is located in the core area of Konohagakure village. It is large in scale and surrounded by dense woods, which not only ensures the secrecy of research work, but also facilitates the development of ninjutsu or various experiments. Uchiha Kagami followed Tobirama up the stairs and pushed open one secret door after another until he entered an empty laboratory. He had not yet recovered from the shock. Teacher, recognized me. He wants me to become Hokage. He was a little absent-minded, and Tobirama's earnest expression and comforting words kept replaying in his mind. He just mechanically followed him into the laboratory, so much so that he ignored the scene around him. Crack! Tobirama turned on the power switch, the circuit was connected, and several rows of bright yellow lights lit up, and the dark laboratory immediately became clearly visible. Jing finally came to his senses and began to look around subconsciously, with a strong sense of disobedience suddenly rising in his heart. The first thing that catches your eye is a huge central control console covered with flashing screens and buttons, which are connected to a variety of experimental equipment through sophisticated and complex circuits. There were special sealing devices used for the development of ninjutsu, chakra analysis instruments, and more than a dozen unnamed biochemical experimental equipment. If it weren't for Tobirama introducing them, he would have thought they were some kind of combat machines. Dust was floating in the beam of light, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with metal and medicine. Rows of refrigerators and filing cabinets passed by on both sides, and through the glass storage cabinets, various test tubes, culture dishes, and colorful reagents could be seen. Jing felt dazzled. He was now in the center of the laboratory. Going further in, the laboratory is divided into several well-organized areas, including a rest area, a herbal medicine area, a training area. Listening to Tobirama's understated introduction, it seems that each area has different functions. Jing opened his mouth wide and looked at his teacher in surprise, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Although the laboratory is equipped with advanced technological equipment, Tobirama still retains some traditional elements, such as the family emblem of the Senju clan, ninja tools, and some ancient scrolls and books hanging on the wall. This made Jing feel slightly relieved, realizing that he was still in the ninja world. He was speechless. He had seen too many things today that he could not understand. If he had to sum it up in one sentence, Tobirama's research institute was simply a model of the combination of biology, technology, and ninjutsu. In a certain cultivation room, he even saw lava. Amid the rolling heat waves, there grew a patch of dark purple plants with branches and twigs spreading out in all directions, like clusters of thorns, with a faint black mist rising from the surface. The air was twisted and I could feel the heat even through the glass. That's the ghost bud grass. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance, but it is the key to our experiment this time. Tobirama noticed his gaze and explained, the solution in the ghost bud grass plant can easily and effectively reduce the body's rejection reaction. This is a kind of penetration and fusion based on the genetic level. Soon, Tobirama brought him to the core of the laboratory. The moment he pushed the door open, Jing was stunned and stood there like a wooden chicken. What did he see? In a huge tank at the deepest part of the room, the buried first Hokage was quietly soaking in a dark green solution, his eyes closed, his face peaceful, his long black hair spread out like seaweed. There was a thick stack of experimental materials on the workbench at the side, and the walls were covered with various charts and data. It was obvious that a certain research had been carried out to a certain extent. Sense. Teacher. Jing opened his eyes wide and pointed at the glass tank in the distance with trembling voice, this is. Tobirama sighed softly, it takes strength to become a Hokage, but your current strength mainly comes from the Mangekyō Sharingan. Once you go blind, your strength will drop instantly. Your intelligence reminded me that if I could transfer the vitality contained in my brother's cells to you, I might be able to rely on the self-healing factor to continuously repair the optic nerve and avoid the risk of blindness. Listening to Tobirama's story, Jing still found it unbelievable, teacher can even do such a thing. The question is not whether I can do it, but whether you can accept it. Tobirama said calmly, I can't guarantee that the experiment will succeed. If it fails, your life and Konoha will perish together. It seems that the teacher has handed the village over to me in disguise. Jing took a deep breath and said, come on, as long as I can win this war and protect more companions, I am not afraid of failure. He himself is the only one who knows his physical condition best. Every time he uses the Mangekyō Sharingan technique, both his vision and physical strength are reduced day by day. He didn't know how long he could hold on, 3 months? 1 month? If this continued, he would eventually become completely blind. Tobirama opened the refrigerator, and as the cold air gushed out, he took out a small bottle of golden solution as if it were a treasure. The test tube shook, and under the light, layers of light golden ripples appeared. This is the genetic fluid that I spent several weeks extracting from my brother's cells. Tobirama held the test tube carefully. Our ultimate goal is to inject it into your body, fuse it with cells all over your body, regenerate your genes, and completely inherit his power. Jing's pupils contracted unconsciously. He felt the vigorous vitality in this small bottle of solution. The pure life force was as strong as the scorching sun. He even had a hunch that if he dripped the solution into the soil, a towering tree would instantly sprout from the ground. If he sprinkled it all over, a dense forest would instantly form. He really couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if he injected this bottle of solution into his body now. Either be burned to ashes, or become a tree man. Don't worry, certainly not now. Tobirama returned the gene fluid to the refrigerator and locked the doors. In the next 3 days, I will also extract your gene fluid from you, analyze and compare the differences, and then use a special fusion agent to try to fuse the two. By constantly adjusting and tweaking the concentration of the gene fluid, until it is assimilated into the one that best suits you. After all samples are perfectly integrated, we can start injecting the gene fluid. This is destined to be a long process, and we may have to endure countless failures. Tobirama's eyes pierced through his, and his tone was full of trust and determination. No matter what the final result is, I, and the entire Konoha village, will bet everything on you. Jing nodded solemnly. First, I need to check your current physical condition and measure your current physical fitness in all aspects. 3 days later, Tobirama had a light red solution in his hand. Chapter 95, Love in Rapid Progress. Teacher, is this all right? Inside the research institute, Jing sat up from the experimental bed and stretched his shoulders. He knew that he was still needed on the front line of Platycodon Mountain. At the side, Tobirama, who was wearing a white coat, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. If you really encounter a dangerous situation, the intelligence team will send an emergency message, and it won't be too late for you to rush over." Ever since the decapitation operation that night, the Hidden Cloud Army temporarily gave up the siege and instead focused on strengthening fortifications and blocking the front lines, which made the battle at Mount Mangekyō a lot easier. I don't know whether Jing's surprise attack that night was effective or Jinjiao had other plans. Come and see what we have achieved in the past few days. Tobirama asked him to get out of bed, and they came to the experimental table together. The two of them observed the first fusion phenomenon of the genetic fluid through the thick glass. Under vacuum conditions, a drop of light red liquid fell onto the glass container, and Jing knew that it was his genetic liquid. In order to witness this moment, he solemnly opened the 3 Uchiha Sharingan, not wanting to miss any details. Tobirama operated the mechanical dropper and dripped a drop of light blue solution into the vessel, which merged with Jing's genetic fluid. Visibly, the droplet turned dark purple little by little without any hindrance. That's the leaf juice extracted from the Gyaloyo plant. How about it? Isn't it magical? Tobirama stared at the droplet intently and explained, in theory, it can be fused with anyone's blood, but this is actually an extremely dangerous thing. If you don't master the volume ratio, it can be fatal. Next, Tobirama carefully extracted a drop of golden solution from the refrigerator, operated the machine to suspend it above the vessel, and lightly tapped it with his finger. The droplets rolled down like dewdrops on the leaves. Oh! With a sharp explosion, white mist filled the air, and 2 drops of genetic fluid shattered at the same time, even causing cracks in the glass. Jing was stunned. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he saw the whole process clearly. The moment the 2 drops of solution came into contact, the surface of the liquid began to tremble wildly, and wisps of white mist evaporated due to the high temperature. It was just like pouring concentrated sulfuric acid into water, boiling violently, splashing and evaporating everything. It's hard to imagine what would happen if Hashirama's genetic fluid was directly injected into one's own body. At this moment, Tobirama patted his shoulder, causing a little more fluctuation in his eyes. Don't be surprised, it's completely within my expectations. Tobirama said in a low voice, experiments are like this, boring and long. Jing turned around and smiled bitterly, I was naive. I even thought that as long as I gritted my teeth and held on, I could survive the damage done to my body by the genetic fluid. Don't worry, once this experiment is completed, the injection of the gene fluid will not cause you any pain. It is as simple as injecting glucose. Tobirama said lightly, investigation and sampling is one of the common means of experiments. This experimental method is adopted to avoid this situation. Seeing that Jing still had a vague idea, Tobirama pondered for a moment and concluded, you just need to remember that this experiment has 3 steps in total. The first step is to fuse your genetic fluids. This is the most difficult part. You need to constantly adjust the ratio of the fusion agent and repeat the experiment countless times. The second step is to match the cell samples. In short, it is to inject the prepared gene fluid into your cell sample. This is also a very complicated process that requires a lot of data as support. This last step is the real end. I will inject the gene fluid directly into your blood vessels. You only have one chance. If you fail, you will die. Tobirama glanced at the mirror, but you don't have to worry too much. If the first 2 steps are completed successfully, the third step will only be a problem. The probability of perfect fusion is as high as 98%. Next, Tobirama continued his experiment, muttering to himself as well as to Jing. The concentration of the ghost bud luo juice needs to be adjusted. The solubility ratio of the gene liquid is also very different. For the next week, there was no urgent news from the front, as if everyone had gone back home to celebrate the new year. Although they were still at war with each other, the battlefield had become eerily quiet, which was almost absurd. In fact, the initiative of the war has always been in the hands of Yunyin. They temporarily stopped the attack and did not dare to counterattack the Kikyo mountain position. Without the commander-in-chief, their goal was just to defend the camp. Jing also had a rare few days of free time and spent the New Year festival in the village. After a few days, there was no progress in the experiment, but this boy's love luck was rising rapidly. Just when he was patrolling the streets, many young girls in love would circle around him, including some ladies from wealthy families, who would openly flirt with him. The threshold of the house was almost trampled flat, and the crack in the door was filled with invitations from major families. Jing could only smile bitterly, and after a little thought he figured out the reason. When the war came and the enemy was powerful and domineering, Konoha was unable to fight back. At the critical moment of life and death, he stepped forward and led the vanguard troops to fight the enemy. He was able to fight 1 against 2 and not be at a disadvantage. He not only regained the morale of the troops, but also demonstrated the style of Konoha. What's more, he is only 18 years old this year. Today, he not only has top-notch looks and strength, but he is also the direct disciple of the second Hokage and a member of the Uchiha clan with a long lineage of people from the Uchiha clan. With all these conditions combined, who wouldn't be tempted? These days, Tobirama seemed to have announced his intention to make him the 3rd Hokage. Because of this, people who used to ignore him now put on smiling faces and threw out olive branches that could be piled up into a Christmas tree. But there is a saying that goes, the admiration for someone when you are at the peak can never compare to the loyalty you receive when you are at your lowest. I don't know if it was because they had fallen in love a long time ago, or if the tense atmosphere of war acted as a catalyst, but Jing quickly developed a relationship with Uchiha Yuko, the younger sister of the Uchiha clan leader, and established a relationship. On the last day of the New Year's festival, Jing and a petite figure snuggled together on the Hokage rock, looking at the starry sky and watching bunches of fireworks light up the New Year's night sky. Star-like fireworks shot into the sky and exploded into a moment of brilliance. They were like colorful elves, spinning, spreading, and blooming, or floating like catkins, or like blooming peonies, reflecting each other in the sky, as if the whole universe was boiling at this moment. It would be great if there was no war. Yuko murmured softly, her black eyes lit up by the brilliant fireworks. Yet. Jing sighed, and suddenly his eyes moved. Yuko, if I told you that I only have a few years to live, would you still be with me? Silly boy, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Yuko raised her head, held up Jing's cheek with her fair little hand, and looked at him with deep and meaningful eyes. I like you. No matter what happens in the future, I will be with you. Jing held her little hand, his eyes more determined. I will definitely protect the village and everyone, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, at least in my limited time, I must win this war. Yuko looked at his handsome profile, her eyes sparkling with tears. Jing Jun, I believe you. The two looked at each other. At this moment, everything was silent. There was only each other in their eyes. Amid the brilliant fireworks flying all over the sky, they moved closer to each other and kissed gently. Chapter 96, They are all blind, but the blind spot is good. Konoha Bridge Base. Taking advantage of the New Year's festival, Kamaya and Hikari, who were far away in the land of lightning, rushed back in time and had a New Year's Eve dinner with Madara-sama. Outside the base, thousands of lights were on and fireworks were set off. Inside the base, the air was filled with fragrant aromas, and the long table was filled with 12 delicious dishes. Of course, most of it was done by Shenyu, and Uchiha Madara also contributed his cooking skills. The brightly colored braised pork was his masterpiece. The lifelike human-shaped radish carving beside the table represents Uchiha Hikaru's last stubbornness. She specially carved the image of 3 people holding hands. In the middle was Madara, wearing his regular Uchiha uniform, with the petite 13-year-old Kamaya and the slightly taller Hikari on either side. The meticulous knife work makes the carvings distinct and three-dimensional. Just looking at the vivid expressions on the statues is enough to show the meticulousness of the sculptor. This kind of thing can definitely be called a work of art under normal circumstances. But, when it's served on the table, it always looks a little weird. Old Bantu tried his best not to look at it and even moved his stool silently. Shenyu ate quietly. Every time the tip of her chopsticks pointed toward the carvings, Guang would open her beautiful eyes wide in anticipation. However, when she found that the chopsticks fell somewhere else, the excitement in her eyes immediately died down and she bit the spoon pretending to be indifferent. You two, is the plan going smoothly? Madara broke the silence. Shenyu picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into the bowl. Everything is under control. We didn't even take action, nor did we intervene. We just started the fight, and they just started to fight to the death. It got more and more intense. Guang's voice was cold. I heard that the fight between the Kirigakure and Uegakure was even more fierce than here. The cages of both sides died. Humph, I've already said that this is destined to be a wrong path. Only infinite Tsukuyomi is the only way to peace. Madara sneered, his voice suddenly becoming a little more desolate. I really want to pull Hashirama out and let him see the world as it is now. Shenyu suddenly said, if the plan goes well, there might be such a day. Madara and Hikari looked over at the same time. Kumigakure hasn't made any move yet. As the scale of the war expands, Tobirama will sooner or later be desperate and do something desperate. Shenyu smiled lightly, who knows, one day, he might use the immortal reincarnation technique to revive Hashirama Senju from the Pure Land. Madara was slightly stunned, then took a sip of tea. It's meaningless, that technique is not a true resurrection at all. Even if Hashirama is resurrected, he is just a lifeless zombie. He raised his chopsticks and suddenly found a pair of excited eyes staring at him. Then he realized that his chopsticks had subconsciously fallen towards the carved plate. Cough cough. Ban coughed lightly, and in order to respond to Guang's eager anticipation like a deer, he had to slowly reach out to the dish, but he was at a loss when choosing which human-shaped carving to pick up. The chopsticks paused stiffly in mid-air, and Madara tentatively moved the chopstick tips while observing Guang's expression. When it stopped above Madara's head, Guang frowned slightly. When it stopped above Guang's head, Guang's little mouth bulged slightly. When he picked up the divine feather, Guang smiled and the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Click! Ban bit off the head of Shenyu in one bite. The bite was so crispy that Shenyu felt a chill on the back of his neck and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Under Guang's oppressive gaze, Shenyu had no choice but to pick up his chopsticks. At the same time, his mind raced, and he chose to pick up the Guang carving. Noticing that the smile on Guang Jiao's face had not disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief, dipped it in a little salad dressing, and swallowed it in one gulp. Guang then smiled and raised the last piece of spot, bit it with his silver teeth, and cut off its head directly. Madara took a quick glance and drank his tea in silence. After eating and drinking, Guang took the initiative to clean up the dishes, showing the excellent qualities of a virtuous and beautiful girl, and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. While she was not in the stone chamber, Ban called Shenyu to his side and asked quietly, "This new year, have you prepared any gifts for her?" A gift. They helped you execute the plan without saying anything, and you didn't even say anything." Madara glanced at him with a slightly disdainful look in his eyes. "Sometimes, you are really slow." After Madara's suggestion, Shenyu's face turned red, and he realized that something was wrong. "How about I treat her to fireworks, the most expensive and beautiful ones in the city? Do you think she's the type of girl who likes romance? This kind of romance doesn't suit her." Ban shook his head in frustration. "You're useless. After all these years, you don't even know what she likes. Master, please give me some advice." Madara lay back calmly, with a confident smile on his face. "She is a man of great resolution and action, which is even better than many men. Girls of this type naturally like swords, weapons, and ninja tools." "What? What? Have you forgotten her surprise when she received the flame fan and sickle? This. Trust me, give her your heart of frost, she will definitely be very happy." Shenyu thought about it over and over again, but it seemed unreliable. "That's not right. Lord Madara, you are a bachelor who has been single for 46 years. How can you have the confidence to teach me how to chase girls?" Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Under the effect of the psychic contract, he realized that there was a will calling him from afar. "It's Zisuk." He immediately stood up, ready to respond to the call. "Is there a problem in the Iron Country?" At this time, Guang finished the dishwashing job, and with the help of water escape and exquisite control, all the discs were clean and bright as new in minutes. She asked in confusion, "Why are you going? There seems to be some problem with Zisuk. They won't summon me unless it is necessary." Shenyu explained quickly and hurried away. "They? Do you mean the Iron Country?" Guang thought thoughtfully. During the 6 years of seclusion, he only communicated with Shenyu once at the Sword Relics Pavilion, and that time was in the middle of the night. The reason was that an unknown powerful ninja sneaked into the Chamber of Commerce headquarters with the intention of assassinating Niwa Maya, but was discovered by the alert Sawasuke, who performed the reverse summoning technique in time. After Shenyu went there, he easily captured these assassins alive. Under the interrogation of illusion, he found out that they were all wandering ninjas hired by other jealous dignitaries. That night, he went to the daimyo prefecture of the Iron Country in person. Daimyo, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened. When he saw the tip of the cold knife hanging over his head, his eyes bulged out and he was scared to death. While still in shock, he saw Shenyu's familiar face and heard a pair of cold words. "Some people have stretched their claws too far, it's time to chop them off." From then on, no one in the entire Iron Kingdom dared to cause trouble for the swordsmith, and Shenyu had a long period of leisure. Haha, someone actually dares to cause trouble during the new year. It seems their claws are itching again. Shenyu smiled coldly. He wanted to see which blind fool thought he could take advantage of the war to rob. And many more. Guang stretched out her snow-white hand and placed it on Shenyu's shoulder. I'll go with you this time. Before Shenyu could react, the reverse spiritualism technique was activated and the two of them turned into white smoke and disappeared. Behind him, old Banta silently retracted his outstretched hand. He, actually also wanted to go out and see the excitement. He even put on his mask. We are all blind, so the blind spot is good. Chapter 97 Undersea Starry Sky. The Land of Iron, Takeo Castle, the headquarters of the swordsmith. In a luxuriously decorated and magnificent hall, as a puff of white smoke dissipated, two figures appeared in front of the ninja cat Zisuk at the same time. Shenyu glanced around calmly and was slightly stunned. There were people surrounding him, almost all the core members of the sword forging studio were there. It seemed that there would be quite a bit of trouble this time. After not seeing each other for a few years, everyone's appearance has changed a lot. Maya Niwa looked older, with a weathered face, fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and her back was slightly hunched, but her deep eyes looked even more shrewd. His eldest disciple Ryunashuk has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a shiny bald head, which makes him very conspicuous in the crowd. He has a beard, which makes him look more rugged, but also reveals a hint of calmness. Niwa Yukino was still wearing a white dress and white shirt, with an enchanting and exquisite figure. She did not wear a veil this time, and her makeup was delicate and stunning. The corners of her eyes were lightly outlined with a charming blush, which further highlighted the charm of a mature woman. There was no other change in Sugawara Shoko. She just had a lowly face that didn't match her figure at all, and a linen shirt that was about to be torn. She was trembling when she walked. Others, omitted. Who is it this time? Shenyu asked with one hand on the knife and frowned. This. Niwa Maya coughed a few times and walked forward with his crutches. Young master, since that incident 4 years ago, no one has dared to cause trouble for the Chamber of Commerce. Ryunashuk smiled and said, yes, they all succumbed to your unrivaled power and dared not act rashly. Moreover, the shogunate also strongly supports us. Shenyu frowned slightly, turned around and asked, if you are fine, why are you communicating with me? They told me to do it. I was just following orders, meow. Zisuk waved his hands, curled up his tail, and licked the dried fish. In fact, we want to formally thank you, young master, for your assistance over the years. Xuanolian took light steps and came to Shenyu, saying softly, Mr. Shenyu, everyone wants to thank you. This one. Shenyu then realized that the hall was decorated extremely grandly tonight. The golden marble tiles were luxurious and impressive, complementing the vermilion carpet. The wall texture was clearly visible, and the curved dome was coated with silver and gold, and was inlaid with crystal chandeliers that emitted a soft light. Not far away, delicious dishes that are hundreds of times more abundant than those at the base are displayed on a round table. The hot pot in the middle is simmering over a low fire, and the bubbling hot steam brings the spicy aroma to every corner of the hall. Oh, I should have brought Lord Ban with me earlier. Shenyu smacked his lips. Mr. Shenyu, come here. Suano suddenly took a step forward, her eyes rippling. Shenyu took half a step back. Suano was too close to him, and the faint fragrance made him feel a little uncomfortable. Call. A flaming fan stood between the two of them, and its wide blade directly separated Shenyu and Suano. How come you have no sense of boundaries, woman? Guang raised her chin, her beautiful eyes flashing with danger. Just talk, why are you getting so close? Shenyu instantly realized that someone was in a bad mood, but despite this, she did not release chakra indiscriminately because she knew that the other party was an ordinary woman who was powerless. This sister is... Yukino blinked. My name is Uchiha Hikari. It's Sister Guang. Yukino nodded with a smile, and intentionally or unintentionally puffed out her chest proudly. He is a disciple of Madara-sama, just like me. Shenyu carefully pushed aside the flame fan and sent a probing look to Guang. Although we have already eaten, since they have kindly prepared dinner, we can't refuse you. So, just eat something simple. It doesn't matter. Guang Hao turned his wrist slightly, lightly put away the flaming fan, and put it back behind his back. Everyone took their seats, and as the table turned, a slightly awkward dinner began. The seating arrangement is very interesting because there is only one main seat, which was originally prepared for Shenyu. Logically, the two sides of the main seat should be the head of the family, Niwamaya, and his eldest disciple, Ryunosuke. But when Shenyu sat down, Guang sat directly on the left side of Shenyu. Mei was a little embarrassed and moved to the right with his crutches, but a graceful figure in white sat down lightly. His always beloved daughter was accompanying Shenyu on his right side. The Chamber of Commerce president, a disabled person, who was only 50 years old, had to continue moving his seat and finally sat directly opposite Shenyu. After a few simple greetings, everyone started to feast on the food. The atmosphere was lively and the hot pot was boiling. I don't know how everyone enjoyed the meal, but Shenyu felt very comfortable eating it. On the left, Yukino poked her head out and asked in a soft voice, "How old is your sister this year?" Shenyu almost spit out a mouthful of fruit wine. It's very rude to ask someone's age without authorization. Guang replied casually, "Didn't your mother teach you?" "My mother passed away when I was very young." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "It's okay, I'm being presumptuous." Xuanai smiled gently, "I don't know what your relationship with the young master is." This time, Shenyu bit off the iron spoon in one bite and chewed it without noticing anything. Guang was stunned and the piece of meat he had just picked up fell back into the bowl. Xuanai narrowed her bright eyes, as if she had found an opportunity to counterattack. "Could it be that you two have already secretly become life partners?" "No. Not yet." Shenyu and Guang spoke at the same time, making a lot of noise. The two looked at each other, blushed, and looked away, pretending nothing had happened. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xuanai pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. "The young master is young and promising, and he is full of vigor and vitality. Sister Guang is also beautiful and intelligent. I feel pity for her." "I thought. Hey, I was presumptuous. I should be punished, I should be punished." The banquet ended quickly because Shenyu and Guang both felt embarrassed, and in response to everyone's attempts to keep them, they both tacitly declined. Before leaving, Shenyu went to the kitchen and selected several excellent dishes, stored them in a sealing scroll, and prepared to take them back for old Banta to taste. Explosions rang out one after another, and colorful fireworks bloomed in the night sky. The two walked side by side on the empty street. "It seems like I have a lot to say, but I don't know where to start, so I just remain silent." Because of the word "not yet" just now, Uchiha Guang's pretty face is still blushing. She put her hands behind her back obediently and didn't dare to look at Shenyu. She lowered her head and looked at her navy blue ninja boots. Again and again, her slender white feet appeared from the edge of her skirt and she moved forward step by step. "Light." Shenyu spoke softly, breaking the silence. "Ah. I want to give you a gift." "Well, gift?" Guang raised his little face, a little confused. "What gift?" Shenyu gently took Guang's little hand, and his palm immediately felt soft and cool. The latter froze for a moment, but did not refuse. "Come with me." "Ah." At sunrise, the two arrived at the eastern coast of the Iron Kingdom. A huge red sun rises from the distant horizon, dyeing the sky and the earth orange. The sea surface is undulating, like a huge sea monster about to break out of the water. Golden waves roll and hit the cliffs underfoot. The air is cool and moist. "Do you want to take me to see the sunrise?" Guang glanced at Shenyu, and her fair face blushed in the blink of an eye. She gently bit her pink thin lips, feeling extremely shy at this moment. No, what I actually want to show you is, Shenyu took a deep breath, took Guang's little hand, and jumped into the sea, the starry sky under the sea. Shenyu was like a cruising submarine, carrying light 200 meters into the sea. An invisible field with a diameter of 10 meters was propped up around him, like a king, and all the sea water was excluded from the field. Guang did not feel any sea pressure, and her dress was not stained by any sea water. There was a current outside the area, which carried the two of them into a deep dive at a very fast speed. Shenyu brought her to a flat sea rock and pointed to the top of his head excitedly, "Now." Guang was still immersed in shock at Shenyu's ability to control water. After hearing his words, he raised his head belatedly. The magnificent, deep blue color came towards her, as if it was an endless blue sky. The sunlight shone through the ripples on the sea, illuminating her eyes. Countless schools of fish swam in the sky, forming one colorful picture after another. The light emitted by countless creatures reflected beautiful light in the orange-red sunlight, like huge fireworks blooming on the seabed, or like the boundless starry sky. Now, this beautiful starry sky is reflected in her pupils. Guang turned his eyes slightly, and the sunlight filtered through the sea water, casting an intoxicating glow on Shenyu's face. His fair skin was as delicate as jade, his long eyebrows were slightly raised like the outline of two distant mountains, his cheeks were soft, his eyes were warm, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was full of youthfulness, which was even more charming than the starry sky above his head. "Thank you, Shenyu, I like it very much." Guang looked up at Shenyu, the tenderness in his eyes almost melted him. "Madara-sama also said that you don't like romance." Shenyu stared into Guang's eyes, as if he could see a more beautiful starry sky through these bright eyes. "It seems that I understand you better. If you dare to tell anyone, you'll be dead." She gently put her arms around Shenyu's neck, stood on tiptoes, and slowly pressed her soft and moist lips against his. In the midst of complete silence, the deep and melodious calls of whales rang out from the empty seabed, and countless fish circled and danced around the two of them. The light and the sea water are intertwined, quiet and deep. Time seems to stand still at this moment, with only the dreamy starlight flickering faintly. Chapter 98 Feet. In Konoha village, the next morning, Jing was called into the laboratory by Tobirama. Adjusting the ratio of the fusion agent is always a time-consuming and laborious process, but we all know that once you lose your eyesight, the front line will collapse immediately. Tobirama said seriously, "Time is running out." "So, teacher, what you mean is?" Jing knew in his heart that since Tobirama called him here, he must have already had an idea. The mutual fusion of gene fluids requires a lot of experiments to obtain data. Obviously, we cannot afford to waste either time or resources. Tobirama looked at him and said slowly, "I remember that your eye technique can not only observe the future in front of you, but also change the possibility of the future by consciously interfering with reality, so as to choose the direction you decide, right?" "Yes." Jing nodded, thinking that he was worthy of being a teacher, as he understood my pupil technique so thoroughly. "That's good. I plan to use your predictive ability to avoid failed fusion ratios, thereby greatly reducing the number of experiments." Tobirama explained and took him to a new experimental instrument. This is a machine that can automatically control the solubility ratio. By inputting different numbers, it can produce solutions of corresponding solubility, and then control the fusion of the genetic liquid between the columns and the genetic liquid of the mirror. With Tobirama's careful introduction, Jing quickly learned how to operate the instrument. Next, open Takamagahara. In order to avoid excessive damage to your left eye, you need to make your thoughts move as fast as possible. Tobirama pointed to the glass container inside the glass, choose the right ratio, and the gene fluid will fuse immediately. Whether it succeeds or fails, it will be in the future you can see. I understand. Jing opened his eyes wide, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye was spinning. His fingers were placed in front of the instrument, and although he hadn't moved yet, countless timelines appeared in his eyes, like a complicated fork in the road. As the thoughts in his mind kept changing, the future in Takamagahara's vision kept flickering. Countless pictures flashed as quickly as movie films, and each picture was one of the possible futures. But without exception, all failed. His face was calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was going through a huge mental challenge. Tobirama looked intently, his eyes fixed on Jing's face, and even he couldn't help but feel nervous. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, after a long 2 minutes, Jing closed his eyelids tiredly and turned off his Sharingan. Tobirama noticed that his left eye was completely bloodshot and looked bright and vivid. I've seen the future 14,605 times. Jing opened his eyes. Although he didn't do anything, he was panting. What's the result? Tobirama held his breath and held the handrail tightly with his right hand. Jing stretched out a trembling finger. There is only one set of data that is correct, and it is the only set. He carefully and solemnly entered a set of data and pressed the button. Buzz. The instrument ran and mixed at a rapid speed until a drop of blue solution fell into the glass container and merged with the mirror's genetic fluid to become a dark purple color. Immediately afterwards, a drop of golden solution flowed down the dropper and fell into the container along with Tobirama's heart, which was almost beating in his throat. Good-do-do. Strands of golden threads spread and diffused in the purple droplets, and finally after a slight tremor, the droplets slowly turned into red gold, and finally calmed down without any ripples. Success! Success! Tobirama's face showed a long-lost excitement. He grabbed Jing's hand, his pupils trembling. It's hard to imagine. Jing, you have accelerated our progress by several decades. This set of data is so important. If it weren't for your pupil technique, even with sufficient resources, I don't know how long I would have to conduct the experiment alone. It would be impossible to complete the experiment before the end of the war. You have accomplished a great feat. Jing forced a smile, and said with tired eyes, so, can I inject the gene fluid now? Almost done. Tobirama quickly wrote down the data that Jing had entered last, and hurried away. Don't worry, the next task is to try to inject the gene fluid into your cells. We can only inject it after confirming that everything is normal. We only have one chance, so we can't be careless. He immediately got down to work. We have already obtained your cell sample. You can take a rest during this period. In the 14th year of Konoha, early January, the Kumigakure troops on the front line regrouped and launched another fierce attack on Mount Kikyo. Uchiha Kagami immediately rushed back to the Kikyo mountain position and fought alongside his Konoha companions. However, this time the attack by Kumigakure was extremely fierce, with the momentum of desperate efforts. It seemed that the Kumigakure village had dispatched all its elite troops and would not stop until it had conquered Mount Kikyo. King Kiku was fighting on the battlefield like a madman, and even though he was seriously injured, he still madly bombarded the tailed beast ball at Kikyo Mountain. If Kagami had not withstood his pressure and used Flying Thunder God to transfer his companions in time, the Konoha army might have suffered heavy casualties. But even so, the Sarutobi clan and the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans still lost many of their companions. Although they held their positions, Jing still blamed himself for it. On the eastern front, the troops led by Uzumaki Mito have been fighting the second Raikage intermittently for several weeks. Although they have temporarily pinned down the enemy, the situation is not optimistic. The reason was that the enemy changed its tactics. The second Raikage and Ginkaku split their troops into two groups. The Raikage continued to command the surprise attack force, while Ginkaku started a guerrilla war, trying to bypass the interception army and go straight to Konoha village. This forced Mito to disperse some of his troops, but fortunately there were members of the Hyuga clan in the team, so they were able to detect the enemy situation in time before the other side broke through the blockade. But Ginkaku was as cunning as a loach. When Mito was not around, he used his martial arts to kill everyone. But when Mito came, he would never fight to the end and would turn around and run away without even saying hello. He had no martial ethics at all. This went on several times, leaving Mito exhausted and miserable, but he still had to muster up his strength to resist the Rakige's attacks. At the end of February, Tobirama finally completed the cell sample experiment. After countless analyses and comparisons, he found that the cell tissues of Jing could be perfectly integrated with the genetic fluid of Hashirama. The yin and yang escape techniques reached a perfect balance and became one. Next, he handed over all matters in the village to the higher UPS, and regardless of the hard work, he stayed in the research institute all day and all night, just to increase the success rate of the experiment, and to extract some genetic fluid from Hashirama again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He repeated the previous experiment several times, and after confirming that it was correct, he notified the intelligence team and let Jing return to the village. Chapter 99 I am successful. Uchiha Jing stepped into the familiar laboratory with firm steps and went straight to Tobirama. After so many days of high-intensity fighting, his vision had become extremely blurred. Even if Tobirama stood in front of him, he could not see Tobirama's face clearly. The overlapping light and shadow became blurred outlines in his eyes. At the same time, his face was very pale. The long war had exhausted him mentally and physically, and he had to pretend to be invincible in front of his comrades on the front line. His body became weaker day by day. In the past 2 days, he had symptoms of coughing up blood. If it weren't for the strong will in his heart, he would have given up long ago. Tobirama first injected the prepared Onigashira solution into Jing's body through intravenous infusion. This process lasted for more than 3 hours. At first, Jing didn't have any special feeling, but as time went on, he felt a very soft breath filling his whole body and flowing through his body. Under the influence of this power, he seemed to be unable to feel his own existence, as if he had merged with nature. After the infusion was completed, he stood up dizzy. His chakras seemed to have turned into a quagmire. He couldn't muster any strength and his whole body was as soft as candy. The experiment is complete. Accept your fate and your power. Tobirama handed over the injection in his hand, his deep and rich voice full of solemnity. In the syringe, a pool of pure golden solution was crystal clear, and it was glowing with a sacred light under the light. Jing took a deep breath and looked determined. The moment he took the injection, the scenes of fighting on the battlefield in the past, the faces of his companions, and the ferocious expressions of the enemies flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. At this moment, he had no other thoughts except the determination to defeat the enemy at all costs. Without any hesitation, he turned the needle, inserted it into the artery at the neck, and pushed it in. Crack! The injection fell to the ground and shattered into pieces of glass. The mirror image lost control of his body. His knees went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop, his hands weakly supporting the floor. Even though the glass pierced deeply into his palms and the bright red blood flowed on the floor, he was completely unconscious. In his body, the golden gene fluid was turning into golden threads, flowing through his body along with the blood, seeping into his cells bit by bit, inch by inch, devouring each other, and fusing with each other. Jing opened his eyes wide, and his Mangekyō Sharingan automatically opened, emitting an unparalleled scarlet light. He was breathing violently, as if he wanted to inhale all the air in the world into his lungs, and his skin quickly turned red, like a shrimp in a steamer. His veins were exposed and wrinkles were everywhere. He felt as if the blood in his body was boiling and burning. Under the neutralization of Kiyomaru's solution, Hashirama's genetic fluid began to combine with his cells. The genes were recombined over and over again, activating mysterious unknown sequences, and an amazing transformation was taking place from the inside out. Tobirama stood there, staring blankly at the changes in Jing. A rare expression of surprise appeared on his usually calm face, and his heart was pounding wildly. He knew very well that success or failure at this moment would determine the fate of Konoha. Gradually, Jing's breathing eased, and the flushed skin faded. Hot air came out of his pores, and the air was visibly distorted. At a certain moment, he underwent a complete transformation. The blood is rushing through the blood vessels like a river after the ice has thawed, and every cell is breathing wildly and with all its might like spring buds. It is a completely different feeling from before. On the smooth floor, the originally bright red blood turned into red gold, and the wound on his palm slowly healed, emitting a faint warm air. Endless vitality flowed in his body, high-pressure blood washed his whole body, incredible subtle changes penetrated into every cell, his weak heart beat like a war drum, squeezing out hot blood, and he couldn't help but let out a hoarse roar. Under Tobirama's surprised gaze, Uchiha Kagami slowly stood up, his black hair moving without wind, and chakra as rich as wine even overflowing from his body. Jing opened his eyes, and his vision became clear again. His bright red eyes also turned into a deep dark red. "I've done it. Now, you have gathered the power of yin and yang in your body. You are no longer the same as before." Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves, which had been tense for almost a whole winter, finally relaxed. After walking out of the research institute, Jing looked at his fist, slowly clenched it, and couldn't help but punch out. A strong gust of air suddenly burst out, and a dark red beast flew backwards and crashed heavily into the mountain. Uchiha Jing slowly closed his fist, feeling the vigorous energy in his body, and couldn't help but smile. On the Platikodon mountain front, the battlefield was filled with smoke, swords, and blood. The ninjas who were practicing ninjutsu against each other were shocked by this scene and couldn't help but stop. "Damn brat!" The rocks exploded, and Jinjiao, who had already transformed into a half-tailed beast, roared to the sky. The violent nine-tails chakra was like a raging storm, shaking the air. He dug the ground with his four claws and rushed over again in disbelief. A red shadow came instantly. Jing easily saw through his attack pattern. He dodged his claws by leaning sideways while his fist slammed into Jinjiao's chest like a cannonball, and the surging energy spread out again. The golden horn shot back at an even faster speed. "Little devil! I don't believe you can protect everyone." Jinjiao was furious and began to accumulate strength regardless of anything. As his 6 long tails closed together, the air suddenly became heavy and a dark purple ball quickly took shape. "Tailed beast ball, continuous shot." He opened his mouth wide, and one by one, the tailed beast balls as big as watermelons turned into deadly red light and shot in all directions. The landing point of their trajectory was exactly the direction of the various families and teams of Konoha. However, Jing did not rush to him to stop him as usual, nor did he hurriedly use Flying Thunder God to escape with his companions. He still stood there, clasping his palms. Now, he not only inherited Hashirama's will of fire, but also inherited his power. Wood release, flower tree world advent. The ground was suddenly torn apart by the violent earthquake, and countless huge vines emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, turning into a rolling sea of trees that spread rapidly, and a fresh green color spread over an area of thousands of feet. But the tailed beast ball released by the half-tailed beast body immediately seemed not enough. Rays of red light smashed into the forest, like a drop in the ocean. Amid the sound of trees breaking, they only advanced a few dozen meters before being wiped out by the power of wood release. This is not the end yet. As several huge flowers emerged from the deep forest, the rich yellow pollen was blown away by the wind, filling the battlefield in an instant. Under Jing's deliberate control, the pollen did not float into the Konoha camp, but instead spread into the hidden cloud position. Now, no matter whether they were Jonin or Chunin, they all fell backwards like wheat being cut and lost consciousness. Wooden escape tree bound for eternal burial. The mirror hand seals changed, waves emerged in the sea of trees, and countless giant vines rushed over, completely swallowing and burying all the unconscious cloud ninjas. "Damn it! Let's retreat!" Seeing that his methods were useless, Kinkaku immediately retreated, covering the retreat of the cloud ninjas who were not yet in danger. Chapter 100, The Power of the Tailed Beasts. It was the 14th year of Konoha, in the hot month of May, and the First Ninja World War was in full swing. In the Water and Soil War, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Iwa Village fought a bloody battle, and even their brains were beaten out. The Hidden Mist Village became furious and almost sent out all its troops to invade from the southern part of the Land of Earth through the Land of Birds. The Hidden Iwagakure was not to be outdone and actually let the tailed beast run rampant on the battlefield. Both sides were left with only their flesh and bones to rot, and suffered heavy losses. The Fire and Thunder War really lived up to the saying thunder in the sky ignites fire on the earth, and it is out of control once it starts. Both sides poured almost all their military forces into the two fronts in the northeast, and the losses on both sides are incalculable. On the northern front, ever since Uchiha Kagami joined the battlefield with a new attitude, the situation has become completely one-sided. Kinkaku was no match for the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan and would release, and was defeated step by step. The Konoha vanguard not only took back some positions, but was even able to send some troops to reinforce the eastern front and establish a blockade, which greatly relieved the pressure on Uzumaki Mito. Over the course of several months, Jing gradually adapted to the new power in his body and became more and more adept at using the power of wood release. With his heroic efforts, the overall morale of the Konoha troops increased greatly, and they drove the invading forces of Kumagakure all the way to the north. Just when they were planning to expel the Cloud Ninjas completely from the country, the Hidden Cloud Village finally used its trump card. When the Konoha troops broke through the blockade of Kumagakure and charged into the enemy's position in one fell swoop, what they faced was not the Kumagakure ninjas who were out of ammunition and food and fighting desperately, but two behemoths. A giant cat demon whose body is covered with blue chakra flames and whose mere breath can create billowing heat waves. A tall and majestic strange bull with two horns on its head, but below the waist it has 8 tentacles twisting like an octopus. Retreat? It's a tailed beast. Not good. Ah! These lunatics from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Konoha troops were immediately frightened to death. 2 giant beasts as big as mountains stood in front of them. The thick and solid chakra was like facing the abyss, containing pure brutality, which was completely different from the tailed beast chakra released by Kinkaku before. Facing a monster of this level is simply seeking death. However, this is a war, and the tailed beasts will not give them a chance to escape. After all, their purpose is to kill. The 2 tails opened its mouth first, and wisps of hot air gathered in an instant. An extremely large fireball broke through the air and blasted towards the Konoha troops. Faced with a fireball as big as a hill, everyone scattered immediately without even the thought of resisting. A dazzling golden light flashed in the crowd, and then a huge bony hand suddenly pressed forward, causing the fireball to stop suddenly, releasing a rolling heat wave. Jing was wearing a golden skeleton, like a god of war from the sky. His clear and majestic voice reached everyone's ears. All troops, listen up, retreat immediately, I will hold them back. As if in response to his leadership majesty, golden light burst out, and his skeleton grew out of thin air, finally turning into a gigantic half-skeleton. With his 2 bony hands, he tore the fireball apart, and the fireball turned into flowing flames that dissipated. Everyone dares not be negligent, and monsters should be left to monsters to deal with. They are very self-aware. Uchiha Kagami alone has contributed 80% to the current achievements of the frontline troops. Without this commander, they might not even be able to defend Mount Kikyo. Therefore, as long as they are still standing here, they will carry out every order of Jing without hesitation. Let them charge, they will do it without hesitation, let them run, they will never look back. How could Airway just sit there and watch his prey escape? He pushed off the ground with his hind paws and jumped directly over the half-skeleton in front of him, demonstrating a lightness that was totally inconsistent with his huge body. Fire Rat Jade! A bright blue light flashed, and it shot out a mouse-shaped flame from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it scattered countless blue flame-tracking bullets, which covered everyone like a fishing net. Jing did not look back, because the eight tails also took the opportunity to crush him. Susanoo raised its bony arms, and the four huge palms slapped together and began wrestling. Jing stood in the beginner Susanoo, clasped his hands together, slammed them on the ground, and shouted, "Wood release, super tree wall!" The soil and rocks loosened, and countless huge vines suddenly emerged a few hundred meters behind. They grew rapidly, entwined and connected with each other, and in an instant turned into a solid wooden wall hundreds of meters long. All the fire rat jades were blocked by the wooden wall and turned into blue flames that burned and spread, but no fireball could break through the blockade. The Konoha troops also took advantage of this opportunity to retreat quickly and away from the battlefield. The two tails slowly turned its head, its pair of huge vertical pupils staring at Uchiha Kagami behind it, and two twisted streams of hot air spurted out of its nostrils. The 100-meter-high wooden wall changed the terrain and completely separated the battlefield, like a colosseum in the barbaric era, with only Jing and two ferocious beasts left. Click, click. There was a sound of bone hand breaking under the weight, and Jing immediately burst out with chakra. The golden light turned into materialized flesh and blood that spread and grew, and he armed himself with pieces of armor. He upgraded Susanoo to the 3rd level in one breath. At this moment, there was a whistling sound of wind behind him, and the sharp claws of the second tail slapped hard. Jing immediately turned around and stretched out his hand, "Wood release, great forest technique." Countless vines surged out from the entire arm, with the heads as sharp as guns, and stretched out directly from the inside of Susanoo, wrapping around the cat claws of the two tails and binding them. Airway felt pain immediately and subconsciously tried to break free by brute force, but those wood branches were not only very strong, but they could even continue to grow. Caught off guard, half of its body was entangled in the trees. Wood release Jing quickly retracted his right hand and formed seals with both hands at the same time, thorn killing technique. Root knots bulged up on the surface of the vine, and then expanded rapidly. One after another, thick wooden pillars pushed out from it, tightly binding Airway's body like a cage. At the same time, Susanoo made a move with one hand, and golden light condensed into shape, and a huge sickle slashed down. The eight tails immediately retreated, and because it could not avoid it in time, even a small part of its tentacle was cut off. The eight tails was very angry. It smashed the ground like a madman and threw broken stones at Susanoo. While Jing was waving his sickle to break the stones, it formed all its tentacles into a ball with countless suction cups densely packed together, which looked weird and creepy. Tailed Beast 8 volumes. It spun its body violently, the earth shook, and a huge storm formed in an instant. Layers of air waves spread out, plowing the earth inch by inch. Under the violent impact, Jing decisively dispersed Susanoo, and at the same time, the Mangekyō in his left eye spun around, allowing the storm to sweep over. With the help of the eight tails, the two tails also took the opportunity to break free from its restraints. This damn wood release is simply too restraining for the tailed beasts. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a bare and flat battlefield. The originally dense forests and wooden walls were all gone. The eight-tail and the two-tail turned their heads and stared in one direction carefully. A person walked out from there. Uchiha Jing covered his sore left eye and slowly raised his eyes. Unscathed. Buzz. The two-tailed beasts did not hesitate. They raised their heads and gathered their long tails to their mouths like kneading dough. The deep and huge chakras slowly condensed. They decisively used their trump card. This was not the semi-finished product that Jinjiao had used before. A heavy sphere with a dark color and the size of a tavern suddenly appeared. The two-tailed beast balls suddenly shrank, and were immediately swallowed into the mouths of the two tails and the eight tails, and then suddenly broke through the air. This direction is not only the direction of Uchiha Jing, but also the direction in which the Konoha troops escaped. There's no other way. I can only try that trick. Jing exhaled slowly, clapped his hands together, and said with a ferocious look, "Wood style, wood dragon technique." The ground shook violently, and 2 huge wooden dragons broke out of the ground, circled upwards, opened their mouths, and accurately caught the 2-tailed beast balls. But it only lasted for a second before the dragon head suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Jing had accumulated enough energy before. With the help of this energy, 2 more wooden dragons rose from the ground behind him and bit the tailed beast ball in time. I can't let you hurt your companions. Ah 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 ah. Amid Jing's powerful roar, 4 wooden dragons tore through the earth one after another, swirling and biting towards the tailed beast balls, finally controlling their momentum. He changed his hand seals and injected the kinetic energy he had previously absorbed into the wooden dragon without any reservation, and actually counterattacked back the 2-tailed beast balls. A shocking explosion resounded through the heaven and earth, and the storm swept across the battlefield again. On a cliff in the distance, Shenyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the figure fighting desperately with the 2-tailed beasts from afar, and smiled slightly. Try harder, brother. This level of adaptation is not enough. I can't wait to close the net. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.